Or Miss Armando, whatever the case may be. Mrs. Vargas, is that you? Armando? Are you adding people? Are you tapping in names? Put the link out, man.
I can hear you. Sound pretty good.
Yeah, it's oh my goddamn phone's ringing. Yeah, it says we're live, but not really. Do you have do you have the wrench, Mr. Richard?
What's up? There's not really wrenches in here, but
Oh,
wrenches are kind of for the text chat.
no, I know. We need to go. The curtains need to be open.
I don't know what that means.
What? Um, because I checked the live video, and I didn't hear myself, so that
Right.
means
The YouTube video is a little bit behind this, like, I don't know, 15 seconds or something. But
let me.
if you give it a second, it'll play. I'll just, you go ahead and turn it on again, and I'll keep talking, and you'll hear it eventually. But it's
Oh yeah,
delayed a little bit, that's all.
yeah. Especially because I had it on pause. Oh yeah, you're right. This is live. This is a live mic.
Yeah, it is. It's like I said, it takes a few seconds to get into the YouTube video.
It's
It'll
a
get.
hot potato.
So what's up? Have you? I don't really think I've seen you here before. Do you go to many other Google Hangouts, or
Yeah, I get banned by all of them
why is that?
because I'm a devil reading Bible guy.
Uh-huh. Well, okay. Well, I don't think anybody really care. We don't discuss the Bible too much here, but I don't think you get banned just because you're believing the Bible here, anyway.
Oh, you don't want to know what kind of world we live in.
Excuse me.
This is a vampire world. You read the Bible, people start freaking flipping out.
Well, I don't know. It depends on who's reading it. I mean, I think most of the stories, well, not most, but some of the stories in the Bible are disproven by science. So I kind of don't believe in any of it. After that.
Yeah. Well, I was a Catholic as a little boy, and they told me the Bible's true. And then I became a Jehovah's Witness.
Uh-huh. Well, there's different beliefs between those two, but I don't think the Catholics really believe the Bible's literal. I mean, they reconcile evolution and Genesis together. I mean, they don't. They're not literalists.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe I've been watching too many superhero movies.
Maybe. What do you believe now?
What do I believe now?
Yeah,
I believe that God is cruel,
cool or cruel?
that He's evil.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah, I'm on
Yeah,
the fence. I'm not an atheist and I'm not a Christian.
I can understand how someone will come up with that. education, reading some of the things in the Bible.
Yeah, I can't find anybody like me.
Well, you probably won't. Maybe you're unique.
No, there's a few. It's called Maltheism. There's a few of them out there, but they're not really popular on YouTube or anything like that.
What's it called?
Maltheist, M-A-L, and then theist. Like malware.
What does that mean exactly?
That I believe that God is evil. Yeah, this video is going to be taken down. No, because there's some guys that come on here and they start showing pornographic stuff, and then they report the video on the own stuff that the own material that they were putting up.
Sure, that happens. That happened here a long time ago. Maybe the Big L crew will come back. Armando just making new channels. No big deal. Just childish kid stuff. But you're right. They're probably happening someday. People like to take the fun out of when other people are having fun. There's that tiny percentage of people that want to rain on the parade because other people are having fun and they're not. So that's the definition of a maltheist, is one who thinks that God is an evil God. And I perfectly understand that. How can you say you're not an evil God if you're the one that created Satan and humans with all these bad tendencies, earthquakes, diseases, and all that shit, right? I mean, it's kind of hard to say if you believe in a creator that there's any good in him at all. I mean, I understand that philosophy perfectly.
Yeah, I think the people that are in the same belief as me is the people that, like kids, teenagers that wear black. They're just mad at the world.
Yeah, no, I think you mean the gothic kind of kids, right? Hard to say.
Is this thing on a marathon or something? This thing hasn't stopped since yesterday.
He tries to keep it open as long as he can. Sometimes it's 24 hours a day, but the chat itself will time out and cancel every 8 hours.
The People's Corner tried to do a marathon also, but they haven't been around for a while.
This is the People's Corner.
I think his name was Michael from the United Kingdom. He was doing a marathon.
I see. Okay. Well, yeah, this channel's basically been up 24 hours a day for months. With a few breaks once in a while, a few hours, best.
So are you on the East Coast or West Coast?
I am right outside of Bangkok, Thailand.
Oh, dang. I thought you were an American because you have an American flag there, I think.
I am an American, and that's sort of a made-up Illuminati symbol. It sort of represents the presidential seal with that little Jewish star thing at the top wouldn't belong there. I used to have the seal from the Office of Information Awareness. It's a big government spy program, and I don't know, somebody said something about it, so I changed it to this one. Sort of eggs on the conspiracy theories.
So what do you think about these Jehovah's Witnesses raping little children?
I hadn't heard about that.
Oh, man, it's an epidemic.
Is it? Well, I guess
yeah.
I'd say raping little children is kind of an epidemic, without the Jehovah's Witnesses included. So I guess I'd say.
Yeah, but these are supposed to be the light bearers of the world.
Right. Well, you see that in the Catholic. Power corrupts people. People get. I don't know. I don't. I guess what I'd say is I don't find it to be better or worse because they're Jehovah's Witnesses. Raping
This guy's gonna say the N word.
We hear you.
Yeah, we can hear
We
you, Spring Fool.
ya.
He's gonna
How
say
you
the N word.
doing?
He's gonna show us his pee-pee.
Oh, won't that be fun?
He's gonna snipe us.
Hear you. No, we can't hear you. Maybe you need to turn up your mic or something. We can't hear you. Where did you come from, dude? How did you stumble on this channel, Lord?
I search Hangouts on YouTube every like 5 minutes.
Right? Well, I'm just wondering why you as a new guy show up and then all of a sudden we get all these other like troll people coming in.
No, I've been here for like a week.
Nice. Okay.
I talked to some lady, Petra. I haven't seen her in a while.
Uh-huh. Yeah, she comes in. She kind of made her own channel here recently. Not really sure why, but she did.
She's moving on up. She's got fan funding now, or what?
Oh, I don't think so. I don't think she cares about that. She's on disability, living in her parents' house.
Dang, I can't believe you just said that. You put her on blast. Hey, I wish I could live like that too.
Why? Why would you want to live on disability in your parents' house? Seriously.
Well, I mean, it's better than living on the street or something like that. I don't know.
You
I'm trying to
really
start
think
my own cult.
you think that's better than making a life for yourself and getting a decent job, being on
We're about to get some. We're about to get some. We're about to get flashed.
Oh, it's not my problem. It ain't my channel. Yeah, this guy's. Yeah, you got. Well, Armando, you better give out some mods, dude. Or I don't know why, but we got an influx of crazy people.
Yesterday, they were getting flooded by some other group too.
Yeah, there's people out there. That's what they do on the internet is try to go destroy people's fun, have their channels taken down, and they got nothing better to do.
Well, I think this is the only one up right now. All the other ones are sleeping.
All the other Google Hangouts on the entire YouTube, really?
Well, I think they're working. Everybody's busy because I searched and there was nobody there.
Huh. Awesome.
Maybe if you subscribe to channels, you'll get a notification.
Right. Yeah. So how did you get in here without somebody inviting you, or have you been here before? You said so. Never mind.
No, well, the link is on the video every time
Oh, okay. All right.
in the description,
So
but it used to be by email, but now it's in public.
I see. Uh-huh. Well, that's why we're getting crazy people in here then. I get it. Yeah, it used to be,
Yeah,
you didn't
we're the
invite
only
people.
show.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, that's
If you want to sing for us, go ahead and sing. Packy sang yesterday, but he wasn't live. Like he wasn't his profile wasn't being shown, so people got to miss him singing.
Yeah, Packy's cool, man. He's funny as fuck.
Yeah, he lives a couple hours away from me, but he doesn't want to visit me for some reason. I try to make him a foot soldier and get him to troll for me, but he doesn't like trolling.
I don't know about that, but come on in, Packy. What are you doing, man? Come on in.
He's probably like got some little girl stopped right now and telling her, "Hey, you can't be selling lemonade on this corner. This is my territory."
Yeah, he's probably out there kicking the Girl Scout cookie sellers off the
No, the Girl Scout cookie girls, they could defend themselves, but the lemonade stand girls are probably different.
I think Packy's out securing the perimeters.
He needs to check his he needs to protect his perimeter if he ever gets put in jail or something.
Jail for what?
No, I'm saying like he doesn't want to have like somebody become his boyfriend in there or something.
Oh, really?
So I want to go back to what you said before. So I really am curious because I believe you when you said you wish, you could be on disability and had to do nothing and live in your parents' house or whatever. But I'm just curious as to why you think, even though you don't have to do anything, and the government or whoever might send you free money, that having an entire life relegated to poverty would be something you would want to do. I mean, I just don't, I don't understand somebody would say that. To me, it would be like, man, the last thing I want to do is be disabled and live in poverty my whole life. I want to, I don't really give a shit what I do as long as it's not that. You know what I mean? I just don't understand that concept of living in poverty your whole life would be okay just because you don't have to work. It's not. It's still poverty, whether you're working for the money or not.
No, I'm already in poverty, but I'm saying like she's got money flowing in, so I mean that would be the next best thing for me.
Well, what are you doing about it besides hanging out and chatting with them?
Well, I don't know, but I'm trying to get my old job back. I used to be a pizza man,
Mm-hmm.
deliver the pizza.
Shoot.
That was if people give you tips, they'll give you like $5.
Mm-hmm. I used to own a chain of pizza parlors. Well, not entirely myself, I was a partner, but nonetheless, I'm familiar with the pizza business.
And the food is delicious when you take your break.
You think maybe taking some of that pizza money and investing it in some kind of education so you could do something else might be a good idea?
The only education I get is this YouTube
Well, I
thing.
don't think that's going to help you get a better job. We're setting out on this wave of hopefully, better education for people so they can take some technical jobs. Trying to adopt some of the programs of Germany so regular folks like yourself can, learn how
Hey,
to.
have you ever heard of that man Snowden?
I have, sure.
What's going on with him? Is Trump already saying the 666 orders against that guy, or what's going on?
I think the only last I heard is Russia set a time limit, but this is before Trump was president. I think they did it specifically so nobody could say, well, you did it because Hillary or you did it because of Trump. But they set a time limit, and I don't remember exactly what year it was, but I think it was about 2 years away, where they said you're going to have to get your shit together and figure something else out because Russia is basically kicking them out of Russia in 2 years, and he's kind of has to go somewhere else. Last I heard.
That is so strange because if you had that kind of talent, I would like recruit him or something. That guy's talented, isn't he?
I think he just downloaded some. I'm trying to remember exactly what his story was, but I think he basically just downloaded some shit and stole it. I don't know how talented.
Yeah. He showed the world that the United States were doing some shady stuff against their enemies.
Right, which like I said, taking a smart drive and plugging it into a computer, I don't know how smart that makes you.
No, but he also created some of those programs.
Oh, okay. I mean,
Well, at
yeah,
least
I'm
that's
sure
what
the guy's probably smarter than me. I mean, but in some senses, but in another sense, he basically got himself exiled from his own country.
Yeah, that's
And
what the movie said, that he was like some sort of programmer or something.
okay, yeah, I think he probably did some programming or something. But the bottom line is he didn't hack into computers. He doesn't have any real special
Well,
skills.
that's what
He
Obama
just
called him.
stole
He
some
called him a
stuff.
hacker.
He didn't hack in anything. He had access to that. He taught
Well,
people
before Trump was
how to play.
president, during that time that guy got caught, Trump was already throwing him under the bridge. He was already like, don't they do some sort of, like where they capital punishment or something, or where they hang people or something. He already wanted the guy choked.
Well, I don't know. It depends how you look at it. I guess some people are all for those kind of people. Other people look at them as traitors. Hard to say. I mean, he broke some laws, and he doesn't feel like coming back to America. They'll probably put him in prison. I wouldn't either.
Yeah, he did some espionage. Damn.
But I don't really like the people that do that necessarily. But I do like hearing about the information. So I'm a little inconsistent.
He weakened the country. If there was World War III, this guy would have messed everybody up.
Yeah, I guess. I didn't really pay attention to the exact information. I guess the one thing about Snowden is, according to him, he released like 10% of the information he has, and according to him, the other 90% is like so sensitive that he doesn't even want to release it. He's like, some of this shit is way worse, but even I don't want to release it. According to him, he only released a tiny amount of all the shit he took.
Yeah, I wanted to be the next Snowden. Trying to take down the Jehovah's Witnesses, but nobody cares. Nobody gives me a platform.
So what's the whole deal with that? Is it like between churches and up to the bishops and all that sort of thing?
I think the grizzly wants to talk. The brown bear.
Hey, good.
No, all I said was that Snowden released espionage on citizens of the U.S., but not much else.
Oh yeah, it's something about that
That's
the
all.
citizens are being monitored through cameras or
that's
something.
all. Espionage on citizens by wiretap or phone interception, but none of the other sensitive information.
Oh,
If
because
he has it.
in the movie it showed that he released something about that Japan was being, or China, or I don't know what country was being, they were being put viruses in their system.
And what source did that come from?
Well, in the movie, but I don't know. Like, let's say
Well,
that,
exactly. You have to make movies
yeah.
watchable for the public. So if some story is otherwise dull, you need to put something in to make it.
Yeah, like it said right there, like if the United States wanted to turn off the electricity from another country, they could do it. They could kill all the hospitals and all that.
Well, I suppose there'd be some sort of coil laser that could eliminate that. Again, I think we're talking a little bit into make believe.
And I'm not sure that's news anyway. Everybody knows about the Stuxnet virus we put into Iran's nuclear power program. So the idea that America is sending viruses to people they don't like isn't even news. You know what I mean? We already knew that kind of thing. We didn't need Snowden to tell us.
Oh no, it was like the United States were becoming really friendly with people and giving them software, but inside that software, at any time something could be or activated.
Sure. I can believe we would do that. I can believe that we would, each individual electronic device has its own specific ID, numbers, so that, the only reason for that is so the government could, zero in on a specific device. Nobody's gonna tell me that, all these companies saying how much they care about your privacy and all that. I don't believe a word of any of them. They all have shit in them that the government has asked them to put in. I think we got a porn bomber kind of guy back. Hi, R. How you doing?
I think it's Donnie. It is Donnie, so You've exposed yourself, Donnie. Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Oh, cool.
So now you can talk on here.
Russell, my old pal. I'm just kidding.
Well,
So
Donnie,
tell me about this Jehovah's Witness stuff. What's up with that?
Well, I don't know if you have the computer right in front of you. Oh, getting a feedback.
One
Moderator,
moment.
mute everybody. I got my earphones.
You can talk about Warren Jeffs too.
Who is that?
You
Lauren?
don't know? He's the Mormon fundamentalist Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
The Mormons, they're not on my radar.
He had a conglomerate on the Utah-Arizona border. He's put in jail now for sexual assault of juveniles.
Well, the only thing I know about Mormons is that movie with John Voight called September something. September Dawn?
Yeah, they're different sects. Joseph Smith.
There was a massacre over there in Utah.
Yeah. He was actually lynched for polygamy and being a con man. But I guess the judge...
You mean Joseph Smith was killed?
Yeah, he was lynched in Indiana.
No way.
Of course.
Oh,
He was
I
a
didn't know
con
that.
man and a polygamist.
So basically, he was a martyred. He was martyred.
More or less, but he wasn't looked upon as anything but a polygamist and a con man. They didn't look upon him as anything that was enlightened by an angel.
Yeah. So he didn't do anything for society. He didn't invent anything.
He had many wives.
Because I know Hitler invented like the seatbelt or some sort of emergency brake or something.
And he made up a story that certain people needed to believe in, and became an authoritarian.
He was there were warrants out for his arrest.
Yeah, he was arrested and jailed. And then the public came and lynched him.
He was sort of escaping warrants for his arrest, and he came with the bullshit about the Mormon church.
Oh, he was fleeing all the way across the country until they finally got him in Indiana, jailed him, and then the public came and hung him. And then
Well, you know, the founder of the Jehovah's, they say that he was sacrificed to somebody, you know, on Halloween Day. He died on Halloween, the founder of the Jehovah's Witnesses.
And then after Joseph Smith, Brigham Young took up the cause and fled to Utah.
So was this Joseph guy alive during the massacre that all the Mormons killed Americans? Men, women, and children?
Who knows? I mean, I don't believe storybooks. Others might. You know, I used to read Dr. Seuss. I got about as much out of that as I would have the storybook of Mormon or something. Planet Kolob and Magic.
Oh, no, this is in the history books of the United States that the Mormons, they killed a bunch of unarmed men, women, and children.
Oh, I would imagine.
It was the word of Jehovah by Brigham Young.
There you go. All power-hungry people are disgusting. They just cloak it in noble causes.
Yeah, can you Google something for us? Google Australia Royal Commission and then Jehovah's Witnesses, maybe. They're being investigated.
Yeah, well, they're just another cult, aren't they?
Yeah, non-government organization. You know, they don't pay taxes and stuff, and they're being investigated for how they deal with pedophilia. Do they report it to the state?
Of course. I mean, when you look at all those conglomerates disguised as religions or cults or whatever, there's always a disgust underneath. Whether it goes to perversion or whatever, who knows? I guess an adult mind that believes in that goes beyond just that.
Or you could type in United States Jehovah's Witness investigations.
Yeah, I typed
Yeah.
in the one, and yeah, it seems as though the commission has it going back to the 1950s with, thousands of unreported cases. I don't know
Yeah, the most
about-
I know about Jehovah's Witnesses is them coming to the door with a Awakened Watchtower and being sent away.
Well, they're going to start an investigation in the United Kingdom. Inspired by that Australian Royal Commission.
What is that? Just for perversion and non-paying of taxes, trying to avoid by being a religious?
No, this has nothing to do with taxes. This is about 1,013 or something victims of abuse, and not a single one was reported to the police.
So just a sick perversion type.
Well,
Well, they have a rule.
basically their defense would be we're trying to handle it through the church ourselves. We don't need the police, that sort of bullshit.
So kind of a repeat of the Catholic Church thing in a
Exactly.
different
That's
scale.
actually where it stems from. That's what spurred the investigation. Was the Catholic
Well, they
Church.
don't have big numbers. They only have like 10 million members. The Catholic Church has millions and hundreds of millions, I think.
Well, what it should be is a psychological assessment of the leadership that needs to be able to con people into come and perform perversion on them. Maybe look at that as opposed to just that cult. It attracts.
Well, they have this
the
two-witness
perverted
rule.
Psycho.
They have this rule where you have to have 2 witnesses to the crime for them to take you seriously.
The Jehovah's Witnesses or the Australian police?
No, the Jehovah's Witnesses. You have to have 2 people that saw you getting raped for them to even take you serious.
Nice.
And then if you go to the police, they say that you're slandering a fellow brother, so they'll kick you out of the church.
Right. Yeah, I can believe that. Sure.
Is there people ready to testify, or do they have problems getting to do that?
Well, they're already paying gag orders, hush money, to the victims, and
That's
they're
what I
paying
mean,
out
maybe
millions of dollars every month.
And threats, I would imagine, as well. So you might have a problem.
Yeah, that this
You might have a
excommunication
guy
threats.
with problem in testing.
Yeah, you have to
giving
realize
statements.
these people believe the only ones that are going to go to heaven are ones from the Jehovah's Witness Church. So
Exactly.
threatening to ban you from the church to them is super fucking serious.
Exactly.
No, but they used
Well-
your whole family against you. They'll tell you, well, you can't talk to your family members.
They'll
That's
have
right.
all
That's-
sorts of different ways of threatening.
Sure, but that's what I'm saying is in other churches, you could say, well, I'm going to excommunicate you from this church. And most days, okay, fine, whatever. I'll go to another church and I'll still get into heaven. I can still be a Christian. But this particular church, they brainwash their people into believing if they're ever excommunicated, that's it. They can't make it to heaven. They're just fucked. So
Well,
that kind
also
of differentiates them in some respects.
but think about, the human race as a whole, and people actually believe in Scientology. They actually believe that, I'm told. So that gives an example of how far and ridiculous people and belief will go.
Well, that's interesting. The witness list, transcripts, and all that's available on the Australian Commission's website.
Yeah, one of their cult leaders got interrogated by the commission.
I'm sure.
And I tell Jehovah's Witnesses, they're like, oh, you're making it up.
Yeah, it was news to me, dude. I hadn't heard about any of this stuff.
I mean, the guy that got interviewed or interrogated, one of the leaders of the JW, he he said he was sounding like an idiot. You can see his testimony on YouTube.
And this is talking about March 10th, which was not very fucking long ago. It was a couple of weeks ago they're having these hearings and stuff.
Oh, but that it goes back to August last year.
Well, then it also talks about 2015, so it goes back a ways. You know, you're right. I'm surprised that more people don't know about this.
I'm not surprised that a cult is being investigated for perversion.
You know, they used the First Amendment. They don't want to
Yeah.
talk about it. They say that they use some
Oh.
sort of clergy rule where it's between them and the sheep.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Sort
the
of-
Catholics use that rule too, and this is Australia. I don't know what their laws are, but in America, we respect that. Judges will generally say, "Okay, fine, if it was said in confession, we can't mess with this or whatever."
Well,
Yeah,
it's
but
like
the Jehovah's Witnesses are not Catholics. They don't have priests.
I know, but the same principle would apply. If something was told in confidence for confession reasons, probably can't
Wasn't there-
demand that they tell you.
Wasn't there laws that would give people sanctuary in certain churches?
I think
if they
so.
were
Yeah,
being
there's
pursued?
some concept like that. Yeah.
Yeah, I never read into it what the exact. Saw it on a movie or two, but
Yeah, and going back, I mean, I hate to say this, but if this stuff really goes back all the way to 1950,
yeah, of course.
and the size of the Jehovah's Witness church, I guess it would be abnormal.
Yeah, but that was only in one country. That was just in that country. But you guys know that the Jehovah's Witnesses practice lakiyah, like the Muslims?
What is it?
What?
Lakaya? You know, where you're allowed to lie to your enemy?
Oh, what is
I
it?
did not know that.
Yeah, they call it theocratic warfare. You know,
Yeah, I'm not too up on religions because I don't have a lot of respect for the reasoning behind it.
So why are you so down on the Jehovah's Witnesses? You just stumble on some information.
no, well, I used to be one, and they didn't. They withheld information from me.
Wow.
Why did you decide
Basically,
to stop being one?
well, they also have some weird doctrines. They told me that Jesus is Michael, an archangel, and that since 19.
Why did you stop being a Jehovah's Witness? What was the last straw where you said, okay, let's go?
Well, they wanted to kick me out anyways for being promiscuous,
All right. Oh,
but they forgave me, and then I said Jesus is Jehovah, and then they got upset.
okay. Well, I think they view Jesus as different. Jehovah would be Jesus' dad, according to them. I don't agree with the idea that Jesus and God are the same thing. That's just silly. It makes no sense.
No, I believe they're different entities, different persons, but I do believe that Jesus is the clone of Jehovah.
I believe Jesus was real and he was probably a good man. As far as the rest, have at it.
I don't believe Jesus is real because the trials in Jerusalem shortly after the supposed death of Jesus.
I just
provided
believe
no-
there's so many scriptures that refer to him, all different, referring to one man.
they have
So I
a
believe he
trial.
probably did live. He did live on the planet. As far as having powers, healing and whatnot, whatever. But I believe he was there as a man or whatever in his name. So,
Why couldn't they come up with any evidence for any of the stories about Jesus that the trials of Peter. Peter was accused of, calling Jesus the King of Kings. That was in Jerusalem. And the conclusion they came to was Jesus was a mythical being that never walked on earth in the very town where the chief of police supposedly had him sent to the cross. That makes no sense.
Yeah, I've never read the stories, so I don't.
Well, that's not actually a story. That's a transcript from a court of law. That's, it's included in the Bible.
Let me put it in another way. I haven't written what was transcribed by man onto paper or verbally. So, yeah, I don't know much about stories of Christ.
Yeah, because they all come after he supposedly lived and died. There's no story about, how ridiculous is that? People actually believe that God's walking on the planet, but nobody writes a story about it. I mean, come on. So,
yeah, well,
some guys fighting.
Some people need. There is a need of a higher power. Dawkins put it, a God gene? I guess you could call it that anyway. But there is a need for certain people to have that higher power where it doesn't just end in human beings. So you find all sorts of different decipherings of what is the high power. So I don't know. I've never read the Bible. I've probably read paragraphs or had them read to me. So I don't really know much except what I've been hearing from others, which originally was probably what others heard too.
Everybody's, kind of weird things. Everybody's got their own opinion about the same sentence too.
I know exactly. Opinions. Well, then so many different interpretations of the same sentence.
I know. What gets me is the rationalization and the excuses.
Exactly.
Oh, well, ripping the wombs from the pregnant woman, that makes perfect sense because...
Because this verse said, do this. They'll state two words, and they'll say, oh, no, that means go and do this and that, and rip that out of her and do that. And it's like, how do you get that out of those two words? Whoa. Then the interesting part begins.
How you doing there, Louis, whatever your name is?
Oh, that's me. I'm Louis.
I know.
I'm doing fine. It's Thursday and it's raining in Washington, D.C.
Well, it's going to be another Trump-tastic day, I'm sure.
Guess so, yeah. I try to watch less news now because I read the paper. So what's the use of watching and reading? I'm going to get it either way.
Well, Steve Bannon might need a job.
Yeah. We're going to have Passover soon.
What's that?
It's a Jewish religion, Jewish custom.
What does it signify? Something to do with what?
I don't know. It comes near Easter, so I like to learn as much as I can about different religion and practices.
I see.
And my mom's laughing at me like I'm being sarcastic. I'm being honest.
I've heard of Passover. I just don't know what it is.
Yeah, that's something I need to figure out. Maybe my Jewish friend Silverman can invite me over to Passover. I don't know.
You could Google it. I'm sure it would tell you.
Right.
You know Sarah Silverman?
I know her sister, Alyssa Silverman. She's a council member for one of the wards in D.C. I only met her twice, but I know her brother Jonathan, because he's like a cross between from Steve Carell and what's our comedian from the '60s, Jerry Lewis. That's how he looks like.
Passover commemorates the Jewish liberation by God from slavery in Egypt and their freedom as a nation under the leadership of Moses. It commemorates the story of Exodus as described in the Hebrew Bible.
All right. Yeah, there seems to be an attachment with the Torah and the Bible. Like
the Bible, the Jewish Bible is simply the Old Testament of the Christian
Right.
Bible.
Right.
They use the same part. It's just Jews don't believe that Jesus was the Son of God, so they don't really care about the New Testament.
They believe that the Messiah will arrive, which is
Right.
the arrival of
They're still waiting. The Christians are
They're
waiting
still
for
waiting.
Jesus to come back. These guys are saying Jesus hasn't even come yet. What the fuck are you talking about?
Right. Exactly.
Well, it's kind of funny, to me. I mean, you got these two big groups of religions with these completely, different ideas of what's going on in the world.
Exactly.
I don't believe in necessarily in Jewish or Christian, but I agree with the Jews that, God hasn't shown up ever. And if you want to wait for him, fine. I don't think he's coming either, like the Jews, but I do agree with them that Jesus was not, some son of God that's here to save everybody and all that nonsense.
Well, I would probably say because of me going to church, they say as what the Bible teaches is what you're supposed to be as a person. Be humble, be kind, be be honest. All the good, I guess, all the good things and values and principles that you should have in a daily life, and you should be okay from there.
Sure, I think all religions basically teach that, though. You don't.
Yeah.
That's not specific to Christianity. I don't think there's any religion out there telling you to lie and steal and be bad. Right? They're all kind of the same in that regard.
Right.
All I wonder is what the equation was to the Big Bang.
Say
Yeah,
again.
I don't know. I don't think they have an equation. I think that actually Rupert explained to me the latest thinking on it, and they probably do have. I don't know what it is, and the problem is it's so complicated that unless you're a physicist, you wouldn't really be able to. It wouldn't mean anything to you anyway. Hi, Hank. How's the car? How's the car working? Last I heard, you were looking for bubbles in the radiator or something. Aki, welcome to the King Richard Hour. How are you?
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Are you driving, Packy, or just in your car?
No, I'm going somewhere. Whoa, 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 whoa.
So that's what this world's coming to, is people on live Google Hangouts, doing a live singing, filming themselves as they drive down the road. Do you think that's safe, Packy?
No, I'm not driving right now. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Whoa,
That's what happened.
whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Armando.
Where did Hank go?
I
Armando.
don't know. I think he'll be back. Sometimes he cuts out on his cell phone, too. He's
Fuck
on
you,
cell phone.
without this link to be happy.
Yeah, I want to know how his car's going. He's got some big problems there.
Fuck you, your majesty. Fuck you.
Hey, be nice, Packy. Sorry, your song just wasn't doing it for me, bro. I don't know. I'm not singing this.
Packy, what's up? What's wrong in your life today?
Yeah.
Everything.
Everything.
Yes.
That horrible world, is it just coming down on you without justification?
No justification.
Did you secure anybody today?
No, I'm not working today.
Oh,
I'm not working. I am. Well,
not working.
no,
So you're sitting in your car then, not driving.
no, I'm going somewhere. I'm just very.
Who was on here last night posting those videos?
What videos?
Oh, I don't know. I woke up this morning and I saw the screen was frozen and there was some porn video on there, and then it said,
Oh,
"This video has been edited by the editor." Somebody posted one on there, I guess. I don't know.
okay. That's all. I'll be back. I'll be back. Take care.
All
We're
right.
going. Bye bye now.
I think, Russell, I think where this problem's coming from is instead of saying, like, email me for the link, he made the link public now. So anybody that happens to show up on the YouTube site can come right into this room. That's probably where the problem's.
Yeah, that's when Marmondo's put that the link on site there in description. Anybody can come on, and I've seen people with AJ saying, they're quite harsh against Armando, calling him, the racist and the antichrist and homophobe, vowing vengeance. No, actually,
Since I've been here in an hour, we had one dude come in with like the recording of nigger, nigger, nigger over and
No,
over.
I know. I saw
One
that.
guy already showed his penis on webcam.
Oh, really? Yeah. Well, that's probably not quite them, but yeah. You're going to get that, I would imagine, putting the link up for everybody.
I know, it's just, it shows what a fucked up world we live in,
Well,
So just because you put a link up means somebody's going to come in and show their penis. It's like, what the fuck?
well, think of it, Richard, like people younger than us, right? What are they doing on fucking line all day? Like all day and sick, nothing else to do. I mean, these people are in their whatever age. They're a lot younger than us mostly. And they just sit here doing that as entertainment.
In their 20s. The people in their 20s that should be out trying to get careers, educations.
Well, I couldn't see myself entertaining myself in my 20s doing anything like this, even if it was available.
Well, imagine if you were like completely enthralled by the cell phone. You might, convince yourself that the only thing you need to be happy is a cell phone and enough food to eat.
Well, it is. That's where I'm detached.
Justify your lack of career care by this is so great, this is all I'll ever need, and who cares?
Well, that's where I'm detached because I watch people shopping for food or doing anything on that tablet 24/7. They'll walk into a fish pond or whatever just constantly, and they're not. How could you even have a conversation with somebody you've talked to continuously for the past 8 hours? And I've even heard like, so what? And it's a different kind of thing. I suppose if you're attached to it, that's life's made from it, right? I don't know. So
yeah, it is interesting. I had a short conversation with Big L and his crew one time when I was in some other chat room and they text bombed this room, and they're laughing, they're rolling on the ground, slapping their sides, and I'm like, I'm not even smirking. I said, I don't see anything funny, and you guys are just hysterically laughing. And all they can really say is, well, it's a generational thing. You probably did dumb shit when you were young that people your age didn't laugh at either. And I just kind of went away saying, yeah, I guess you're right. I just don't get it.
Well, I know it became funny at the end of the career. Like, I had to go out there and tell these people, I said, do not, I repeat, when you're operating this fucking train going up to Lillooet, you're not going to be on that. If I hear that you've been on that stupid thing one more time, you're going to be gone. And you know, I was going, what is this? You know, why is this interfering? I mean, we had newspapers before, and that wasn't a big deal. You know, people weren't reading while they were going along, but this text messaging just got out of control. You know, even people missing and going into foreman's limits. You know, where they could have killed people. It's like this has to be, you know, kept to a certain time. It's going to be a firing offense if you're caught with it on here. But you know, it was something that was never experienced before as something taking away your attention that much. And like I said, people who read newspapers are it wasn't taking their attention away if they were doing it.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. I really don't. But there are people that walk around with
It's a neurosis.
that thing out and texting and talking and got the earphones going all day long.
All day long. Probably even when they're sleeping, you know. It's a neurosis. I don't know. It seems to be really common though. Maybe it's a flash and it's, you know, people are getting out of it now, but I don't know. I mean, my son's always on it. He's 20. But he does other stuff too. He's got a career and everything, but still, that's the way they communicate.
Yeah, we may find out that there's something in the, you know, electromagnetic energy that, you know, both receives and leaves that does something to your brain, you know, that sort of, you
It's
know,
an
emits
addiction.
some kind of addiction chemical. Yeah. we may
Yeah.
find out.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if somebody brought up something to point to that. Might question it for quite a while. Wow, it's nice
And
to
I
look
don't
for an
think people would
excuse.
even care. They'd say, well, you know, how's that?
That's the way it is.
Wi-Fi on the computer, or watch TV, you know, whatever.
Yeah.
But I've heard of computer addiction before. That was kind of a thing a while back. But I've never really heard anybody, like, especially legal, I've never heard anybody say, well, I was addicted to the cell phone, so that's my excuse for smashing into the car or something like that. I haven't really heard anybody talk about cell phone addiction.
Yeah. Well, I gotta say, you know, like for searching for information or anything like that, say if you're an automotive mechanic or anything else, sure is a lot better than having books.
Yeah, oh yeah. Anything. I mean, it's like this
A
guy
lot
asked
less
about
space.
Passover. Like I mentioned Passover, and, you know, 10 seconds
Oh.
later, I can find out what it was.
Yeah, it was good for me too, because now I can use it in debates that I have with people about ancient Middle East. I'll just put that word instead of explaining what it was. Well, you know, the Passover celebration for you guys when the Jews were released from the Egyptian tyrants. Yeah, I mean, I've heard the word like you often and often, but it's never drawn enough interest for me to really worry about. It's just some sort of religious celebration to me, you know, like Hanukkah. I know Hanukkah is some sort of celebration Jewish people have that, I don't know, they equivalize to Christmas, but I don't know. You probably know what Hanukkah is.
I have no idea. It's another. I'm the same
Yeah,
as you. I know it's around Christmas, but
Well, yeah, you know, I don't know what's involved. I think lighting candles or something.
yeah, I think they're like one candle a day. They give
Something
presents
like that.
every day, and there's 12 of them or something like that.
I don't know. I just never found the interest to search stuff like that. It never really made me inquisitive. I just thought it was, you know, some fiction that people needed to believe in to make their life worthwhile, have an answer to why they're there. So I never
fuck this
I never went
page,
behind.
dude. This fucking page about Passover is like one of the longest pages I've seen in a long time. There's all sorts of shit about, you know, radishes and 4 cups of wine and fucking rules and oh my god.
Remember, you
balls.
got to make the story readable. You know, when people are so enthralled with how it's written, it's like it's got to be written by somebody from heaven. Look how it's termed. Nobody normal can write like that. Yeah, I would imagine there's probably quite an explanation, even into radishes. Eh?
Well, and the thing is, matzah. It was actually called matzah. Matzah is unleavened bread, and it was originally called the Feast of Unleavened Bread, and then they changed it to Passover.
Yeah. Yeah, you see, I was never taught the Bible or anything from a youth or anything like that, right? It was never pushed on me. I went to Sunday school, but that was more to play with toys.
Yeah, I went to like a catechism Catholic church. I don't remember a single day or a single
Yeah.
thing they ever said.
Well, I kind of remember getting in trouble sometimes because I was told to listen, and I said one day, I said, I forget what age, maybe 4. I said, well, this story is just like a Dr. Seuss story, silly. And I said, and no, they got pretty mad, told me to shush, and I couldn't talk to other kids because I might influence them. But we were asked if we wanted to stay. My mother and dad said, well, we've exposed you to Sunday school and Christianity. Would you like to continue going? And me and my brother give that funny look at each other and shook our head and went, oh, way. So that was my enlightenment to religion. And since then, it's never been really a factor. I suppose other people believed in it. Why not?
Yeah, I'm glad I didn't grow up in an era where, in order to get along in the town and society, I
Yeah,
would
you got to
have to
join the
pretend.
church.
Well, not even join, but just pretend that I believed it all, because
Yeah.
that's what I would do. I wouldn't believe it, but I'd be smart enough to know I have to pretend to believe it, or my life's going to be really difficult.
Well, there is one aspect to it that there is a lot of like camaraderie, where you could meet your future wife, and this guy's got a business and he'll hire you, and then this guy will, when you open your business, say as a roofer, you'll be able to do all the roofing for the different Christian people, and they'll use you. So there is like an
And plus, just
twining of people.
the Sunday, the Sunday bake sale, or just getting
Yeah,
together to go to church with people is fun.
exactly. So it has that about it. I mean, I worked with a lot of Christian type people, and they never really pushed it on me or nothing like that. I never found it a threat or any kind of. I mean, if they did, I'd sit there and debate with a smirk, and then they'd stop trying. But it was never a threat.
Yeah, I think the Bible sort of commands you to talk to people about it. It doesn't command them to talk to them about it, a whole bunch of times after they've said you're not interested.
Well, and
Let me
also,
go. Let me go. Let my dog out turn a bark. I'm here. Hey.
should make some food. I heard a bit of your exchanges with LaSurge or Raul Nolan or whatever his name is. Who's that? Denise that was on there? No, you're not that. Yeah, I'd be interested to see how Hank's doing with his car.
I'm back.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see how Hank's doing with his car.
Yeah, me too.
Poor guy, he's got
Yeah,
a 2.7 in that car. It has a bad history, but they did fix some of the problems.
welcome back, Luis.
Luis?
You're muted. You got to unmute yourself. I can't hear you.
Well, he knew
Hello?
how to work it before there.
There
Hello?
you go.
So I got visited last Sunday by two young Mormon girls.
Nice.
I was on my way out. They came in. I don't know what happened. My mom spoke to them. She said they were nice girls.
Did they
I
give
said,
you?
yeah, but I didn't know that the Mormons walked around and knocked on people's door like Jehovah Witnesses did.
Oh yeah, that's part of their. Once they sort of graduate from high school, they're sort of required to go around and do that. They go all over the world, dude, not just America.
That's true. They go to Spain.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Well, the Bible says you're supposed to do that, which is why they do it.
I think that's
Oh,
where
yeah.
Mitt Romney went when he was going to get conscripted to Spain to serve for the Mormons. But if you look at a lot of people,
By the
there's a
way,
lot of
hi, Ashley.
deferments. Who?
Shout
Ashley?
outs to Ashley from San Diego.
You mean Queen Ashley?
I mean the graceful Queen Ashley from 619 area code.
Yeah, nobody's ever heard her.
It's a
Yeah,
dude.
that's why.
It's a dude,
I know.
Yeah, I was told that yesterday that it's a dude.
That's
Yeah.
why I said it. That's why I said nobody's ever heard her.
And yeah, dude, it's a bummer if it's a dude.
Must be a weird dude though to talk like that, eh? God. I mean, to
Well,
go
I don't
on
know
with
where
it.
he
If
gets
it's a
that.
joke, to go on that long with it, no,
Right?
that's a sickness. That's a warpedness. But it's a lot on here.
Morning, by the way, Armando. I see you in text, so howdy ho.
What is that avatar he's got anyway?
Are there two oxygen atoms in water? I mean, water's H2O. Doesn't that mean it's one hydrogen, two?
No, hydrogen by two. Oxygen 1.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Hydrogen being the smaller of the two atoms.
It's H2. Oh, not HO2.
Yeah, H2. H squared. But, yeah. A wonderful little molecule.
Very helpful.
But they still can't get deuterium atoms to go faster or the speed of light. So, Lewis, you're thinking about joining a new religion, are you?
Religious studies.
Ah. Is that a course you're taking, or
And then we could talk about history another time.
who?
We could talk about history another time.
Oh, history.
Yeah.
History back.
I'm gonna have to let you guys go. At 6 o'clock I have to be at a meeting. So you guys continue what you're doing.
Oh, you have a good meeting.
Adios. You too. Yeah.
So, Richard, how did the conversation end up with you and Lyserge?
Oh, he ejected me after about 10 minutes.
Oh, did he?
He ejected me twice today. And then
I tried listening.
When somebody said you ejected Richard, now everybody's going to be hidden from broadcast. The first thing out of his mouth is, "Well, that's Armando's fault." I'm like, the guy boots me twice in one day. And when somebody questioned him, Grizz questioned him about it. He says, "Well, it's Armando's fault. You know, Armando did this and that." And I was like, what the fuck is wrong with that guy?
Well, that's just, I mean, he's been on here long enough to know exactly what he is, right? I mean, I find it monotonous. It's just like, here we go.
Yeah, and in fact,
my dad, when he was young, you know, he was a scientist.
I just got to that point today where now I'm in the same camp. I find it monotonous now. I really wasn't like that until today. But yeah.
You know, it's just like, oh, God. And so repetitive, too. I mean, the only time I converse with him, he starts telling me about, you know, the withdrawal of Korea. He says that the Russians drew up new borders along the eastern Ukraine, and I went, "No, Lyserge." I said the rebels have de facto ones where they have some blockades on roads, and they've de facto taken over an area, but there's no permanent border. And he starts telling me to read where he reads. You know, I don't have time for that, so I mean, the man doesn't even know about Kadyrov and South Ossetia or Ingushetia or any other type of Russian, Georgian problems, and he's trying to dictate. Yeah.
You know, I kind of noticed he was Googling today, and he sort of let it slip out without realizing it, and then he Googled some other things I said to verify that I knew what I was talking about. And what I think he does is I think he Googles some stuff and then comes in the room and tries to talk about it, you know, as though it's just some random subject that came up and he just happens to know everything about it, kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, that could be it too. But I know another thing that he does when he gets his information is he kind of attracts to the same ideology or the same thought patterns he has. So he'll read that and state it as fact, as opposed to all the different statements and sections that are on the same subject. And, you know, state, what's the fun part? It's like, no, it isn't. Look at this, you know, and then you have to argue about the source, and then it gets off into another tangent. And, you know, it just,
Yeah, that's the thing.
it's tough.
So everything is just so ridiculous. There was like a break in the conversation, and I said, "Oh, and on a side note, you know, I haven't become addicted to my cell phone." And he chimed, "Well, see what you do. You know, we're having a conversation about blah blah blah, and you and I'm like, what the fuck, dude? The only reason
Well,
I mentioned
Lindsay,
it, nobody was talking."
Lindsay had it in a nutshell. She said, you know, every time you feel that you're being challenged on your knowledge and intellect, you automatically divert the topic to something else. And that I forget exactly how she put it, but she hit it nail right on the head.
Well, that's why he booted me, is because I said that I thought that people who gas men, women, and children, you know, it's pointless, or I forget exactly what it was. He said, "Well, what evidence do you have for that?" Because I was asking, he thinks that the Mossad is responsible for the gas attack in Syria. And I asked him what evidence. But anyway, when I said that I think that it's pointless to gas men, women, and children, he got confused and wanted evidence for my opinion. I just think it's pointless and bad to gas men, women, and children for no reason. And then he realized that he'd sort of made a mistake, and so he ejected me immediately, and that was the end of that. So, I understand what you're saying about when you challenge, you know, the fact that he's wrong about something, he immediately, you know, doesn't want to discuss it anymore. Just refuses to. That's part of trolling, I think. You know, sort of adds to the troll who knows that you're wrong, you got caught, then you can troll people by not admitting it. So get along with that. For him, it's all about trying to be as annoying as possible and playing the victim at the same time. That's what Yeah, so Lord sort of enlightened me about this Jehovah's Witness thing. I thought it was kind of a troll or something at first, but the story is quite true. Just wonder, kind of like him, I guess, I wonder if it extends worldwide like the Catholic Church. That's kind of the obvious question. I don't know if they have like a world. Well, I guess they do. They get that watchtower thing, and they probably have some sort of worldwide structure, you know, priests and popes, or whatever they call them.
All I can remember them, they used to come up and they used to have a big, huge meeting in Vancouver at the Empire Stadium, and they'd come up in their airstreams. There'd be about 5 million of them. And they did that every year for a certain amount of time, and then it died. They didn't do it anymore. Like in the mid-70s, probably 74 or 5, that would be about the last time they did it. But they do it every year before that, I remember. Because, you know, there'd be traffic jams everywhere. Airstreams, and they'd all be gathered in the Empire Stadium.
Maybe they just chose. Maybe they chose another location or something to still do it.
Could. I don't know. I mean, you know, they had a lot of airstreams there, so that has been a part of that club. Maybe a lot of them were JWs. I don't know, but no, I can remember. And then I remember it just stopped. But like you say, they could have got another location. But I know that the Airstream crowd stopped too. They used to be on the highway when I was first driving, you know, as a kid up to 17, 18. And you'd be driving the highway and there'd be 500 Airstreams you had to pass. And then after you passed the 500 Airstreams, you had to get gas and you watched them all go by again. But they stopped too.
Yeah, that Airstream was kind of a cult of its own. People loved them things. I thought they were small and crappy, and I didn't think much of them at all. But other people thought they were the greatest thing ever.
Well, they originated in the 50s, and they were quite something inside for the 50s. They were quite
Right.
um, optional. I mean, they had everything as compared to other types of RVs or trailers. And they were very durable, and they lasted a long time, and you could get big money for them even if they were old, if you maintained them. And like you said, they used to have little crowds. They'd get together like 100 of them and go on outings all over the country, Canada, the U.S., everywhere. But now I don't see that anymore. I haven't seen that since the mid '70s. Really, the crowds I used to see on the road, and you would see them every summer.
Yeah.
Huge amount. Like I said, you'd pass the group, and then you'd have to go for gas and watch the group go by, and it'd take you an hour to pass them. So you just gave up because they'd all be doing 50 miles an hour or something. I'd be like, what? 50 of them. And they're all doing 50. But then they died.
Yeah, the Jehovah's Witnesses got some more recruits when they started telling people the world was going to end in 1975.
They did. They got a lot of shit for that too. And I think they changed their policy because they've done it more than once. They claimed the end of the world, I think, 2 other times. They changed the policy so that they would never do it again. They basically said, we're never going to say the world is coming to an end ever
Oh, I'm
again.
sure they did. They did it in the 80s, and they said that the end of the world was going to happen before the year 2000, before the 21st century or something, 20th century ends or something.
They're historic for bad predictions. That's
Right now, they're getting in trouble because of that 1914 false prediction thing. They're telling everybody the kingdom has been here since 1914, and well, they said that how Jesus, somebody said this generation will by no means pass away until all these things occur.
uh-huh.
Well, all that generation is dead,
Right.
the 1914 generation, and they say it's an overlapping generation. That Jesus was talking about an overlapping generation. So that could go on for many, many generations.
Well, every time the Bible's proven wrong, they have to come up with some excuse as to how it's really not wrong. Not just them, Christianity in general.
I don't know if you know my beliefs.
I do. I remember you're maltheist.
Yeah, but I believe Christians are extinct like the dinosaurs.
I see.
All these Christians that say they're Christian, they're not. They just think they are. That race is gone. It was destroyed in the first century. They didn't last.
Huh. Okay.
What's left is these Trinitarian Jezebel wolves in the church.
Uh-huh.
All these filthy whores, Babylonians.
Right. Sure. But is it possible for someone to even become a Christian anymore in today's world?
I don't think so. I think only a male and a female will survive the end of the world.
Huh.
We're in hell. This is the hell-like condition. Satan is ruling. Can't save
Right.
any flesh out of this place.
So what's the difference if God is evil? What's the difference between God and Satan? If you believe this another evil thing
Well,
that
Satan
God
just
made?
wanted to free mankind and give them. He believes in freedom. He believes in people should have the knowledge of God. He just wanted to free mankind,
Right.
and he gets blamed for everything. But he has become a brand for evil. They say, "Oh, it's Satan did it." He has nothing to do with it. You know, you could say, hey, evil, that was evil, but they say Satan, the person of Satan, does every evil, which is not true. He's become a brand.
Right.
Judge Scalia said that Satan's very tricky. He takes forms of many,
Maybe you're right. Maybe he has misled me, but I think he has a
and he
good
chases
side.
pigs off mountains. But then Judge Scalia also said he chases pigs off cliffs. So
Jesus
pretty good.
throws swine off a cliff.
Ooh, swine off a cliff. Oh,
Yeah, yeah. He told them to shut up. He doesn't like freedom of speech. He told the demons to shut up and enter the swine and throw themselves off the cliff.
oh, is that what Scalia was referring to?
No, I'm not sure. Maybe she
No,
was
neither
joking
was
around
I.
with something else.
No, I think he was stating what he believed. It sounded confusing to me, so I didn't listen.
People of the world is not ready. I know you guys are not. You guys don't believe in the Bible and stuff, but um,
Well, I just
people
believe
that
in facts. You know, things
yeah,
have to
people
be
that don't
proven
believe in the
true.
Bible, atheists.
Yeah. Well, you like
Uh,
that's a label again, but you know, I believe in facts. If it's proven, I'll believe
yeah,
it.
well, in my experience
I
with
have to see.
atheists,
I
they
have to
can't even tell
see.
us the truth. They can't tell the truth about the
I
Bible.
can't believe a story told to me by another man. It's just the way it is.
I
You know, I
understand it's
mean,
just a story, but why can't people tell the story correctly?
well, again, you know, that's the question. Is that person able to tell a story that he's only heard from somebody else who maybe didn't decipher to him correctly? Or is there a story that wasn't correct at the beginning?
Yeah, the
That
book club
remains
of
the
the
question.
Bible. There's so many different people that change the story of the book.
Yeah, for their own gain. Some people cloak a noble cause for power and control. Therefore, they
I
decide.
wouldn't, really blame atheists because they're not biblical experts. I mean, basically their spiel is come show me it's true and I'll believe it. But you don't need to. It's kind of like saying that if I don't know anything about physics and I'm not interested, if somebody, wants to show me something about physics, fine, and teach me, I'll believe it. But atheists are generally just not interested and they don't care. And they'll say, look, if you can demonstrate with facts and evidence that it's true, I'll be happy to believe it. But until then, I don't care. So why would they be biblical experts?
Atheist is just a convenient label to lump a crowd that isn't the same. They're against us, our enemy, atheists. I find the term redundant.
Well, I had some argument with Lyserg about whether Einstein was a secular humanist or a humanist. And I did a little research today, and that term, secular humanist, has been done away with by the, International Humanist Council or whatever the fuck it's called, because it was divisive. It was the right wing Christian types like, oh, you're secularists that don't believe in God. So they just got rid of the whole label and just go with humanist
Again, it's just a tribalist label to our enemies. They're against us.
now. Right.
So it's convenient as a label for the enemy of the believers. Just always a military term. Again, a cloak for power and control. Cloak it
Yeah,
in a
I had
noble
no idea
cause.
there even was like the internationalist, humanist society with directors and rule makers and people that decide all that. And turns out Einstein was an advisor to a humanist society in New York City.
I mean, I don't know. What would you call yourself? If somebody asked me, I guess I'd say an individualist.
Yeah, I guess, I would say,
Independent,
that I
maybe?
don't,
Both.
I say I'm bits and pieces of this and that. I don't really fall into any one.
Well, that's it. I mean, I don't fall into the liberal. I have socialist beliefs to a point in some ways in economics, but not others. And as far as, you know, world affairs go, could be a little on the right if you want to label it. But I would just call that reality. Realizing that humans aren't all nice. They all don't want to kiss and hug.
The people that say I'm this or I'm that, they sort of want to belong to a group.
Exactly.
You know,
they want to be
it's
able
not
to
so
label.
much that the group wants them to belong to it. It's those people want to say, aha, this is who I am, and look at all of us. You know, look at a lot of people are like me, and that's what I am. It's not, you know, the liberals aren't after individuals. The individuals want to attach themselves to the other, you know, people in the group. The way I see it, I don't see any group, whether it's you know, Christians or whatever, you know, begging so much for the individuals to belong as much as the individuals want to claim the group as look at all these people that think the way I do. You know, there's more of us than you, so we must be right, kind of thing. Hello, Dr.
Yeah, I don't bother fighting the wars that are undeclared. I guess I just don't expose myself to it. So it never becomes a factor. Yes, Douglas, what do you have to say?
Can't hear you.
Well, he's all lightened up.
Why am I getting so cynical? I just, when I see this guy's picture and his icon, the first thing in my mind is this guy's a troll and he has nothing to do with this picture. You know, I'm getting kind of cynical in this room for some reason. I don't know why.
Yeah, they don't know how to make an entrance. Oh,
And see, just as soon as I said that, he disappears. You know, he's like trying to, probably scratching his head, saying, "Oh, why was my troll so obvious before I even said anything?"
But think of it, Richard. Me and you might not be the funnest guys for the trolls to troll, right?
Right, that could be too. Yeah, we really don't give a shit.
Well,
you're not
yeah,
gonna make us mad, you know.
Well, no, and it's going to be all sarcastic and subtle insults to them, and then it's no fun for them, right?
Right, exactly. Yeah, like the guy that come in yelling nigger. I'm like, we don't care. Yell nigger all day.
Well, exactly.
Ban you or boot you or whatever. So he left. You know, yell nigger somewhere else. I guess.
Well, it's more fun to have a reactive person that, you know, they want to react a certain way. So all they're going to do is get like ho-hum insults and say, yeah, look at this ridiculous fool. Yeah, come on. Get rid of all your inner psychotic release, and it's no fun anymore.
Oh, I don't have any interest in debating right now, Iceman. It's too early in the morning, and I haven't had a cigarette for a while, and I have to wait maybe an hour and 15 minutes before the little store opens up. And I'm trying to hold out, so don't send Ronan in here. I'll jump in my car and drive up to 7-Eleven and get a small pack. I only want one. I've really been trying to quit the last few days, and I've just refused to buy any more packs.
Yeah, it's that time factor. When you want to do something with your hands, even.
Yeah, I get to the point where I'm just popping them in my mouth, almost one right after the next. It's like these Thai cigarettes are really much stronger than even a Marlboro, but it's like it built up somehow to the point where, you know, having one just isn't satisfying anymore. It's like I don't want to be a chain smoker, and so I decided I need to quit because I just can't. I can't go on bouncing between 2 packs and a pack and a half a day. That's just ridiculous. I'm way too old for that.
I know a friend of mine he was drinking energy drinks after that, but not ones that were gross tasting. It was Rockstar Fruity or something. Tasted like, and seemed to work. But then I thought, well, now you're just kind of putting all that caffeine and whatever ingredient in there as an alternative. So you're drinking 3 cans of those as opposed to smoking half a pack of cigarettes. So I don't know. I guess it was an exchange system. But I guess you got to occupy yourself somehow. I know when I smoked, for some reason, it was more of an occupation thing.
Yeah,
More than
for
a,
me,
a
like you
lust for the
said,
smoke. You know, more than a lust for the smoke and nicotine breathe. More of something to do with my hands and keep up. Okay, what am I doing now?
and it's habitual. It's like even after you quit smoking for a long time, when you get that cup of coffee, and the first thing comes to your mind when you sit down is, okay, now it's time to light the cigarette. You're just so used to it.
Yeah. I always like to have a
After
cigarette
a
when you're driving.
meal, I mean, go ahead.
Or like driving on the highway where you're not doing much, just having a smoke or whatever.
Yeah, the same thing for me. I mean, just sitting at my desk in this chat room is the same as doing nothing for the most part. So I smoke a lot when I'm talking to you.
Well, that's it. I mean, I go out for my toots. Have a little, walk around and whatnot like that. No more tobacco.
Yeah, I'm gonna wean myself off. Hopefully today I can have less than 8 cigarettes. I'd be going from probably a pack and a half to 8 overnight. That'd be good enough for me. Even if I smoke 10, I'll be happy and I can cut down from there. But I definitely am not buying them by the pack anymore. I just can't. I smoke them way too fast now. It's ridiculous. I don't know how that all happened, but
Well,
of course,
do you
just
hack?
a few weeks.
Did you ever hack big time in the morning? You ever like hack big time in the morning and?
No, I actually quit. I just started again recently, like a couple months ago, and I need to quit again before I get to that point. You know what I mean? I'm surprised that
Or
my
get the
lungs
rumble in the
aren't
chest.
worse than they are.
Or you get that rumbling in the chest, where you can't quite clear
Right.
it.
Yeah, I'm trying to avoid getting that back again. I lost all that when I quit, and I don't want it coming back.
Yeah.
So that's just nasty. Yeah, and it's getting there. So yeah, this is it, man. I'm really by now the last few days I would have jumped my car and gone to 7-Eleven, no big deal, but I'm just not doing it today. No more. No more.
Well, it seems like after you're 50 or whatever like that, things take a toll. I mean, if you're a boozer, like mid 40s, if you're a heavy boozer, you can start seeing, but mid 50s, they're pretty well dead. If you're like a heavy boozer. I'm 60 years old, heavy boozer every day. And he ain't looking
I don't
too
know
good.
how my dad made it to as old as he is. I mean, he actually played tennis and golf and tried to exercise, but he's 85 and he is a boozer. He really drinks a lot.
Yeah,
I guess the other thing is he starts at 5 p.m. and most boozers would booze, during the day sometimes. So
they
limited.
They wake up a lot. They'll have a drink before they have food.
Right. Yeah, I guess that's the kind that dies early, not so much like my dad.
Yeah, I suppose that, person's physical, what they're gifted with, and how much they drink, and what they drink. Do they ever take a break? Do they exercise? Do they eat well? There's probably 100 million factors. And it changes through individuals. This guy, he might have no liver yet left. The guy next to him, well, he's still got 3/4. Somehow he had a better resistance to it, or didn't drink the same, or maybe.
Sure. Yeah, I think my dad and his wife both have mild alcohol dementia. I can see the changes in their personality over the course of the last 20 years. And so I happened to Google it and read about it and see what it was, and they pretty much fit the whole diagnosis of it.
I remember we had some alkies that were pretty picklers, on the railroad there, conductors and that sitting in the caboose. And even after they gave it up, because they'd have to, there was no tolerance after about 1977 or 8. And, they'd quit, but they'd still talk like their heads were pickled, still speak like they were slurring and were under the influence. And they weren't, but they still, I don't know. They spoke clear to that because I talked to other people that were around when they were younger. And it's like they pickled themselves so bad that their speech was impaired after the fact that they gave it up. And it was more than one person, like 2 or 3. It was like, yeah, you still talk like you're half pissed. Maybe they were and they fooled me. No, I doubt it. I mean, there was some people that could hold their alcohol. I know that. My uncle, for one, drink like a quart of gin. You couldn't tell. But he died young, 56. So.
Yeah, I mean, man, I couldn't have, like, I could have one shot. People that know me would probably be able to tell. I mean, geez, a whole quart of gin and they're just sort of normal. That's wild. Oh my God.
Yeah, I had to grab my spaghetti. Pretty good.
revelation of Jesus Christ, which God gave him to show his servants, things which must shortly take place. And he sent and signified it by his angel to his servant John, who bore witness to the word of God and to the testimony of Jesus Christ, to all things that he saw. Blessed is he who reads and those who hear the words of this prophecy and keep those things which are written in it, for the time is near. John, to the 7 churches which are in Asia, grace to you and peace from him who is and who was and who is to come, and from the 7 spirits who are before his throne, and from Jesus Christ, the faithful witness, the firstborn from the dead, and the ruler over the kings of the earth. To him who loved us and washed us from our sins in his own blood, and has made us kings and priests to his God and Father. To him be glory and dominion forever and ever. Amen. Behold, he is coming with clouds, and every eye will see him, even they who pierced him, and all the tribes of the earth will mourn because of him. Even so, amen. I am the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end, says the Lord Jehovah, who is and who was and who is to come, the Almighty. I, John, both your brother and companion in the tribulation and kingdom and patience of Jesus Christ, was on the island that is called Patmos for the word of God and for the testimony of Jesus Christ. I was in the Spirit on the Lord's day, and I heard behind me a loud voice as of a trumpet, saying, I am the Alpha and the Omega, the first and the last. And what you see, write in a book, and send it to the 7 churches which are in Asia, Ephesus, to Smyrna, to Pergamos, to Thyatira, to Sardis, to Philadelphia, and to Laodicea. Then I turned to see the voice that spoke with me, and having turned, I saw 7 golden lampstands. And in the midst of the 7 lampstands, one like the Son of Man, clothed with a garment down to the feet, and girded about the chest with a golden band. His head and hair were white like wool, as white as snow, and his eyes like a flame of fire. His feet were like fine brass, and if refined in a furnace, and his voice as the sound of many waters. He had in his right and 7 stars. Out of his mouth went a sharp 2-edged sword, and his countenance was like the sun shining in its strength. And when I saw him, I fell at his feet as dead. But he laid his right hand on me, saying to me, Do not be afraid. I am the first and the last. I am he who lives and was dead, and behold, I am alive forevermore. Amen. And I have the keys of Hades and of death. Write the things which you have seen, and the things which are, and the things which will take place after this. The mystery of the 7 stars which you saw in my right hand, and the 7 golden lampstands. The 7 stars are the angels of the 7 churches, and the 7 lampstands which you saw are the 7 churches. To the angel of the church of Ephesus, write, These things says he who holds the 7 stars in his right hand, who walks in the midst of the 7 golden lampstands. I know your works, your labor, your patience, and that you cannot bear those who are evil. And you have tested those who say they are apostles and are not, and have found them liars. And you have persevered, and have patience, and have labored for my name's sake, and have not become weary. Nevertheless, I have this against you, motherfuckers, that you have left your first love. Remember, therefore, from where you motherfuckers have fallen, repent and do the first works. Or else I will come to you quickly and remove you motherfuckers from your lampstand, unless you repent. But this you have, that you hate the deeds of Nicolaitans, which I also hate. He who has an ear, let him hear what the Spirit says to the churches. To him who overcomes, I will give to eat from the tree of life, which is in the midst of the paradise of Jehovah. And to the angel of the church in Smyrna write, these things says the first and the last, who was dead and came to life. I know your works, tribulation and poverty, but you are rich, and I know the blasphemy of those who say they are Jews and are not, but are a synagogue of Satanas. Do not fear any of those things which you are about to suffer. Indeed, the devil is about to throw some of you into prison, that you may be tested, and you will have tribulation 10 days. Be faithful until death, and I will give you the crown of life. He who has an ear, let him hear what the Spirit says to the churches. He who overcomes shall not be hurt by the second death. And to the angel of the church in Pergamos write, these things says he who has the sharp two-edged sword. I know your works, and where you dwell, where Satan's throne is, and you hold fast to my name, and did not deny my faith in the days in which Antipas was my faithful martyr, who was killed among you, where Satan dwells. But I have a few things against you, motherfuckers, because you have there those who hold the doctrine of Balaam, who taught Balak to put a stumbling block before the children of Israel, to eat things sacrificed to idols, and to commit sexual immorality. Thus you also have those who hold the doctrine of the Nicolaitans, which thing I hate. Repent, or else I will come to you quickly, and will fight against them with the sword of my mouth. He who has an ear, let him hear what the Spirit says to the churches. To him who overcomes, I will give some of the hidden manna to eat, and I will give him a white stone, and on the stone a new name written which no one knows except him who receives it. And to the angel of the church in Thyatira write, these things says the Son of God, who has eyes like a flame of fire, and his feet like the brass, like fine brass. I know your works, love, service, faith, and your patience. And as for your works, the last are more than the first. Nevertheless, I have a few things against you, motherfuckers, because you allow that woman Jezebel, who calls herself a prophetess, to teach and seduce my servants to commit sexual immorality and eat things sacrificed to idols. And I gave her time to repent of her sexual immorality, and she did not repent. Indeed, I will cast her into a sick bed, and those who commit adultery with her into great tribulation, unless those motherfuckers repent of their deeds. And I will kill her children with death, and all the churches shall know that I am he who searches the minds and hearts. And I will give to each one of you according to your works. Now to you I say, and to the rest in Thyatira, as many as do not have this doctrine, who have not known the depths of Satan, as they say, I will put on you no other burden, but hold fast what you have till I come. And he who overcomes and keeps my works until the end, to him I will give power over the nations. He shall rule them with a rod of iron. They shall be dashed to pieces like the potter's vessels. As I also have received from my Father, and I will give him the morning star. He who has an ear, let him hear what the Spirit says to the churches. And to the angel of the church in Sardis write, these things says he who has the seven spirits of God and the seven stars. I know your works, that you have a name, that you are alive, but you are dead. Be watchful, motherfuckers, and straighten the things which remain, that are ready to die. For I have not found your works perfect before God. Remember therefore how you have received and heard. Hold fast and repent. Therefore, if you will not watch, I will come upon you as a thief, and you will not know what hour I will come upon you. You have a few names even in Sardis who have not defiled their garments, and they shall walk with me in white, for they are worthy. He who overcomes shall be clothed in white garments, and I will not blot out his name from the book of life, but I will confess his name before my Father and before his angels. He who has an ear, let him hear what the Spirit says to the churches. And to the angel of the church in Philadelphia, right? These things says he who is holy, he who is true, he who has the key of David, he who opens and no one shuts, and shuts and no one opens. I know your works. See, I have set before you an open door, and no one can shut it, for you have a little strength, have kept my word, and have not denied my name. Indeed, I will make those of the synagogue of Satan who say they are Jews and are not, but lie. Indeed, I will make them come and worship before your feet, and to know that I have loved you because you have kept my command to persevere. I also will keep you from the hour of trial which shall come upon the whole world to test those who dwell on the earth. Behold, I am coming quickly. Hold fast what you have, that no one may come to your crown, that no one may take your crown. He who overcomes, I will make him a pillar in the temple of my God, and he shall go out no more. I will write on him the name of my God, and the name of the city of my God, the New Jerusalem, which comes down out of heaven from my God, and I will write on him my new name. He who has an ear, let him hear what the Spirit says to the churches. And to the angel of the church of Laodiceans, write, these things says the Amen, the faithful and true witness, the beginning of the creation of God. I know your works, that you are neither cold nor hot. I could wish you were cold or hot. So then, because you motherfuckers are lukewarm, and neither cold nor hot, I will vomit you out of my mouth. Because you say I am rich, have become wealthy, and have need of nothing, and do not know that you are wretched, miserable, poor, blind, and naked. I counsel you to buy from me gold refined in the fire, that you may be rich, and white garments, that you may be clothed, that the shame of your nakedness may not be revealed, and anoint your eyes with eye salve, that you may see. As many as I love, I rebuke and chasten. Therefore be zealous and repent. Behold, I stand at the door and knock. If anyone hears my voice and opens the door, I will come into him and dine with him, and he with me. To him who overcomes, I will grant to sit with me on my throne, as I also overcame and sat down with my Father on his throne. He who has an ear, let him hear what the Spirit says to the churches. After these things I looked, and behold, a door standing open in heaven. And the first voice which I heard was like a trumpet speaking with me, saying, come up here, and I will show you things which must take place after this. Immediately I was in the Spirit, and behold, a throne set in heaven, and one sat on the throne, and he who sat there was like a jasper and a sardius stone in appearance, and there was a rainbow around the throne, in appearance like an emerald. Around the throne were 24 thrones, and on the thrones I saw 24 elders sitting there like douchebags, clothed in white robes, and they laid crowns of gold on their heads. And from the throne proceeded lightnings, thunderings, and voices. 7 lamps of fire were burning before the throne, which are the 7 spirits of God. Before the throne there was a sea of glass like crystal, and in the midst of the throne and around the throne were four living creatures full of eyes in front and in back. The first living creature was like a lion, the second living creature like a calf, the third living creature had a face like a man, and the fourth living creature was like a flying eagle. The four living creatures, which each having 6 wings, were full of eyes around and within, and they do not rest day or night, saying, Holy, holy, holy is the motherfucker Jehovah, the God Almighty, who was and is to come and kill the whole fucking world. Whenever the living creatures give glory and honor and thanks to him who sits on the throne, who lives forever and ever, the 24 elders fall down before him who sits on the throne and worship him who lives forever and ever, and cast their crowns before the throne, saying, You are worthy, O Jehovah, to receive glory and honor and power, for you created all things, and by your will they exist and were created. And I saw in the right hand of him who sat on the throne a scroll written inside and on the back, sealed with 7 seals. Then I saw a strong angel proclaiming with a loud voice, Who is worthy to open the scroll and loose its seals? And no one in heaven or on earth or under the earth was able to open the scroll or to look at it. So I wept much, because no one was found worthy to open and read the scroll or to look at it. But one of the elders said to me, Do not weep. Behold, the Lion of the tribe of Judah, the root of David, has prevailed to open the scroll and to loose its 7 seals. And I looked, and behold, in the midst of the throne and of the four living creatures, and in the midst of the elders stood a lamb, as though it had been slain, having 7 horns and 7 eyes, which are the 7 spirits of God, and out of into all the earth. Spirits of God sent out into all the earth. Weird. Then he came and took the scroll out of the right hand of him who sat on the throne. Now when he had taken the scroll, the four living creatures and the 24 elders fell down before the Lamb, each having a harp and golden bowls full of incense, which are the prayers of the saints, and they sang a new song, saying, You are worthy to take the scroll and to open its seals, for you were slain and have redeemed us to God by your blood out of every tribe and tongue and people and nation, and have made us kings and priests to our God, and we shall reign the motherfucker earth. Then I looked, and I heard the voice of many angels around the throne, the living creatures and the elders, and the number of them was 10,000 times 10,000, and thousands of thousands, saying with a loud voice, Worthy is that motherfucker Lamb who was slain to receive power and riches and wisdom and strength and honor and glory and blessing. And every creature which is in heaven and on earth and under the earth, and such as are in the sea and all that are in them, I heard saying, Blessing and honor and glory, power to him who sits on the throne, and to the Lamb forever and ever. Then the four living creatures said, Amen. And the 24 motherfucking elders fell down and worshipped the motherfucker who lives forever and ever. Now I saw when the Lamb opened one of the seals, and I heard one of the four living creatures saying with a loud voice, with a voice like thunder, Come and see. And I looked, and behold, a white horse. He who sat on it had a bow, and a crown was given to him, and he went out conquering and to conquer. When he opened the second seal, I heard the second living creature saying, Come and see. Another horse, fiery red, went out, and it was granted to the one who sat on it to take peace from the earth, and that people should kill one another. And there was given to him a great sword. Weird. When he opened the third seal, I heard the third living creature say, Come and see. So I looked, and behold, a black horse, and he who sat on it had a pair of scales in his hand. And I heard a voice in the midst of the four living creatures saying, A quart of wheat for a denarius, and 3 quarts of barley for a denarius, and do not harm the olive oil. Sorry, and do not harm the oil and the wine. When he opened the fourth seal, I heard the voice of the fourth living creature saying, "Come and see." So I looked, and behold, a pale horse, and the name of him who sat on it was Death, and Hades followed with him. And power was given to them over a fourth of the earth, to kill with sword, with hunger, with death, and by the beasts of the earth. When he opened the fifth seal, I saw under the altar the souls of those who had been slain for the word of God and for the testimony which they held. And they cried with a loud voice, saying, "How long, O Lord, holy and true, until you judge and avenge our blood on those who dwell on the earth?" Then a white robe was given to each of them, and it was said to them that they should rest a little while longer, until both the number of their fellow servants and their brethren who would be killed as they were was completed. I looked when he opened the sixth seal, and behold, there was a great earthquake, and the sun became black as sackcloth of hair, and the moon became like blood, and the stars of heaven fell to the earth, as a fig tree drops its late figs when it is shaken by a mighty wind. Then the sky receded as a scroll when it is rolled up, and every mountain and island was moved out of its place. And the kings of the earth, the great men, the rich men, the commanders, the mighty men, every slave and every free man, hid themselves in the caves and in the rocks of the mountains, and said to the mountains and the rocks, "Fall on us, and hide us from the face of him who sits on the throne, and from the wrath of the Lamb. For the great day of his wrath has come, and who is able to stand?" After these things I saw four living whoops. After these things I saw 4 angels standing at the 4 corners of the earth, holding the 4 winds of the earth, that the wind should not blow on the earth, on the sea, or on any tree. Then I saw another angel ascending from the east, having the seal of the living God. And he cried with a loud voice to the 4 angels to whom it was granted to harm the earth and the sea, saying, "Do not harm the earth, the sea, and the trees, till we have sealed the servants of our God on their foreheads." And I heard the number of those who were sealed, 144,000. Of all the tribes of the children of Israel were sealed. Of the tribe of Judah, 12,000 were sealed. Of the tribe of Reuben, 12,000 were sealed. Of the tribe of Gad, 12,000 were sealed. Of the tribe of Asher, 12,000 were sealed. Of the tribe of Naphtali, 12,000 were sealed. Of the tribe of Manasseh, 12,000 were sealed. Of the tribe of Simeon, 12,000 were sealed. Of the tribe of Levi, 12,000 were sealed. Of the tribe of Issachar, 12,000 were sealed. Of the tribe of Zebulun, 12,000 child molesters were sealed. Of the tribe of Joseph, 12,000 child rapists were sealed. Of the tribe of Benjamin, 12,000 baby killers were sealed. After these things I looked, and behold, a great multitude which no one could number, of all the nations, tribes, peoples, and tongues, standing before the throne and before the Lamb, clothed with white robes, and palm branches in their hands, and crying out with a loud voice, saying, "Salvation belongs to our God, who sits on the throne, and to the Lamb." All the angels stood around the throne, and the elders and the 4 living creatures, and fell on their faces before the throne, and worshipped God, saying, "Amen, blessing and glory and wisdom, thanksgiving and honor and power and might be to our God forever and ever, for he's a baby killer. Amen." Then one of the elders answered, saying to me, "Who are these motherfuckers arrayed in white robes, and where do they come from?" And I said to him, "Sir, you know." So he said to me, "These are the ones who come out of the great tribulation, and wash their robes, and made them white in the blood of the Lamb. Therefore they are before the throne of God, and serve him day and night in his temple. And he who sits on the throne will dwell among them. They shall neither hunger any more, nor thirst any more. The sun shall not strike them, nor any heat. For the Lamb who is in the midst of the throne will shepherd them, and lead them to living fountains of waters. And God will wipe away every tear from their eyes." When he opened the seventh seal, there was silence in heaven for about half an hour. Did I get kicked out? Let me check real quick. I heard some noise. No, still a live mic here. We did live! When he opened the seventh seal, there was silence in heaven for about half an hour. And I saw the seven angels who stand before God, and to them were given seven trumpets. Then another angel, having a golden censer, came and stood at the altar. He was given much incense, that he should offer it with the prayers of all the saints upon the golden altar which was before the throne. And the smoke of the incense with the prayers of the saints ascended before God from the angel's hand. Then the angel took the censer, filled it with fire from the altar, and threw it to the earth. And there were noises, thunderings, lightnings, and earthquakes. So the seven angels who had the seven trumpets prepared themselves to sound. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. I would like to warn any reality blocker, cover your ears. The first angel sounded, and hail and fire followed, mingled with blood, and they were thrown to the earth, and a third of the trees were burned up, and all green grass was burned up. Who cares? Then the second angel sounded, and something like a great mountain burning with fire was thrown into the sea, and a third of the sea became blood, and a third of the living creatures in the sea died, and a third of the ships were destroyed. Then the third angel sounded, and a great star fell from heaven, burning like a torch, and it fell on a third of the rivers and on the springs of water. The name of the star is Wormwood. A third of the waters became wormwood, and many men died from the water because it was made bitter. Then the fourth angel sounded, and a third of the sun was struck, a third of the moon, and a third of the stars. So that's a third of them were darkened. A third of the day did not shine, and likewise the night. And I looked, and I heard an angel flying through the midst of heaven, saying with a loud voice, Woe, woe, woe to the inhabitants of the earth, because of the remaining blast of the trumpet of the three angels who are about to sound. Then the fifth angel sounded, and I saw a star falling from heaven to the earth. To him was given the key to the bottomless pit. And he opened the bottomless pit, and smoke arose out of the pit like the smoke of a great furnace. So the sun and the air were darkened because of the smoke of the pit. And out of the smoke locusts came upon the earth. And to them was given power, as the scorpions of the earth have power. They were commanded not to harm the grass of the earth, or any green thing, or any tree, but only those men who do not have the seal of God on their foreheads. And they were not given authority to kill them, but to torment them for 5 months. Their torment was like the torment of a scorpion when it strikes a man. In those days, men will seek death and will not find it. They will desire to die, and death will flee from them. The shape of the locust was like horses prepared for battle. On their heads were crowns of something like gold, and their faces were like the faces of men. They had hair like women's hair, and their teeth were like lions' teeth. And they had breastplates like breastplates of iron, and the sound of their wings was like the sound of chariots, and many horses running into battle. They had tails like scorpions, and there were stings in their tails. Their power was to hurt men 5 months, and they had as king over them the angel of the bottomless pit, whose name in Hebrew is Abaddon, but in Greek he has the name Apollyon. Sounds like a coward to me, folks. One woe is past. Behold, I still 2 more woes are coming after these things. Then the sixth angel sounded, and I heard a voice from the 4 horns of the golden altar which is before God, saying to the sixth angel who had the trumpet, Release the four angels who are bound at the great river Euphrates. So the four angels who had been prepared for the hour and day and month and year were released to kill a third of mankind. Now the number of the army of the horsemen was 200 million. I heard the number of them, and thus I saw the horses in the vision. Those who sat on them had breastplates of fiery red, hyacinth blue, and sulphur yellow, and the heads of the horses were like the heads of lions. And out of their mouths came fire, smoke, and brimstone. By these three plagues a third of mankind was killed, by the fire and the smoke and the brimstone which came out of their mouths. For their power is in their mouth and in their tails, for their tails are like serpents, having heads, and with them they do harm. But the rest of mankind who were not killed by these plagues did not repent of the works of their hands, that they should not worship demons and idols of gold, silver, brass, stone, and wood, which can neither see nor hear nor walk. And they did not repent of their murders, or their sorceries, or their sexual immorality, or their thefts. Damn. I saw another mighty angel coming down from heaven, clothed with a cloud, and a rainbow was on his head. His face was like the sun, and his feet like pillars of fire. He had a little book open in his hand, and he set his right foot on the sea, and his left foot on the land. And he cried with a loud voice, as when a lion roars. When he cried out, 7 thunders uttered their voices. Now when the 7 thunders uttered their voices, I was about to write, but I heard a voice from heaven saying to me, seal up the things which the 7 thunders uttered, and do not write them. The angel whom I saw standing on the sea and on the land raised up his hand to heaven, and swore by him who lives forever and ever, who created heaven and the things that are in it, the earth and the things that are in it, and the sea and the things that are in it, that there should be delay no longer. But in the days of the sounding of the seventh angel, when he is about to sound, the mystery of God would be finished, as he declared to his servants the prophets. Then the voice which I heard from heaven spoke to me again and said, go, take the little book which is open in the hand of the angel who stands on the sea and on the earth. So I went on to the angel and said to him, give me the little book, motherfucker. And he said to me, take it and eat it, motherfucker. And it will make your stomach bitter, but it will be as sweet as honey in your mouth. Then I took the little book out of the angel's hand and ate it, and it was as sweet as honey in my mouth. But when I had eaten it, my stomach became bitter. And he said to me, you must prophesy again about many peoples, nations, tongues, and kings. Hey, Pac-Man, is that you? Pocky, you fat, man. You fat boy. What you doing over there in the gym, huh, you little chubby boy? Yo, you trying to get the groupies, huh? The Muslim groupies? Then I was given a reed like a measuring rod, and the angel stood, saying, Rise and measure the temple of God, the altar, and those who worship there. But leave out the court which is outside the temple, and do not measure it, for it has been given to the Gentiles, and they will tread the holy city underfoot for 42 months. And I will give power to my 2 witnesses, and they will prophesy 1,260 days, clothed in sackcloth. These are the 2 olive trees and the 2 lampstands standing before the God of the earth. And if anyone wants to harm them, fire proceeds from their mouth and devours their enemies. And if anyone wants to harm them, he must be killed in this manner. These have power to shut heaven so that no rain falls in the days of their prophecy. And they have power over waters to turn them to blood, and to strike the earth with all plagues as often as they desire. When they finish their testimony, the beast that ascends out of the bottomless pit will make war against them, overcome them, and kill them, and their dead bodies will lie in the street of the great city, which spiritually is called Sodom and Egypt, where also our Lord was crucified. Then those from the peoples, tribes, tongues, and nations will see their dead bodies 3.5 days, and not allow their dead bodies to be put into graves. And those who dwell on the earth will rejoice over them, make merry, and send gifts to one another, because these 2 prophets tormented those who dwell on the earth. Now after the 3.5 days, the breath of life from God entered them, and they stood on their feet. And great fear fell on those who saw them, and they heard a loud voice from heaven saying to them, Come up here. And they ascended to heaven in a cloud, and their enemies saw them. In the same hour there was a great earthquake, and 1/10 of the city fell. In the earthquake 7,000 people were killed, and the rest were afraid and gave glory to the God of heaven. The second woe is past. Behold, a third woe is coming quickly. Then the 7th angel sounded, and there were loud voices in heaven saying, The kingdoms of this world have become the kingdoms of our Lord and of his Christ, and he shall reign forever and ever. And the 24 elders who sat before God on their thrones fell on their faces and worshipped God, saying, We give you thanks, O Jehovah the Almighty God, the one who is and who was and who is to come, because you have taken your great power and reigned. The nations were angry, and your wrath has come, and the time of the dead that they should be judged, and that you should reward your servants, the prophets and the saints, and those who fear your name, small and great, and should destroy those who destroy the earth. Then the temple of God was opened in heaven, and the ark of his covenant was seen in his temple. And there were lightnings, noises, thunderings, an earthquake, and great hail. Pop that coochie. Now a great sign appeared in heaven, a woman clothed with the sun, with the moon under her feet, and on her head a garland of 12 stars. Then, being with child, she cried out in labor and pain to give birth. And another sign appeared in heaven. Behold, a great fiery red dragon having 7 heads and 10 horns, and 7 diadems on his heads. His tail drew a third of the stars of heaven and threw them to the earth. And the dragon stood before the woman who was ready to give birth, to devour her child as soon as it was born. She bore a male child who was to rule all nations with a rod of iron. And her child was caught up to God and his throne. Then the woman fled into the wilderness, where she has a place prepared by God, that they should feed her 1,260 days. Weird. This shit is retarded. And war broke out in heaven. Michael and his angels fought with the dragon, and the dragon and his angels fought, but they did not prevail, nor was a place found for them in heaven any longer. So the great dragon was cast out, that serpent of old called the devil and Satan, who deceives the whole world. He was cast to the earth, and his angels were cast out with him. Then I heard a loud voice saying in heaven, Now salvation and strength and the kingdom of our God and the power of his Christ have come. For the accuser of our brethren who accused them before our God day and night has been cast down. And they overcame him by the blood of the Lamb and by the word of their testimony, and they did not love their lives to the death. Therefore rejoice, O heavens, and you who dwell in them. Woe to the inhabitants of the earth and the sea, for the devil has come down to you, having great wrath, because he knows that he has a short time. Now when the dragon saw that he had been cast to the earth, he persecuted the woman who gave birth to the male child. But the woman was given 2 wings of a great eagle, that she might fly into the wilderness to her place, where she is nourished for a time and times and half a time from the presence of the serpent. So the serpent spewed water out of his mouth like a flood after the woman, that he might cause her to be carried away by the flood. But the earth helped the woman, and the earth opened its mouth and swallowed up the flood, which the dragon had spewed out of his mouth. And the dragon was enraged with the woman, and he went to make war with the rest of her offspring, who kept the commandments of God and have the testimony of Jesus Christ. This shit is weird. I didn't know that you had to be like a rocket scientist to know this stuff. It's like you gotta like, how the hell are you able to read people's minds or God's mind? You should make it more simple for people. Why does it all have to be a secret? Goddamn bastard. Then stood on the sand of the sea, and I saw a beast rising out of the sea, having 7 heads and 10 horns, and on his horns 10 crowns, and on his heads a blasphemous name. Now the beast which I saw was like a leopard. His feet were like the feet of a bear, and his mouth like the mouth of a lion. The dragon gave him his power, his throne, and great authority. And I saw one of his heads as if it had been mortally wounded, and his deadly wound was healed. And all the world marveled and followed the beast. So they worshipped the dragon who gave authority to the beast. And they worshipped the beast, saying, Who is like the beast? Who is able to make war with him? And he was given a mouth speaking great things and blasphemies, and he was given authority to continue for 42 months. Then he opened his mouth, and blasphemy against God, to blaspheme his name, his tabernacle, and those who dwell in heaven. It was granted to him to make war with the saints and to overcome them, and authority was given him over every tribe, tongue, and nation. All who dwell on the earth will worship him, whose names have not been written in the book of life of the Lamb slain from the foundation of the world. If anyone has an ear, let him hear. He who leads into captivity should go into captivity. He who kills with the sword must be killed with the sword. Here is the patience and the faith of the saints. Then I saw another beast coming out of the earth, and he had 2 horns like a lamb, and spoke like a dragon. And he exercises all the authority of the first beast in his presence, and causes the earth and those who dwell in it to worship the first beast, whose deadly wound was healed. He performs great signs, so that even makes fire come down from heaven on the earth in the sight of men. And he deceives those who dwell on the earth by those signs which he was granted to do in the sight of the beast, telling those who dwell on the earth to make an image to the beast who was wounded by the sword and lived. He who was granted power to give breath to the image of the beast, that the image of the beast should both speak and cause as many as would not worship the image of the beast to be killed. He who causes all, both small and great, rich and poor, free and slave, to receive a mark on their right hand or on their foreheads, and that no one may buy or sell except one who has the mark or the name of the beast or the number of his name. Here is wisdom. Let him who has understanding calculate the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man. His number is 666. Oh, God. Then I looked, and behold, a lamb standing on the Mount Zion, and with him 144,000 having his father's name written on their foreheads. And I heard a voice from heaven, like the voice of many waters, and like the voice of the loud thunder. And I heard the sound of harpists playing their harps. They sang as it were a new song before the throne, before the four living creatures and the elders, and no one could learn that song except the 144,000 who were redeemed from the earth. These are the ones who were not defiled with women, for they are virgins. These are the ones who follow the Lamb wherever he goes. These were redeemed from among men, being first fruits to God and to the Lamb. And in their mouth was found no deceit, for they are without fault before the throne of God. And I saw another angel flying in the midst of heaven, having the everlasting gospel to preach to those who dwell on the earth, to every nation, tribe, tongue, and people, saying with a loud voice, Fear God and give glory to him, for the hour of his judgment has come, and worship him who made heaven and earth, the sea, and the springs of water. And another angel followed, saying, Babylon is fallen, the great city, because she has made all nations drink of the wine of the wrath of her fornication. Then a third angel followed them, saying with a loud voice, If anyone worships the beast and his image, and receives his mark on his forehead or on his hand, he himself shall also drink of the wine of the wrath of God, which is poured out full strength into the cup of his indignation. He shall be tormented with fire and brimstone in the presence of the holy angels and in the presence of the Lamb. And the smoke of their torment ascends forever and ever, and they have no rest day or night, who worship the beast and his image, and whoever receives the mark of his name. Here is the patience of the saints. Here are those who keep the commandments of God and the faith of Jesus. Then I heard a voice from heaven saying to me, Write, blessed are the dead who die in the Lord from now on.
Excuse me, Lord Jesse. Is this just a rhetorical commentary on your part, or did you want somebody to engage you in conversation?
Oh no, I just saw a dead mic. I thought I don't have anything else to do and I have too much energy.
Oh, okay. Uh,
I can't see who it is. What's your name?
my name is Ronan Kanushi.
Oh yeah. I heard of you. You're an atheist.
Yes,
You're like,
yes,
what the hell? Yeah, this show's
yes.
been going on for like 24 hours.
Oh no, I just got in a while ago, and I thought I'd tune in, and you were going on, and well,
Yeah,
no,
I'm a Bible basher.
you're a Bible basher.
Yes.
You're an atheist.
No, I'm a mouththeist. I believe God is evil.
Oh, okay.
I'm
So,
on the fence. I'm not an atheist or a Christian.
oh, you're just. Oh, okay. Oh no, I don't. No, I kind of respect. I mean, if a person feels that way about something, I have no issues with that. But
Yeah,
if
but I'm evil, so I'm trying to spread my gangrene.
oh 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 okay. In other words, you want to be no better than they are.
I'm mocking God. I want people to join me in my hatred towards God. I'm a misotheist.
No, no, it's no. I disagree. I can't. I put it this way. It's like saying you're just as bad as they are, so I can take neither side.
Well, yeah, maybe I should just go live my life and just not worry about this God stuff.
Oh yeah, but obviously you have a
I have a
plan.
passion.
Okay, yes. Oh well, no, I don't. Well, we haven't chatted much, or I haven't seen you that often. But myself, it's. I mean, I asked them, and I don't. If you know who Lysurge is or Lysurge, they pronounce it.
Yeah, yeah, he's a hater. He's a hater of Lord Jesse.
Oh yeah, he hates you.
Yeah, he's not a big fan.
Well, I don't know. He's a. I guess he's not really a basher, but more or less a antagonist. He tries to get people to so-called abandon, well, convert from religion or God.
Well, I'm also an anti-theist. That means I hate organized religion.
Oh, oh no, I can't say I hate something that I disagree with because, like I said before, I would be no better than they are.
Yeah, yeah, that's what I'm trying to do.
Oh,
Be more tolerant.
oh, okay. So yeah, you and Lesurge would get along.
Yeah, I don't have a following on the internet. I've been on here for 3 years trying to start my own cult, but nobody. I become infamous out there in a few communities, but that's about it.
Well, no, I'm not saying I'm angry at atheists, but when they become that, I guess, hostile verbally,
Uh-huh.
yeah,
Yeah, a militant atheist.
yeah, it's like no, I don't. I put it this way: as a matter of fact, I've been voted out of an atheist group.
You ever heard of the glorious one named John Cedars?
John Peters, no.
Oh no, his name's Lloyd Evans. He wrote a book called The Reluctant Apostate. He was a Jehovah's Witness. Now he's the leader of the pack of the former Jehovah's Witness atheist community. He's the leader of the pack.
Oh, from one extreme to the other, which
No,
makes.
it's because you're an atheist, so I was wondering maybe you ran into his atheist work.
Oh no, I'm not interested. No, I read the well, I was so called in a Christian family, and I read the book for myself, and I just abandoned the idea. It didn't appeal to me. So, like I said, it's one of those things that if I'm angry at it, I'm no better than they are because they're angry at me. So I just abandon the whole field, if you
Yeah.
will.
But you know who I have respect for is those APA theist, apatheist. I don't know how to say it. Apatheist. Have you ever heard of them?
I don't. I like I say, I really didn't know the word atheist until maybe
Yeah.
7 years ago. I mean, like I said, I abandoned the idea when I was like 13, 14, and then I just went through my life. I'm 62 years of age, so
Yeah, you're in between my mother and my father. My father's 68, my mother's 60.
really cool. Cool. No, it's like I said, I went through my life. Businessman. I'm a retired businessman, and well, when I started joining YouTube, right, got into conversations with theists, and well, I asked questions, and we had discussions, and then I joined these hangouts here, and same thing, But it's like, it's to me, it's more if a person thinks it in their mind, okay, no problem. Like I used the example before, someone can come up to me and say, "I believe there is a God." Okay, belief. Okay, that's your emotion. That's in your mind, right? But if they say God exists, that's when I say, "Okay, may I have the evidence?"
Yeah, I
So
don't have
yeah.
no evidence myself. It's either this or evolution.
What's an apatheist? You mentioned a minute ago.
Oh, it's somebody that's not interested if there's a God or not. They don't care.
They're apathetic about it. I see.
Yeah, they don't care.
Okay.
Those people are
Okay.
cool because at least they don't deny their maker or something like that.
Mhm.
Let's say there is a maker and we're over here denying him. I mean, that would be pretty naughty.
Well, the people that say there's no God are not atheists; they're anti-theists.
I say something from the logical side of things. Something created it. Science does not know yet what that is, and I'll just go with that. But the problem on the emotional side, about the belief side, is that people say, I believe something, and then they say, you should do this because I believe it. And
People call me an atheist all the time.
oh, really? Oh, okay.
Yeah, because I'm always bashing the Bible, so they think I'm an atheist.
Oh, I guess if it's fun for you to do, I guess. But that,
Well, I'm mad at God because he's allowing me to be tortured and tormented.
well, yeah, I've also said that something that on the logical side that created all of this had no control over the outcome whatsoever. No control.
That's irresponsible.
You believe that, or do you know that? And what do you base your belief or knowledge on?
I think he's talking to you, Ronan.
Oh, you talking to me? Oh no, I know that because it's for example, the people say religious people say people who believe they say God has a plan for all of this. He designed it. He made it exactly the way he wanted it to be. Okay, okay, that's a statement. And I'm saying, okay, so if homosexuals and hermaphrodites are observable in nature, why do you, the book, hate them, the hermaphrodite, well, homosexuals in this case? Well, see that, so I know that whatever created this logically had no control over the outcome, because if there's a claim that says God has a plan and he made this perfect in his image, I'm saying, well, why are there homosexuals? So God makes
Well, wait a
mistakes.
minute, but you don't believe the Bible's correct. What if there's some other God? What you said, let me just back up. What you said was that science doesn't, there must be a cause, but science doesn't know what it is. But then you extrapolated whatever this cause there is that we don't even know what it is, can't possibly have any outcome, can't possibly, have any control over the outcome. Those are just huge, huge leaps based on the fact that the Christian Bible's wrong. I mean, that has nothing to do with it. It could be any kind of
Well, excuse me.
mechanism or God or whatever. You already said you don't even know what it is.
Excuse me.
Attributing
Excuse me.
quality and saying what the qualities are of this thing that you don't even know what it is.
Okay, yes, excuse me. You said science does not know. Well, that's the standard statement. I added
Well, that's what you said.
uh, no, I didn't.
Yes.
I don't, no, excuse me. The common
I was
statement.
repeating what you said. You
Well,
said that science doesn't even know what started it all yet.
No, excuse me. Again, you left out one word. Science does not know, and I added the word yet.
That's right.
Yet, okay, that's right there. That's right there. That right there, right?
Uh-huh.
Does not know yet.
So how would you how would you know the qualities of this thing that science hasn't even determined yet when you say that evidence is important to you? What evidence do you have about anything about it that you don't even know what it is? And you're claiming it can't have any control of the outcome. How do you know that? Because you said you know that.
Well, yes, it's true. It's quite evident in the fact that the example I used was the existence, because it's observable, of homosexuals and hermaphrodites. They seldom come.
Maybe that's the outcome it wants, and it is controlling it. How do you know that?
Well, it's because I can use the evolutionary process, which is
Maybe
random
that's
selection.
the outcome it wants.
Well, no, because it has to. It deals with reproduction, and if the changes in allele frequencies over time, right, does not produce favorable outcomes, that entity, whatever that is, anything that reproduces, if it cannot reproduce, it becomes extinct. So therefore, it has no control over the outcome. because
So you're attributing the fact you're attributing some idea that it can't reproduce without even knowing what it is.
well, it doesn't matter what it is. It's the fact that the gene, that particular gene pool, has to adapt to the environment. It has to be plastic. The technical term is
What
statement.
gene pool is that? The gene pool that created the universe?
No. The gene pool of anything that exists on Earth or anywhere. Technically, it's
So
anywhere.
how do you know that the thing that created this universe could step in anytime it wants and change some sort of outcome? How do you extrapolate that with any knowledge base when you admit you have no idea what it even is?
Well, the point is that we have evidence. We have
Of what?
evidence. We have evidence through study. For example, geological formations, extinction of dinosaurs, for example, right? The extinction of many things. I mean, Cro-Magnon, early.
Do you have any evidence that it can't control the outcome of the universe, or do you only have evidence that it would appear as though nothing has changed the outcome yet?
No, it's random. The outcome is random.
But your claim is you know it's not possible for whatever created the universe to change the outcome. What I'm saying is, do you have evidence that it's not possible, or only evidence that it would appear it hasn't happened yet?
Oh no, it's the evidence has been observed.
What evidence? What evidence that pertains to whoever created or whatever created the universe can't change the outcome? What evidence do you have that shows that to be true?
Evolution.
No, evolution shows that things progress according to evolution. They don't show that whatever created the universe can't change a certain outcome in the universe.
Well, see, evolution is not static. It moves. It keeps moving.
You're missing my point. My point is you have evidence that the universe works according to the physical laws. It's an assumption to say whoever created it can't change the outcome just because it would appear that it has not changed the outcome as of yet. That's my point.
Well, yes, you use the critical word there, appear. It appears that way. There is evidence of that. Evolution, yes.
No, there's not. You're missing the point. Your claim is that they can't change the outcome. There's only evidence that the outcome has not changed before. There's no evidence that if there is like a God or somebody like that that created the universe, that they can't do it. There's only evidence that it hasn't been done yet.
Right. With that, because if it's going in a certain direction, vector, then it can be presumed that there is no actual outcome, a goal line, if you will. There is no goal line.
That's a presumption. So that goes back to my question before of you oftentimes talk about facts and evidence. In this case, you're basing your knowledge off a huge assumption and presumption that just because the universe has been here, for maybe you could call it a good presumption, I guess. But the presumption is because physicists haven't found some sort of supernatural change, the assumption is it can't happen. And that's not facts and evidence based. That's just a wild-eyed presumption.
Well, yes, because you said supernatural, something that could control an outcome, but
right.
There is no control over the outcome. It's random selection.
That's a huge assumption on your part. It's not fact or evidence based.
Well, it works. Like a natural law, it works. We can't change it. I can't change it. No one can. I mean, laws of inertia, we can't change that. That's it. Reality.
Well, we're not talking about us. What we're talking about is whatever created the universe, not us. Of course, we can't.
Well, predictably, because human science knows so much so far that we can predict, right, that there is no so-called definitive outcome. It's random.
There's a huge debate on that. You can't just say there's random. There's many scientists that would say that everything was purely deterministic, but we just don't have all of the facts and figures and criteria. There are scientists out there that believe if they had all of the information, they could tell you, how people would grow up, what they would think, what kind of jobs they would have, and that this idea of randomness is more of an illusion because we don't know all the physics involved in reality. So there's a huge debate about that.
Oh no! I kind of understand what you're saying. You said the physics. Yes, we know the physics. We understand that much. For example, you did not know. I don't know your age, but when you were a young person, that you would be at this point here and now. I didn't know. No one knows that.
Right.
Right.
And what I'm saying is some physicists believe that if they had all of the information they needed, they could have predicted that we would be here today.
Well, in terms of probability over a
No,
group.
in terms of physics, in terms of physics laws, that if we knew more than we knew now, they believe that everything is deterministic, which means you can predict, you can accurately say what the outcome is. The same way, you drop a ball off a building, it's deterministic what's going to happen. We know what's going to happen. They believe that everything is deterministic with enough facts and knowledge about what you're talking about.
Well, in terms of if we're talking micro and macro, right? On the micro level, right, it's very hard to determine. But on the macro level, we can say yes, within this context, X, Y, and Z are going to happen. There's a lot of probability there. Like I mentioned before, you nor I nor anyone knew that they were going to be at this point in time.
That's what I'm trying to say. Is the people I'm talking about are not talking about probabilities. They're talking about that if we knew more about all of the information necessary, they would be able to determine that you're going to get hit by a bus 10 years from now. There are plenty of people who believe that.
Well,
we
no,
just don't have all the information we need.
That's probability in isolation. A bus does not exist all over the world on every road. So based on probability, if we're talking New York City, I guess they have buses, right? Oh, okay. There's a chance there. Yeah. But if we're talking,
you're completely missing the point. If they had all of the information they needed, they would know when the bus was coming, when the person's walking across the road, whether they're going to get cancer, how they're going to grow up, what kind of person. Basically, the word is deterministic. I mean, it's a pretty simple word, and it just means that you can scientifically determine outcomes. And there are people that believe the world's not random at all, that even the randomness you might see in quantum physics only appears to be random because we haven't figured out why it appears that way, and it's really not. I'm just saying there are two sides to that coin. A lot of people do not believe in random at all.
Well, no, I'm sure of what I am saying. Like I said, it's probability in isolation. We can say that there is the potential of someone getting hit by a bus in a large
city. Has
city.
Nothing to do with what I'm talking about. Has nothing to do with deterministic.
Well, no, because we can determine based on probability something.
That's not what deterministic is. That's determining something based on probabilities. That's not what I'm talking about.
What are you talking about?
Scientific calculation of accuracy. It's a repeatable, you can testable, repeatable, that sort of thing. Deterministic is nothing to do with probabilities. It's the opposite of that.
Well, No, I don't think that. I think that term does not apply in the model that you're uh, sharing with me.
Right. So I know you don't. All I was saying is some people do, and there's plenty of debate on whether we live in a purely deterministic world or whether there's some amount of randomness, even at the quantum level. There's plenty of people that believe it's purely deterministic, and plenty of people like you who believe there's a lot of randomness involved too.
Well, okay, okay, we're saying randomly, right? It yes, overall it is random, but it can
What
be
define random?
okay. Okay, I'll look it up.
Well, what do you mean by I don't care if you're correct according to the dictionary or not. I just want to know what you mean by random.
Okay, made, done, happening, or chosen without method or conscious decision. Like like I said, in isolation, it is random, right? It's like it.
Right, and the deterministic is the opposite of that. Deterministic means that we could find that, deterministic is the opposite of random in that even things that may appear to be random is only because we haven't figured out the method that things like the method, for example, in quantum physics. How is it would appear that things change just because we observe them? We haven't figured that out yet. That doesn't mean it's random. It means we haven't figured out how it's not random to some scientists. There's a perfect, there's people on both sides. That's all I'm saying. I'm not arguing for one side or another.
Well, yes, but see, deterministic is relating to the philosophical doctrine that all events, including human actions, are ultimately determined by causes regarding as external to the will.
That's right.
Well, okay.
That's one. Deterministic also has to do with physics. But yes, what that means is that you're basically just the pinball in the pinball machine, and everything around you is causing what you think you're doing. And if we had enough information about what's around you of that pinball machine, that a scientist would be able to determine accurately whether you're going to take a left when you walk down the road or a right. You think you're making those decisions when the people who believe in a deterministic type world will say that's not true at all. And there are experiments that show that people's I'm not sure I get this exactly right, but there are experiments that show that people make sometimes come to decisions after they perform an action. It's kind of bizarre. They map the brain and they're scanning their brain, and people will do things and then it will register in their brain as, okay, you need to do that. So it's more of an afterthought than something they actually came up with and did themselves in these experiments. Okay. But yes, that's exactly it. Either you're a pinball in the pinball machine, or you're directing, you're kind of thinking for yourself.
Well, determinism is often taken to mean causal determinism, which in physics is known as cause and effect. It is the concept that events within a given paradigm are bound by causality in such a way that any state of an object or event is completely determined by prior states. Like I used the example of a bus in a big city where a bus does not exist. It's in backwoods. What is it? Outback Australia, for example. That's where I was kind of wondering where you were going with this, because that's determinism in physics. Like I had just pointed out, it goes back to random. It's random, and it just in the.
No, it doesn't. Determinism. No, you just read it. That every single action is caused by the previous action. And if you
Well,
have enough,
right. So, like I said, it's an isolation, cause and effect. The bus hitting the person, that's cause and effect in isolation because it's not all over, right? It's not. It's buses do not exist all over. That's cause and effect in isolation. If we're talking physics, yes.
well, would be isolate. Not really, dude. I mean, I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, buses don't exist everywhere. All I'm saying is that if the people who believe in the physics deterministic stuff, not necessarily the philosophical kind, they believe that if you had all of the information necessary, you could determine what's going to happen. Just like if you have all the information necessary, you can determine what's going to happen to the pinball in the machine. They believe that you could determine everything a person's going to do because they don't believe that we're really making our own decisions. We think we are, but they're really only done by cause and effect. And if you had all the information, you would know whether that person's going to like blue or red or smell, like the smell of beer better than liquor and all this kind of stuff. But we're just not that advanced yet.
Well, it really goes back to probability within the paradigm.
So, well, let's stop a second. Determinism in physics would be something like shooting a bullet out of a gun, and you could, map the trajectory and check the wind resistance and all that sort of thing. Now, that isn't a probabilistic thing, right? Would you agree with that?
Okay, okay, but one more time, please, because it's.
Well, I'm just saying, if you're as a physicist looks at a gun and knows the amount of powder, the weight of the bullet, the length of the barrel, and the degree that it's, they're going to know they're going to be able to calculate the trajectory of that bullet accurately. That's something that would be deterministic, is the arc and where that bullet's going to go. Would you agree with that?
Well, yes, that's probability. Yeah. That's probability.
No, it's not a probability. A bullet of a certain weight going through a certain atmosphere fired out of a certain gun does a certain thing. It's not that it has a certain probability of doing this and a certain probability of doing that. It will do a certain thing. It's deterministic. It's not probabilistic.
What's probability? It's within the range of the paradigm. That's probability. That's what I'm saying.
No. Well, okay. Well, then you don't know what we're talking about, and I can't continue talking about it with you. It's not probability.
Well, could you explain that to me, please?
It's mathematic. Well, I don't know. That's why I use the ball off a building example. Would you say that when you drop a ball off a building and you know the rate at which it's going to fall, that's because of probabilities, or is that because we have enough knowledge for it to be deterministic?
Well, no, that's more predictability. We can predict that will happen.
Or determine it, and that's what deterministic is. Deterministic is being able to determine what's going to happen because we have enough knowledge. We know when we drop this ball off a building exactly what's going to happen, and that would be deterministic. We can determine.
That's
right.
You're more clear.
And what I'm trying to say is there are scientists that believe all human behavior would be deterministic, just like that ball, if they had all of the information they needed.
Okay, so yes, had you said that cause and effect deterministic first, you would have been more clear, but you weren't quite clear because you were using, I'm just using the example of micro and macro here. On a micro level, yes, it's predictable, deterministic, cause and effect. On a macro level, it is not, because the paradigm is shifted because there's more variables.
No, that doesn't. It's not deterministic because we don't have all the variables and the factors, and we haven't figured it out. That doesn't mean we won't be able to someday, and that's what the scientists I'm talking about and saying nothing is random. They just believe that what appears to be random, even random choices of Is this guy, going to like Pepsi or Coke? They're not random at all. We just don't know how to, come up with the same kind of formula we have for dropping a ball off a building to figure these things out. But someday they believe we will. But we're kind of getting sidetracked over the same thing.
Well, no, that's why I was confused because, like, I'm using the example of micro and macro. Deterministic would be more on the micro side.
I don't know why you say that. Quantum physics is not deterministic at all. I mean, you have it kind of backwards.
Well, I wasn't talking quantum physics. I was talking about the outcome in evolution. We're talking evolution, not physics. If we're going to mix topics, it gets confusing. Really, that's where I was confused.
Well, I wasn't talking about evolution. I was talking about the deterministic aspect of everything and whether or not things are random. That's what I was talking about.
Well, like I say, cause and effect could apply in isolation, but overall, like we were talking about the God thing, the outcome is not predictable. Because to a degree it is, but there are too many factors involved, on a macro level, to really say this will be happening at such and such a time in the future. It doesn't work that way. On a micro level, in isolation, yes, there's a lot.
Only because we don't have enough information. Because everything, the problem is, like you said, it's so complex. And there are so many factors involved. Nobody's going to figure out the path of the cars and the path of this and the path of that. But it's not that it couldn't be done if you had all the information, according to the people that believe that. It seems super complex, but it's not.
But
it's all deterministic.
That's probability on a macro level. Deterministic.
No, it has nothing to do with probability. They believe that it's just as predictable as dropping a ball off a building if you knew all the information, and we just don't yet.
That's determinism on a micro level. In isolation.
No, you're missing what I'm saying. They believe that it's also possible on a macro level. It's just that the world is so complicated, we don't have the ability to track the deterministic, the track. We don't have the capability to track everything to see how it's all going to cross and interact and all that kind of thing. But that doesn't mean it's not deterministic. It just means we can't figure out how to calculate it, come up with the right answers.
You just agreed with me that there is no control over the outcome. You just agreed with me.
No, I didn't. I said that we don't have the information or the ability yet to figure out the outcome. Not that we necessarily can't. We can't right now.
But no, that's probability. That, like I said, micro and macro. On a micro level, yes, we know.
I'm not saying there's a probability that a certain number of people might get hit by a bus in a certain area. What I'm saying is that with all of the information and a big supercomputer in the sky, you could determine with 100% accuracy when that bus was going to hit who.
Well, it's never. There's no absolutes in science. So that's a non sequitur. That's just it. That's what I was saying all along. No control over the outcome. That supercomputer, no one knows about. So it can't be determined. So we can't predict it. So there is no control. There is no control yet. So there is no control. We haven't figured out God yet, right? The outcome is random. It's random on a macro level. That's the point I was making initially.
I don't believe that. I believe that the outcome is deterministic. We just don't know how to determine it.
Well, that's like if we're talking micro, I could agree with you, but not on the macro because you just validated my point. You just did that. Your own points, basically.
What point did I validate?
The outcome. You said overall, it cannot be predicted. You're right. Even if Well, there is no absolute. There is no 100%.
Well, I said it can't be predicted yet and now, but that doesn't mean it's not deterministic. We just can't predict it.
No, deterministic.
Right.
Like I said, deterministic is on a micro level, not.
No, let's forget about micro. We kind of agree on that anyway. On a macro level, what I'm saying is we can't make these determinations now, but I still believe it's deterministic. We just can't do it yet. It's kind of like saying to a caveman, you know, that I believe in ice cubes, but we just haven't figured out how to make them yet, right? So what I'm saying is I believe that on a macro level, if you had all of the information about all of the things on some big scale, then you could determine the path of everything, where it would cross, where the pinball would bounce and ricochet between the plane and the ground and the people on the plane, and who's going to drop their pencil at what second on the flight, and who's going to get up and go to the bathroom when, and who's going to order this, and all that stuff. I believe eventually we will be able to predetermine over, as long, we'll get longer and longer as we figure this stuff out.
Well, I disagree because, like you were saying, the pinball, and we're talking the bus and hitting someone. Yes, those two ideas, right? Science can figure out mathematically. Okay, it's going to hit such and such a spot at such and such a time based on where the ball was hit in what direction. Same thing with, like I said, it's macro again, with someone getting hit by a bus. Who got hit by the bus, what they were wearing, what part of the world cannot be determined. It's, like I said, it's random that way. That's where, you can say cause and effect, micro, but overall, macro.
So let me ask you this. If it's only that it's so complex and we can't figure it out, do you understand that it could be, just because we can't figure it out doesn't mean it's not deterministic, right?
Well, no, I just no. It cause and effect, like I said.
No. It's just one question. What I'm saying is it could be deterministic even if we couldn't figure it out, right?
The probability, yes, we can figure out probability.
No, we're not talking about probabilities. We're talking about purely a purely deterministic universe. What I'm saying is, the fact that we can or cannot figure it out has nothing to do with whether it is or is not deterministic. So what I'm saying is, just because we can't make those determinations doesn't mean that it's not deterministic. Those are two completely independent things.
Well, no, but see, you're trying to conflate micro and macro. That's where.
No, I'm not. I'm not conflating any. You're the one that keeps bringing up micro. I'm saying on a macro level, if you had all of the information necessary, you would be able to determine everything.
Yes, but we cannot change the outcome. That's what I was saying about a God has no control over the outcome. It's going to happen, right? God did not pre-design this to be specific. It's random. So I'm saying if there's an idea of a God, okay, on the logical side, yes, something, I call it something. On the emotional side, they call it a God. That's fine. I have no problems with that. But the logical side is saying, okay, this is just evolution. It's part of the evolutionary process. So we can so-called anticipate something, but we cannot predict it accurately. We don't know when the next volcano will be bursting, for example. We don't know what city that person is going to get hit by a bus, in what city the person is going to get hit by a bus, or to the degree of injury.
The fact that we don't know doesn't make it random. The fact that we can't predict a volcano doesn't mean that it's random. It means we can't predict it. The fact that we can't make these macro predictions yet doesn't mean it's not a deterministic world. It means we can't determine it. Possibly. It could be it is. It could be it's not a deterministic world too. And
Well,
we don't know because we're not that advanced. But going back to the original subject, all you've said once again is that that no one who created the universe has changed the outcome yet. You still don't have any evidence that he can't or he never will.
No, I said there's no control over the outcome.
And you don't know that. You're just making
Well,
that
no,
conclusion based on nothing.
No, I based my decision in the study of science.
No,
Okay.
you base your conclusion on the fact it hasn't happened yet.
Well,
Nobody's arguing that. It hasn't happened yet.
Well,
It would appear as though it might never happen. But for you to declare that it would be impossible for a creator to do it is not scientific at all. That's jumping to conclusion.
Well, no, we have enough information scientifically.
What information do we have that just because the creator has never changed the outcome so far that he can't?
Evolution.
That only shows that he hasn't changed the outcome for evolution. It doesn't show that he can't.
Well,
It shows that he didn't.
Evolution overall. I mean, that's just it. In one simple word, not simple, but specific word, evolution proves.
Evolution does not prove that whoever created the universe can't change the outcome of anything.
Well, there is no evidence for that. That's why people on the emotional side would say God, but I'm asking people on the emotional side that believe God, okay, there is no control over the outcome, and you cannot predict when it will be.
You don't. I would agree that there's no there's no control that humans really have over the outcome of things. But what you're saying is that you don't even know what the creator is, and then you're assigning properties to something you know nothing about and saying that's scientific. You didn't observe it.
No,
you didn't test it. You didn't do anything scientific with this creator that you're assigning the property of the inability to change the outcome of the universe.
Well, no, it's observed already.
No, it's not observed that he can't change the outcome. The only observation is the outcome has not changed yet.
No.
Yes.
I think you're you're mixing ideas here.
No, I'm not.
The point
You made a claim that the creator of the universe cannot change the outcome of the universe.
No, I did not say that. I said
what did you?
I said something logically. Something created this.
Right.
However, it had no control over the outcome.
And you have no evidence that that's true. Your only evidence is the outcome has never changed yet. Not that whoever did it can't change the outcome tomorrow.
Well, the evidence I provided was one word: evolution. It proves
right, and all evolution shows is whatever created the universe did not change the outcome of evolution until.
That's what I just said, and you're parsing words and misquoting.
No, I'm saying that you have no evidence.
I don't think that
it can't be done in the future. Only that it's not been done up until now.
Well, I can predict that it won't be done in the future. It's easily predictable. That I do understand.
Yeah, and you could very well be right, but you're not. It's not. Doesn't reach to the level of science. You yourself originally said it was speculation. Science is not speculation.
No, I did not say that.
Yes, you did.
No, I never used the word speculation because I remember the words I say. I used the word observation. Excuse me for a moment, please. Time out.
No, you did use the word speculation.
Excuse me, Richard. This is aside from our conversation. Can you unmask these two people in the room now, or
No, I cannot, or I would have done it a long time ago. You're masked too, from where I'm sitting, or not anymore.
No, I'm not masked.
But no, I can't. But they
Okay.
can talk. That Lord or Grizz. I don't know, Grizz. Can you talk? I guess not. But no, I don't have any controls to unhide people.
Oh, okay. Go on, please.
Oh, that's all right. I've been like quitting smoking now for 8 or 10 hours. I'm gonna run up the store and buy a single cigarette. I'm at least done with packs, but I'm gonna go grab a smoke because I think the store is open. 6:37. But all I'm saying, Ron, is you can't declare properties of things that you don't even know what they are. All you can say is it would appear as though this hasn't been done yet, so it seems likely that it won't ever happen. But saying you know the properties of something that you don't even know what it is, that's not science.
Well, no. I am making the claim. I am making the statement. That's me, right? I go beyond what is known and figure things out. I've done that with many things, and the point I'm making is valid if well people would hear me out because I understand that a lot of people do believe in a so-called deity, God, but I do understand that something on the logical side had no control over the outcome, and I can use the evidence of evolution to prove that. So no, there is no God that will come down and change the face of the future. No, it's going to be just as random, just as connected and disconnected at the same time because of relativity, where one is compared to another factor on the other side of the world. But that's when I went to the micro and the macro determinism, cause and effect, yes. And then if we're talking in isolation, determinism, dropping the ball, your example, yes, I could agree with that. In isolation, yes. But if we're talking events overall, no, there is no control over the outcome because it's nature, it's observable. Evolution, for example. Excuse me a moment, Richard. Hello, Jose Amado. Hello, Grace London.
Hello. You all right?
I'm doing well. Yourself?
Good to hear. And I'm doing all right, thanks.
Oh.
I only just finished speaking with iSurge after like 2 hours, like 10 minutes ago.
I'm sure you had fun with him.
No, it was actually all right. It was me, him, and Big L in a Petra's thing after it finished. We just stayed there speaking.
Well, he's on a chat stream. He should be in momentarily.
Yeah, he was all right. As long as people don't wind him up, he's, it's normally more docile, should I say.
Oh, that's good.
Me, you're laughing. I didn't want to interrupt your conversation anyhow.
No, go ahead, please. I think we've covered the point. I mean, if you had additional comments or questions, please. After you.
Not really. I mean, I don't really understand what you would, exactly discussing beforehand. I've missed stuff, so.
Well, the point being is that I am saying, right, that something, you call it God, I call it something. God is emotional, okay? Logically, I'm using the word something, created this, but had no control over the outcome. And the simple statement is evolution. It's, for example, just evolution, just using that as an example.
Right.
And
Oh, sorry.
well, no, and well, aside from well, an addendum.
The heck?
Well, yes, but an addendum to the point was er, er, early man was curious, and assigned ideas to the unknown, and the fancy word is pareidolia. It's
Right.
where the human brain seeks meaning where it does not necessarily exist. Early man did not know physics, for example, or understand astronomy, for example. And here's Lesurge, all right. And because of our ignorance as a species, because we're higher order thinking, right? Pareidolia applies, right? We had to find meaning, and we used an idea of a deity, a control, but on the earthly terms of it, it's kind of a bad idea because men empowered themselves, want to oppress others. Religion, all religions do that, and basically control women overall. Okay, so that's an idea that came forward in our youth as humans, right? And the idea that there is a God, okay, but the problem is where these people say God predicted everything, he had everything planned out. I disagree because I use the example of homosexuals and hermaphrodites. And then there's a contradiction there. How is that reconciled? It's not. It can't be. So on the emotional side, I can say, okay, you have that right. On the logical side, well, I disagree.
Ronan, the other day I was telling you, as an atheist, you can't actually say something had to have created. That's what is not, that doesn't mesh with atheism to say.
Well, what do you call it? Well, what would you call it, Lesurge?
That's.
No, that's the question. That's the question.
Yeah, but you're still positing something.
I am saying
something. What would you call it?
What would you call it? I'm asking you.
Listen.
I'm asking
the
you.
logical error. Listen.
Just give me the statement right now, please. I don't want the long story. I don't
please let me explain.
Want your history. I don't want your complaints against America. I don't want your,
No. Listen, okay, let me fucking speak.
What is it? I just call it something. For lack of a better term, on a logical side.
That is the error. That is error.
Slicer, something or it doesn't have to be an entity. It could be some kind of energy. It could be. It doesn't have to be a god or a thinking being.
It's still positing beyond.
What is it then?
Atheism has nothing to do with positing beyond science. It has to do with a lack of belief in God.
Yeah,
listen, you don't understand.
You're conflating. Just give me the answer then.
Why don't you answer his question? How would you phrase it?
Answer his question, and I don't want to talk in circles. Okay,
just answer
it. Plain as day. Okay, the way that you speak. Okay, and the context. Okay, is positive.
Answer. Don't tell me how I'm speaking. Just give me the answer. If you're saying I'm wrong, give me the answer, please. Not the way
you're accepting. I don't want to hear that.
I don't want you go to every single time. You cannot extrapolate beyond the standard information. That's the problem with you. Tell me the answer. You're saying I don't know what I'm saying or I'm wrong, whatever.
Yes.
Give me the answer now. Give me the answer.
You don't know what you're saying, and I'm trying to explain.
What is it? Just give me the answer.
Well, that's the thing. Okay, by saying what is it?
Give me the answer.
Give him the answer, not the lecture and the criticism about Ronan. He just wants the answer, not your criticism. The same way I just want to talk. I don't want your criticism either.
You're not getting it. Okay, you're not getting it.
He said something must have started the universe. How would you explain it if he's so wrong?
Listen, I guess I just presume that you don't understand either, Richard.
Right. So don't worry about that. Just answer his question.
Answer the question.
How would you phrase it?
I did.
How would you phrase it?
I answered the question.
Okay, great. You didn't answer the question, so fine.
I did. I did. I
How?
did.
His question was, how
By
would
saying
you
that
phrase it? How would you phrase
it
it?
or something. See, that's by positing it or something as a logical positive, that is logically invalid. That is the answer. It's that simple.
No, I want the
Yeah.
word to replace something, or the statement that replaces something.
Oh,
I don't want you to.
concept of a
I don't want
creator
you to
then.
critique. I don't want you to critique my claim. I want you to give me the answer. What is it? I call it something. Okay, I call it on the
Okay.
logical side of things. I call it something,
Yeah.
and you say that's wrong. Tell me what it is. You have not answered anything. You're being evasive again, please.
The thing is okay, what it is it isn't.
So you're replacing, so he asked you to replace it. So what you're saying is it isn't created the universe. That makes no sense.
Exactly. There's nothing. We cannot.
Well, thank you for your answer. We find it stupid and ridiculous. We appreciate you playing today.
Well, no,
I find it stupid.
I'm drawing the limit. Okay, do you understand ontology?
No, don't worry about what we understand. Okay, just have a conversation.
I'm asking you the question.
It isn't
Richard.
created the universe.
I'm
Doesn't
asking
make
you the
sense to
question.
me. Maybe you could explain how it isn't. Is that what you really mean? It isn't created the universe?
It's something along that line, and I'm asking you the question: do you understand what ontology is? Do you know ontology?
You're
I don't need. You just explain to me how it isn't created the universe. Makes sense.
Do you or do you not
I'm
understand?
I'm not playing the Lysearch quiz game anymore.
Well, okay, so what? I guess okay, so not.
Give us the answer. In other words,
If you want to assume every time you ask a question the answer is no, that's up to you. What I'm saying is I'm not playing the Lysearch quiz game. Please just explain to me how it isn't created the universe makes sense so I can understand it. That's all.
Well, I'm saying that isn't. I'm saying that isn't. Okay, where he's positing something as a logical positive, I'm changing that and reversing it to a logical negative because it is not determined. There are constraints. This is why I asked about ontology, which apparently you have no fucking concept of whatsoever.
Actually, I understand. I understand what you're saying now, and you don't need to add in the oncology and the personal attacks. I understand what you're saying now, and that has nothing to do with atheism, by the way. That's more with science and oncology.
okay, you're saying a logical negative, which means it would imply, should I say, that nothing is observable. That's what you just said. Nothing is observable. I can see your avatar.
Wait, sort of along that line.
You just said that. You just said that. Nothing is. You said logically. Nothing is observable. Wait a minute. I can see my computer.
No, I'm saying that
So it's something.
I'm saying that nothing. I'm saying it is inobservable. Okay, is it beyond? It's outside the constraints of reason and knowledge and everything. It's just beyond. It's just moot. It's that's the thing. You're going too far. You're going beyond the realm of knowledge, right? You're going beyond ontology, and there's no point to that.
Right. So you explained that perfectly well, Lice. That was really, really good. And the reason it was really, really good is because you didn't spend a whole lot of time on anything but the subject. Just so you know, that was perfect.
Okay, you just said a logical negative, and I just looked up ontology. It's a branch of metaphysics dealing with the nature of being. A being or something is observable. That's why I said something. So you're just trying to argue for argument's sake? Fine, mic out.
No, actually, I kind of understand what he's saying. What he's saying is that since we don't know how the universe was created, even saying something did it is beyond knowledge. That's what he said. He explained himself very well, and I understand exactly where he's coming from.
No, he just. I think he's.
No, I don't agree. I think he made a really good point.
Okay.
Now, and that's kind of what I was saying before, is that before you got here, Lysearch, our argument was he went beyond that. He was claiming attributes of the inability to change the outcome to this something that we don't even know exists. That was the original argument before you came in the room.
Right. We do not know exist. That's why I call it something.
Right, but you're assigning the attribute that that something can't change the outcome of the universe without even knowing that we even need a something to create. The universe may have been here, forever and never was created anyway.
Well,
we don't know.
It's something. It's not defined.
We don't know that. As Lyserge pointed out, we don't have any knowledge base to say that we even need a something to create the universe.
Well, no, the question was there, has been there, what created all of this? And they just used the emotional answer, God. And I'm saying,
but what he's saying is that's outside of knowledge, because it's perfectly possible that something didn't even create the universe, that the universe was not created. We don't know if it was created or if it wasn't created.
Well, then
that's what I don't want to speak for you, Lyser. You go ahead, but isn't that what you're saying, Lyser? Am I getting what you're saying? I think he's taking a break or something, but that's kind of what he's saying, is that you positing that something created the universe is outside of what we know anyway. It could be a something, it could be a nothing, we don't know.
If it's observable, it has to be something.
No, it doesn't. Just because the universe is here and we observe it doesn't mean that something had to create it.
Well, then nothing created what we observed. That doesn't make sense to me. How does it?
But there's no demonstration that what we see around us requires it to have been created. It could have always been here. We don't know.
Well, no. Well, we have evolution. Like I said, that's a perfect example right there. Evolution. Science has figured out.
Some things are created by creators. That's true. It doesn't mean that the universe itself, that's sort of a logical fallacy, that because everything you see has a creator, that the universe also needs one. We don't know that. That's just a guess.
Well, no, like I said, that's why I use the word something. We're not the only.
The universe could have been here forever, dude, and was never created by anything.
Well, no, we've already, not we.
That makes sense.
Science has already figured out how old our universe is. Our universe. There are other universes.
We haven't determined that either, but what I'm saying, we know, and that's not true. What we've determined is how old everything after the point we can go backwards to has existed. We don't know what happened before that.
That's what I just said.
What?
That's what I just said.
What you're getting? Oh, I see. When you say other universes, you're talking about a universe prior. What I'm saying is that all that goes back to the Big Bang. And what I'm saying is that all of the particles, all of the whole Big Bang, we can't go back prior to that explosion of space. And it's possible that nothing created all that stuff, that it has been around forever. Now, if what you really meant to say is something caused or created the Big Bang, I guess I could go with that, because we determined that there was a Big Bang, but we don't know what caused it. But that doesn't mean that all of those particles and the universe and all that hasn't been here forever and needed no cause. The Big Bang may have needed a cause, but prior, everything in the Big Bang and prior to the Big Bang may have been here forever and wasn't caused at all.
Well, yes, the way science is looking at it, it's like we're just an extension of something, right? Like I said, that's why I make that simple statement that something created all of this and had.
We don't know that. It could have been here. What I'm saying is it could have been here forever. It might not have been caused at all.
That's why I said something created all of this.
How do you determine that?
Because I use the example of evolution.
Evolution has nothing to do with the creation of the universe.
Well, put it this way: over time, evolution happened, right? But we are from that point of origin. It's an expansion.
It has nothing to do with the cosmological topic of what created matter and energy, which could be nothing. It could have always existed.
It could have, but the way space-time has been determined, science can say, or I can say, based on studying science, that it had to be something. Okay?
No, you can't. We don't know. It could very well have always existed.
In terms of the time going back to the
now, we got to clarify what we're talking about. Are we talking about the point of the Big Bang or existence itself?
Well, that's what you posited. I wasn't going there. I was going using what understood in science, space-time, right? Space-time, one and the same. Over space-time, we came into existence. We will be out of existence in the foreseeable, not the foreseeable future. So that's undetermined. But the point that life here will continue to a point. Yes, we don't know when it will end or if it will end on this planet. There's other planets with life on them. That's already been figured out. That there's a probability there. That's been factored, I think, 10 years ago. So that's why I'm saying something. If we're just talking about our space-time, our universe, history, well, I can say yes. Has no control over the outcome.
Well, that's why I asked. And in that sense, if you want to start at the Big Bang, then I would say I would kind of agree with what you're saying. Something caused the Big Bang. We don't know what it was. We can't really go back to that instant to figure it out at this point. But I look at even our universe as going back prior to what we can even figure out, where all of those things might not have needed any creation at all. They may have always existed. They formed into the Big Bang, and something caused that. I agree.
Well, yeah, it's like the classic question: can God make a rock so big that even He cannot lift it?
Well, the real question is, the scientists would say that time was created during the unraveling of the point of the Big Bang. So even asking what happened prior to that is sort of an absurd kind of question.
Yeah, exactly. That's in the way to phrase it is, both time and space are an emergent property of energy.
Right, they're one and the same. Well, two sides of a coin, in other words. Yes.
Well, yeah, sort of. They're an emergent property. All of the forces of nature were theoretically wrapped into one, and as the Big Bang expanded, they became singular, identifiable things.
Yep, it's all in phases, right? Because of the cosmic microwave background, which is nothing more than photonic energy.
Well, it's not all because of that, but
But
Slicer, do you consider, like, when somebody says the universe needed to be created, do you think of it as just the point of the Big Bang, or do you consider it going like prior to that? I consider it prior to that.
Well, that's the thing. It doesn't have to. How do we know? You can't say that it has to be, right? That's what I've been trying to explain with Ronan. I was off making some dinner, and I heard you tackling it, right, repeating it over and over, and I hope he gets it, because he
point, did you hear what I said? Our original argument was he was even attaching properties to that something, saying that something can't change the outcome. We don't even know what that something is. You can't attach, whatever property you want just because the outcome hasn't changed yet. Doesn't mean the outcome couldn't change in the future.
Yeah, well, that's right. What talking about what he's saying, and I tried explaining to him is you're being religious, right? Yeah, that's religious.
Well, it's taking it on faith that because I don't know, you might know, there's a logical fallacy. I think it's called the gambler's fallacy, isn't it? That if
Maybe, yeah.
something's happened for a number of, since something has happened for
So many
some long
times,
period of
therefore
time,
it
it
is
has to
true.
keep happening
Yeah,
that way.
yeah,
And
yeah.
that's a
That is
logical
called-
fallacy.
Yeah, that's the gamblers. Yeah. Yep. Oh man, that's I keep trying to tell certain people it's like you need to learn the logic. Like you have obviously, if you're familiar with gambler's fallacy, all the different fallacies and stuff. Like people, it should be taught at a very early age in school. We should be teaching all the logic. That's because that's fundamental to thinking.
Well, it's required in college anyway. I mean, I guess that's the only good news about it.
Is it? I don't know. I don't know if it's required. I think it's probably elective, isn't it?
It was required in the one I went to, but I just assumed it was everywhere.
Yeah,
You
I
have to
don't
take
think it is.
Logic 101 is a required freshman class, I think, at most universities.
Excuse me.
Wow.
The gambler's fallacy is the belief that the chances of something happening with a fixed probability become higher or lower as the process is repeated. People who commit the gambler's fallacy believe that past events affect the probability of something happening in the future.
Right. And what we're saying, Ronan, is that because the outcome has never changed yet, you believe it. Yes, it is. It absolutely is.
Not what I was saying. Absolutely.
What's about the law of averages?
Absolutely not.
What you're saying is that since whatever created the universe has not changed the outcome yet,
I said, I'm going to repeat it again because it's always misquoted for some reason. I know the reason, but I'm just playing along with you all. Anyway, I said something created all of this, but had no control over the outcome. That's the specific statement. And people who commit a gambler's fallacy believe that past events affect the probability of something happening in the future. I said no such thing.
Why do you think the outcome can't be changed?
You're equating gamblers.
Why do you think the outcome can't be changed? It's based on past events that it hasn't been changed yet.
It's not, because we would all be believing in God if that were true.
No, we wouldn't. We would just not make a statement that you are using the gambler's fallacy, Ron, and you don't realize it.
Excuse me. Everyone would be believing in a God right now, today, 100% of us, and that's a gambler's fallacy right there. That's a gambler's fallacy right there. Right there.
Ronan, don't you realize what you said? Your answer for all that was evolution. That's a past and ongoing event. What you're saying,
evolution,
the outcome has never changed yet, that it can't change in the future, the probability is zero. That's the gambler's fallacy.
Evolution is random.
No, and I don't know why you say that either. Evolution is not random.
Richard, what you just did, was cut him off, to further question while he's actually explaining what you had previously asked. You're fucking way too aggressive with that. I'm not trying to play and stuff, but it's gonna annoy the shit out of everyone.
Okay. So why do you think evolution's random? I would disagree when they say random mutations. They're not random. We just don't know exactly what caused them. What makes you think evolution is random?
Because we cannot predict the next earthquake, volcanic eruption.
Evolution has nothing to do with earthquakes.
We cannot predict the next war.
That has nothing to do with evolution. Evolution, you explained what evolution is earlier. It's nothing to do with earthquakes or wars. It has to do
relative. It is relative to the.
Why do you think it's random? Why do you think evolution is random?
We don't know when the next eruption, war, or marriage is going to happen.
Okay. That brings me back to something I was thinking of when I went to get my cigarette. What I thought of is people used to use God for everything they don't know. And you're doing the same thing with the word random. And you just said it's random because we don't know. If we don't know if it's random or not random because we don't know.
No, excuse me. The concept or idea of a god, a deity, is
We're
that
talking about evolution. Stick on
no,
subject.
no. Excuse me. You mentioned God. I was going to your point.
I asked you why you think evolution is
going-
random.
It's random because
Why do you think that?
You do not know what species will be created by nature, or
That means you don't know. That doesn't mean it's random.
it's random because the whole idea of it all is that it is not predictable. We cannot predict when the next living entity will be born.
That doesn't mean it's random. Just because you don't have the knowledge to predict something doesn't mean it's random. It means you can't predict it and you don't know yet if it's random or not.
I'll give you a current example. There's this bacteria called nylonase, right? That was created by the waste product from producing nylon. They put it into just a pool, right? Just a small pool, right? But waste product, right? Like they do with all other waste product from production. They put it into a pool, and bacteria was created. Nylonase, that's what it's called. Nylonase. It's recent.
And because we don't know how that bacteria was created, you're going to explain randomness to it?
Right there is evolution. It's random. You do not know. I do not know.
You're confusing not knowing with random, just like people who didn't know confused everything with God. You're saying because we don't know how it was created, it must be random. Why do you make that extrapolation?
It's without a method or conscious decision. There was no method there. They didn't say, they didn't say, okay, nylonase bacteria will be created when we put this outflow from production into that pool, cooling pool.
So they had a lack of knowledge. That doesn't mean its creation was random.
After the fact, it was observed. So in evolution, it was random.
No, just because we didn't know it was going to happen doesn't mean it was random. There may very well have been a method that we will determine how it did happen.
There is no method or conscious decision.
How do you know that?
Then you tell us, Richard. Then you tell us.
I just gave you the example of nylonase bacteria.
Tell us.
It was
Go ahead, tell us then.
Evolution is random.
How evolution was created.
I'm not making the claim, Lyserge, that it was not random. What I'm saying is if you don't know how something was created, you can't jump to saying it was random or not random because you don't know.
Yeah, okay. So what is the logical conclusion for how it came to be?
We don't know. I don't care about logical conclusions. What I care about is, do we know or do we not know? And if we don't know, we don't know. We can't assign randomness. It would be like me saying, well, see, that nylonase bacteria was created,
so
therefore it's not random.
Okay, so you don't know. So how do you find out?
Well, you have to study it. You have to put some in the pool. You have to take your little microscope and your molecular scientist in there, and they may very well figure out the exact method that caused that bacteria to form. It's like maggots. People didn't know how maggots came to be when you threw some meat in a garbage can. They thought it was magic at one point. Yeah. We figured that out and found out it's not random. It has a method to it.
After the fact, it's called observation. There was an observation made.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but
are you telling me if I look this up, the scientists won't be able to tell me how that bacteria, what method forms that bacteria? Because I highly doubt that.
I just found out about it. It was a few years ago. It was observed a few years ago, and the studies take at least a decade to start with. So I can't say you'll find the information. I can't say that.
So if it takes a decade to study it, why are you jumping to the conclusion before the study started that it's random?
Because it was observed after the fact, and it had to happen in a random manner because no one knew at the time that the outflow from producing nylon would create bacteria.
So nobody knew when they threw a piece of meat in a trash can, it would create maggots. Does that have to be random too?
No, but you're jumping from I don't know how many centuries ago, or I don't know how long that was when they discovered
What
it.
I'm saying is
When they
being
didn't have
surprised,
they didn't have
being
the
surprised by an outcome that you didn't know was going to happen doesn't
actually,
make it
no, Richard.
necessarily random.
Yeah, it does,
You're
actually.
you're
No,
going.
it doesn't.
Do you understand chaos and entropy?
You're
I
going.
do.
You're
Okay,
mixing
well,
two
then
ideas.
certainly you should understand how it is random.
You're mixing two
It
ideas.
may be random. It may not be random. We don't know.
No,
You're mixing two. Excuse me. You're mixing two ideas: pre scientific method and post scientific method. That's two different things altogether.
What is the pre-scientific method? I haven't heard of that.
They didn't know. They didn't have the observation. Hey, like you were using the example of maggots. You're using. Oh, well, we don't know what that is. Okay, look, God did it. God. Nowadays, after the post scientific method, they're saying, "Oh, we observed something. Let's look into this."
Right.
Logically, not just assume it's God. Okay, after the scientific method was basically installed and accepted by science, the field of science, they're saying, "Oh, it can't be God. Let's look into it first."
It sounds to me like what you're saying is that every surprise event we haven't figured out, it's okay to say that it was random.
Right, because we didn't know. We didn't know. That's why I use the word.
How does that
random.
make it necessarily random? Because we don't know what happens when you put a couple things together.
Well, because it's made
Richard, you don't understand that?
or
I can put it in a real simple way for you, Richard.
Can you let Grizz talk? Maybe he can figure it out for all of us. I mean, he's trying to get into
Bruce
work.
hasn't said anything. Okay, now the thing is, okay, to put it simply, right? Richard. Okay, do you think that Schrodinger's cat is not random?
What was that, please? I don't.
I don't really. I guess I don't like that whole Schrodinger's cat nonsense.
Few people do.
Yeah, I know some people do. I don't even want to get into that.
Why, Richard? Why don't you like that?
Because I just find the whole premise of it to be a little bit silly. Is the cat alive or dead until you open the box and all that? It's
Well, that's the thing, right? That's why I phrased it like, as I did.
I guess the answer to your question is I don't believe it is random. I believe the cat is either alive or dead. Opening the box and looking at it has nothing to do with it.
And you're wrong.
Well, I understand plenty of people think that. Schrodinger as well, obviously.
That's the whole thing. This is why, it's not just called the uncertainty principle, but also sometimes called the indeterminance principle. You can't, that's the whole foundation of random, is that, it is not with any sort of, form, okay? That's
right. But just because you haven't determined why something happened doesn't mean you can say it's random.
Yeah, you can, actually.
It may very well have a method and not be random that you haven't figured out yet.
I have said.
Or you're wrong.
I have said, this is me, right? I'm not quoting anybody. I made this up. In any random situation, the only thing that can happen is chance. That's it, right there, the whole statement. In any random situation, the only thing that can happen is chance. Randomly, I could go somewhere and chance meeting a woman, a beautiful woman, we fall in love. It does happen, but not every time. In a random situation, randomly, these different things came together. The waste from nylon production was put into a cooling pond, and bacteria came up. Oh, okay. What's the chance of that? I don't know. Let's observe it. We observed it. Oh, let's figure this out. Scientific method, post-scientific method.
There's no post or pre-scientific method, dude. There's only the scientific method.
The scientific method was not really established I think it was 150 years ago. I'm not exactly
Well,
sure.
I'm saying in the world we live in, there's no pre-scientific method and post-scientific
Well,
method.
yes,
There's
because
an era before the scientific.
the era before, all the time before the scientific method.
That's
was-
not how
was
you're
all based
using
on-
it,
excuse
dude.
me.
You said
The majority was based on animism in anthropology, which
What?
belief that a god was in the water, in the air, in
right,
a
right.
plant.
So
And
what I'm saying, random. I went to the
after,
dictionary, okay, to help me out.
after animism, right? That's when God, the idea of a god or multiple gods came up, and then they came up with one god, and then each person separated their own definitions of a god. That's how it went in our species.
So let me make my last little statement about this, okay? What I got the dictionary here, and I think we can all agree that this is what it means: having no specific pattern, purpose, or objective, lacking any definite plan or prearranged order. And my point is not knowing what the prearranged order or plan or pattern is doesn't make it necessarily random. It means you don't know the specific pattern.
You're actually wrong.
No,
It's
I'm not wrong.
proven. No,
So you're saying that.
proven.
So if I'm wrong, what you're saying is
You're wrong because it's proven. That's why I was talking with Schrodinger's cat. Why I bring it up? It's like you're like I say.
Whoa! I'm not saying Schrodinger's cat might not be random. What I'm saying is there are plenty of things that come along that we can determine the specific pattern that we were unaware of previously. Not everything new turns out to be random.
It is indeterminate. It's conclusively indeterminate.
Some things that are new turn out later not to be random.
It's conclusively indeterminate. That's it. It's done.
Some things are, not everything. My point is, until it's conclusively indeterminate, you can't say it's conclusively indeterminate.
We can. Yes, we can. We can draw that line and shut the door and case closed. Yep.
On everything that's new.
On certain things is what I'm saying.
Well, that's exactly my point. Is until you know, you don't know.
We do know. Yes, we do, but we do.
We're talking about a specific bacteria that was created by some nylon thing, where the science isn't going to come out for 10 years. Jumping to the conclusion that we won't figure out the pattern or process of it is not knowledge. It's making a big leap of nonsense.
Well, the bacteria did not.
What's the name of this bacteria, by the way? I'm going to look it up.
Nylonase.
Nylonase.
Okay. ASE, in other words. What has been determined that the bacteria mutated, okay, and basically that mutation, right, created a different life form, nylonase, okay. So there was a bacteria before that, right, and it just mutated, adapted, right, to the environment, and found another so-called food source.
Wow.
First of all, this came from 1975.
Yeah.
So you
know. 1970. Yeah, that's right. You're right. I read into that some time ago. Yes.
Good things come from 1975. It's a good year. Shoot, I'd like to know more about the fossils, okay, that they found.
In 2007, the study in Japan suggested that, in fact, no frame shift mutation was involved at all.
Okay, which is, the new oldest fossils ever found in the world. Okay, so you talk about, the emergence of, bacteria. I think that's a good thing to look towards. It's brand new. Okay, it changed everything. It used to be that stromatolites were the earliest known life form, right, which is from Australia, but Canada's now beat it. Okay, the oldest known fossil record of life on Earth comes from Canada now, and it was found in Quebec, which is interesting. I'd like to know so much more about that. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's brand new. Like this is
what kind of fossil is it?
Well, they're microfossils, obviously. Like, it's bacterial, right? Like stromatolites. Okay, there's stromatolites are single cell organisms. It's kind of like coral or something, right? Like, and like I say, this, for years, for the last, until just like a month ago, okay, for the last 5 years, there have been no really significant new scientific discoveries. And then bang, bang, we just had 2 right in a row. And this is one of them. And I think both have something to do with Canada. But this is significant, right? And I don't know anything about it. That's what it'd be much more constructive to actually talk about, this new stuff and than to sit and bicker and go in circles and stuff and argue about who's saying what. And
well, is there some name or some site you could direct us to? We could look at.
I don't know a whole hell of a lot about it. I hardly know anything.
Name?
Well, it's, like I say, it's, earliest life on Earth in Quebec, found in Quebec.
Okay, that's a good place to start, I guess.
Or oldest record of life on Earth. Earliest known life forms.
Do you believe that mutations are random?
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Well, yeah. Really? Okay. Well, see, what you're arguing then is that pi is not non-terminating.
No, what I'm arguing is that some mutations are caused.
Listen,
what I'm
dude,
arguing is that some mutations are caused by things like.
Richard, you're wrong right off the top. Okay, to say no, because those things.
I didn't say no mutations. I didn't say. What I'm saying is not all mutations are random.
If it's not random, then pi will terminate. Okay, and pi. That's what you're saying, okay? There's no.
No, I'm not. What I'm saying is things like. Will you let me finish? It has nothing to do with pi. What I'm saying are things.
No. You keep saying no when you're wrong, okay?
Will you let me finish, please? You won't let me finish? Great.
Because you are wrong and you're not understanding. You don't get along with people and shit. You're a contrarian. You start off automatically by saying no, which shows that you don't even understand.
I know that's annoying. People do it to me and you do it as well, so you know. What I'm saying is that some mutations can be tracked to things like radioactivity or too much sunlight and things of that nature, demonstrating the cause of the genetic mutation, meaning those things that we can track are not random. We know the cause of certain types of mutations. You have spontaneous mutations from molecular decay, right? You have different types. You have errors introduced to the DNA. You have induced mutations, right? Those are not random, they're induced, right? So not all, I really believe if we knew enough, we would be able to explain all mutations.
Right?
Mutations are not necessarily negative. There are negative, neutral, and positive. And on an aside, a lyserge, March 1st, 2017, dubio fossils. And they've discovered them decades ago, but they've withstood the test of time, and now they're saying, yes, it was in Canada. Dubio fossils.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why you would, geez, we know the causes of all kinds of mutations. I sort of look it up here. There's so many different explanations for so many kinds of mutations. It's, kind of ridiculous for you to say they're all random.
Well, mutation is random. In any gene pool that reproduces, it reproduces to obviously survive, and a percentage are going to be negative, some will be neutral, some will be positive. It's not saying that the negative mutations are going to become extinct. It's not saying it's going away. It's basically broadening out and continuing. That's mutation. It's just in context where it sounds like, well, that's a negative mutation, but the species adapted, right? With a negative mutation because it doesn't go with the current model because the environment has changed.
Right. It wasn't helpful to the species, so nobody cared and it died off.
Right. Well, yeah. Well, but like a percentage do go on, or they do become extinct if they cannot adapt to the environment.
If they're helpful.
Oh yes, yeah, it could be beneficial, it could be detrimental, or it could be neutral. Per generation, by the way, that's per generation.
But what I was talking about the causes of the mutation. We can show why some mutations are caused and others we don't really know, and that gets back to the random thing. If we know what causes it, then it's no longer random, and other ones we're not sure if they're random or not.
Well, in the reproduction cycle, one cycle of a specific gene pool, right? There's going to be a number of variations, right? Some will be positive, some will be neutral, some will be negative, right? The positive ones go on because they are adapting, because something in the environment, right, affected that life
Not
form.
really adapting isn't the right word. Helpful, I think, is the word.
Well, the adaptation is part of the reproduction cycle, right? Because the reproductive cycle does not determine positive, negative, or neutral. It's just random because, like, we're not saying all people born are in perfect health. We're not saying that. No one is saying that.
Those mutations in the gene pool are not necessarily random. Sometimes we know the causes of those.
Okay, fine. Let's just say two people meet, they get married, they have children, right? One of the children is incredibly beautiful. One of the other children is very smart, and the other one is just neutral, right? Which one has the most likelihood of reproducing? Right? We don't know because it goes on to the next generation, and if that applies, it goes forward. That's how that works. You cannot say specifically because mutations, like I said, are not all negative, not all positive, not all neutral. It's a spectrum within
two different topics. I totally agree that mutations are kind of dependent on whether they're useful. You don't even really know if it's positive or negative until
right.
It
For example, red hair color, the redhead, right? I forget how many generations ago the first redheads were born, right? Had they not been so-called attractive to the female, technically to the female, redheads would not exist today, but yet they do.
Now this is kind of wild, but I've heard somebody's explanation for blue eyes, and what they said, I don't blame it on me, I didn't make it up, but what they said was that the reason the blue-eyed mutation stuck around and became popular was because people realized that if it had something to do with children. It's like, well, if the two blue-eyed people can only have blue-eyed children, maybe I want a blue-eyed mate so I know if they're cheating or not. Somebody sort of came up with that as the idea as to why, the blue eyes stuck around and became, popular enough so they're all over the place.
Well, the blue eyes, I'm not positive. I can look it up. I studied eyes some time ago. It was in the Kosovo region in Europe, Central Europe or Eastern Europe. Or what is it? Yeah, Eastern Europe, right? There, right, in that locality, right, the people started producing blue-eyed children. Okay, so over time, obviously, it's attractive. Let's mate, and more blue-eyed children were born, and they obviously migrated.
Right. I'm saying that guy's explanation was not attractiveness. It was that his explanation was not that it was cool and attractive. It was that they figured out that blue-eyed people, they could tell if their husbands and wives were cheating based on the eye color.
My microphone working?
Silly.
Oh no. What I was saying was before that. The evolutionary process, not the social processes of
Ronan, it doesn't matter if random mutations are seemingly beneficial. If those random mutations do not increase fitness, then there is no survivability, so to speak.
Yeah, we just covered that.
Right. You can't just say if they're beneficial and
the negative.
Yeah. Well, the accrual. Can I finish my statement?
No, I was going to make a point.
No, I was speaking.
I know you were going to carry on.
I was speaking and you interrupted me.
Hog the mic, as they say.
No, I'm not hogging the mic. I've been haven't been talking.
Mutations could be negative.
Oh, so you're just going to talk over me? Okay, go ahead.
Mutations could be negative, neutral, or positive.
Okay, what accounts for the specific arrangement of nucleotides that would constitute new genetic information over millions of years?
Changes in allele frequency over time.
No, that's not an answer to my question. That's just a restatement of the minimalist definition of evolution. What accounts for the specific arrangement of nucleotides in a linear fashion?
I don't know. Why don't you tell us?
Well, I was asking Ronan.
I don't think he knows either. Why don't you tell us?
That's why I asked him the question.
I've heard it before listening to Steve McRae, but I don't remember specifically the term.
Steve doesn't know that much anyway. The answer is the specific arrangement of nucleotides.
Aren't you the Darth guy that came in here sniping everybody, Bubba?
Yeah, that's Darth Dawkins.
No, I don't.
And every time somebody tries to talk and he don't like it, he wants to snipe everybody, so he changed his
Anyway, Ronan.
He's mostly a filibuster guy, not a sniper.
He sniped. He sniped before. Yeah, I recall.
Okay.
I just needed someone else to, verify that. Yeah, and you're right. He wants to filibuster, go on and on. He sniped people, yes, but I just needed someone else to say that. Go ahead, gentlemen.
I don't know. Do you know who he is, Lyserge? Because I was just going to sit back and talk and just pipe up after a while and say, at least somebody's worse than me,
Yeah. He changed his avatar to Duncan to try to fool everybody. His name's Darth Dawkins.
Well, I don't know how fooling it is when he has the same picture of himself on it, I knew who he was immediately.
We're part of the same crew or whatever.
Yeah. Sorry, I couldn't help myself.
Gentlemen,
he came in here.
Gentlemen, I knew who he was. I knew he was. I knew he sniped all this. I just needed someone else to verify the point, so I got rid of him. Go ahead, gentlemen.
He's a complete fucking douchebag. I'm glad you got rid of him.
Well, no, I just needed everybody to realize, hey, this guy does this. So I knew it. I knew he did it. So that's why I did everybody a favor.
He will turn any room he goes into the most horrible room open anywhere. He is
right.
Just
Let's move on, gentlemen, please. Hey, buddy W.
Hey, how's it going? I'm on mic out. I wanted to say that to him. He sniped the hell out of the room last time he was in here. All right, go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Lyserge. I'm done talking.
I'm not saying anything either. I'm waiting for my my food to be crispy in the oven.
So, buddy, why don't you do some coffee? What's up with buddy? Want to get some coffee or something himself, I guess.
Yeah, I am fixing coffee, actually, man. I had to lay back down and just got back up making coffee. And I came in here, and as soon as I heard that guy talk, did you hear him correcting everybody to do as he demanded? His next move was to snipe.
Yeah, he reminds me
of someone else. He just drones on. The thing about that guy is he'll drone on and on and on, and he doesn't care how long, like, you try to stand up for yourself. He's just going to keep talking and talking and talking, and God damn, he's annoying. He never fucking
dude.
But he is, you're talking about an authoritarian. He is going to demand everybody to do exactly what he says. Here is what's going to happen. I did not give you permission to talk, so therefore you interrupted me. So therefore you will get sniped if you continue to do this.
Oh yeah, I met quite a few people like that too.
And the funny thing is anybody that already knows him and doesn't like him, he'll call a troll. I know that person. They're a troll. It's like, who's the fucking troll around here, dude? Come on. You know?
Yeah.
Nick.
Hey, I didn't
there
come.
are people that chase him around the internet just to give him shit that hate him so much.
Yeah, I didn't come in to mess nothing up. Actually, I had something I wanted to say to him. Is what it was.
Yeah.
But anyway, all right, Mike out. I'll be right back.
Yeah, he tries to take that Christian Psy guy with his,
Hey, Richard, you never found that WD-40, Richard?
No, I did just move my mic, though. I should have waited until you were gone before I did that.
No, that's all right, man. I'll be back in a minute.
He's one of those, there's no way the truth could exist without a Christian God, and I'm here to argue it to death.
Yeah. Yep.
Excuse me, gentlemen. I just got a phone call. Were you all going to be here? I think for the next 3 hours. I can mod you all, and that way you can cover it if I have to leave.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be here for a while. I'll transfer him if I leave, and I'm the only one here.
Okay, so I'll just mod all three of you, and that way it doesn't matter. If I have to leave, well, obviously you can take over.
Sure, light surge will resist a sniper.
Mm-hmm.
A little.
No, we're good. We're good, man.
I'm just all I'm trying to do, dude, is keep getting up, walking to the store, buying another single cigarette. That's like my only goal today is to try to buy as few cigarettes as possible. If I can keep it under 10, I'll be really happy. And then tomorrow it'll be one less, next day one less. It should be a maximum of 10 days before I quit.
I got chicken fingers and French fries on the horizon for me, and there's a hockey game going on, which I should keep tuned into.
Do you play hockey?
No, not really. A little bit. Pond hockey or what growing up, and but in Canada, it's they say it's our religion, and I've been watching from the age of 2, right? So I have 40 years.
Yeah, I grew up in Vermont. Played a lot of hockey. I played hockey.
Yeah, very similar, eh? Vermont and Canada, laid back and hockey, winter sports and maple syrup, right?
And aggressive, Vermont's, that's where Bernie Sanders comes from.
Bernie, I know, yeah.
And they've been progressive for a long, long time. The reason that it used to be, as soon as they passed freedom of speech in the Constitution, they passed laws to put people in prison for criticizing the government, called sedition laws. The reason those were ended was because the people of Vermont voted somebody in prison under the sedition law to be governor so he could pardon himself. And that's how sedition laws are. Yeah, I know. That's one of the little trivia things about Vermont. That find out when you go up. But they've been progressive since way back then. They were the first with the civil unions and all that kind of stuff. It's a really different kind of state. If you're from Texas, you probably hate them,
Oh, baseball season started too now. We had opening day.
Yeah, I went to one professional baseball game, and the only thing I took away from it was their arms seemed to be really huge. But it's like the most boring thing for me to watch.
I was taken to an early Blue Jays game before they had the new stadium, so it was down at Exhibition Place at the lakefront when I was a really little kid, maybe 6 or 5 years old or something. And the one thing I'll never forget was there was a pop fly, a foul ball pop fly, and this thing, holy shit, went almost like straight up. We went up forever, and it comes down, and they had the cameras on it. And it came down, and all you hear is this stock. Okay, right, it's down. Okay, and it goes flying back up into the air. And the thing was, it was a bald guy. Okay, it was like like Mr. Clean, totally bald, and it hit right off the fucking center, dead center. So the bullseye hit, and it launched right back up into the air. Man, I'll never forget that.
I got knocked out by a pitch one time, right?
Oh shit!
Right in the fucking head, man.
Oh shit! Yeah.
Yeah, I pretty much after that, I just stand way too far away from the base, and I just gave up. I just got too chicken shit to get hit in the head again and quit playing.
Was it deliberate? Was it a beanball or what?
Nah, I don't think so, because it was like Little League. The guy just threw a bad pitch. If he had tried to do it on purpose, he wasn't that accurate. He'd have missed. So
yeah.
No, I don't. No, I wasn't a good batter anyway. There's no reason for him to do that to me. I was a shitty batter anyway.
Yeah, I was lucky. Gifted or what with sports, so I'd always be team captain or first pick or what, and going through public school or what, I hit tons and tons of home runs. I was known as a heavy hitter.
Yeah.
But then when I hit puberty, right, it changes. Your body changes so much, and it threw me off out of whack. I could still hit the ball really hard, but I couldn't hit home runs anymore, right? I'd always hit like line drives.
I got knocked out playing hockey once too. I was going for the hat trick, so I'd already been by the defenseman twice, and he knew there's not a lot he could do about it. And he took the butt end of the hockey stick and just rammed it right in my face.
Oh fuck! Oh, that's that's amazing.
Knocked me out. I wake up and there's fucking blood everywhere. You all right? Like, yeah, I guess so.
That's nothing pisses me off much more than that question. I was with my buddy, stream fishing, and it was like basically at the base of a waterfall where there's tons of rocks. So because of all the mist that gets thrown up, there's all moss, and it's like super slippery rocks. And I'm trying to walk across it, and I slipped. Okay, and I had so much in my hands. My hand went down really quick, but the only thing that caught was my thumb on the edge of the rock, and holy shit, it bent it right up to my arm. Right, and I scream in pain. Right, it's like, oh fuck, right. I scream, fuck, I just broke my thumb, and the first question he asks, he's like, "Are you okay?" And it's like, it's like, no, you fucking idiot! I just broke my thumb. I'm not okay. What the? It's like the dumbest question ever.
Yeah, that's what everybody asks. You'd be in a head-on car collision and. Just completely fall. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm great. Thanks. See you later.
Yeah, really. It's like they'll ask a dead person, someone unconscious. I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab my food. Yeah, big. Oh, fight. Look at this. I got back just in time. Boom. Oh, fucking square on the chin. Martin, that's it. It's over. Oh, no, he stays up. Okay. We got a guy, he can really throw him. Where is everyone? Oh, for crying out loud. Kanushi's gone. Buddy gone. That sucks. Well, Armando's still around, possibly, apparently. Wow. When did Sean become such a pissy bitch? Unbelievable. Hey. No. I got my dinner and hockey on.
You got what on?
Hockey.
Oh, you got hockey on?
Yeah, Toronto playing Tampa Bay.
Oh, that's cool. Oh, you're the guy with that sunset avatar?
No.
Who are you?
It's LaSurge.
Oh, what's up, bro? I didn't know you were on the panel.
Yeah, man.
What you up to, man? Watching hockey, huh?
Uh-huh.
Who's winning?
0-0, just coming up to about the halfway mark of the game.
Okay.
Important game. Boston, having played one more game, is 1 point ahead of us. And I don't know if we're qualified for the wild card for the playoff or not. But I think we only have 2 more games. We just lost last game to Washington, which is like the best team in the league. And our last game is against Pittsburgh, which is like the best team in the league. So, we got this one and then another one.
So you're going for Toronto, huh?
I'm finally finding renewed, reason to be optimistic and come back to this sport because, I was a fan through thick and thin, for like 30 years, and management made some really bad decisions, and it was enough for me. It was the straw that broke the camel's back, right? So I stopped watching altogether. Yeah.
Well, is that the Toronto Maple Leafs?
Yeah.
Yeah. I know the Pittsburgh Penguins or
yeah.
Okay, yeah. So they're like that's like they play American teams. It's like interconnected and shit.
You're from Texas.
Yeah, we used to have a hockey team here called the Houston Aeros, but not enough people were into it, so they discontinued it.
Yeah, the Houston Astros. I remember.
Yeah, we have the Houston Astros. That's our baseball team. But we had a hockey team for a while.
Oh, yeah, I know. You got Dallas.
Yeah, the Dallas Stars. They got a hockey team. Hockey's pretty fucking hardcore. I mean, I like it, man. The playoffs, though, I remember watching the playoffs like a couple years ago, and that shit just lasts forever, right?
Well, that's when the real hockey starts.
Those long ass playoffs they do.
Yeah. Well, 4 rounds, best of 7.
Damn, that shit felt like it took forever for that playoffs to be over.
Well, that's that's the real hockey. That's where they really play. Everything is upped.
That shit's brutal. That shit's brutal as fuck, huh?
Oh, any tiny little mistake, okay, like playoffs is when it gets really serious, and the quality of play goes way up.
Yeah, it's just kind of like baseball. Like during the regular season, it's kind of boring and slow, but when you get into the playoffs and you watch baseball in the playoffs, that's just a whole nother level.
Yeah, far more intense. I was actually going to
big time.
That's why I brought up Texas, okay, because baseball season just started, right? Are you a big baseball fan at all? Or?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I love most sports.
Okay. So you're what, Rangers?
No, Houston Astros.
Really? Oh, well, the Astros haven't been doing all that well, but
yeah, but I love my Astros. Even we suck a lot of the times, but we've had good teams too. Though I mean, we've like a few years ago, we made those 3 runs towards the World Series like 3 years in a row, and we got to that one.
Right on.
With we had Roger Clemens and stuff, and Andy Pettit. We had like a real good team there for a few years.
Yeah. I was bringing it up because of the Rangers and the Toronto Blue Jays. Okay, there's from the last year or 2 years. Okay, there's bad blood. That's a rivalry between the Toronto Blue Jays and the Texas Rangers. Oh yeah, dude. Holy shit. What went down? Your pitchers, okay, the Texas Rangers pitchers deliberately beamed our star player, right?
Yeah, I think I remember that shit now that you mentioned it. Actually, yeah, I actually do like the Rangers too, though. Yeah, I like the Rangers.
Yeah. To get back, okay, there's a hit and he's sliding in. It's a forced play at second, and he went in hard with the cleats up, which is now that's like distinctly against the rules, right?
Yeah.
And it turned into a huge fucking fist fight. The second baseman absolutely decked our star player. And it didn't knock him out, though. Like a hit like that, holy shit! The guy's got quite a chin to not get knocked out from that punch.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you were saying hockey's brutal. When the baseball teams start rioting, that's pretty brutal too, man.
Oh hell yeah, man! Like when the Red Sox, and the Yankees, they fucking went at it a bunch of times before. Big time, right?
Like with basketball, it's usually a couple guys and it's over pretty quick. And with hockey, they just let 2 dudes fucking beat each other up. But with baseball, you get fucking the whole, you
get everybody fighting.
The infield gets cleared out and people are just fucking boxing.
Man.
The refs can't do anything really. There's only a few of them and 2 teams fucking boxing.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just see it coming too every once in a while when the pitcher hits somebody. You just know.
Oh hell yeah, no, it's on. Yeah, then the bench is clear and everybody runs onto the field.
Oh
yeah. Yeah, that's pretty badass.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. And I've seen a few good fights on basketball too. Where I don't know if you remember that one game. I think it was Detroit Pistons and Indiana Pacers, and they had a big old rumble.
All right. Yeah, I don't watch too much sports. I don't know. I just don't. I like it. I like playing more than watching. I guess now I'm too old to really care about playing either.
Yeah, I grew up playing pretty much all the sports, like with all the neighborhood kids, and I played football in middle school only. But shit, my first time I ever got knocked out was playing American football. That's the first time I ever got knocked out in my life, and I was just playing it. We were playing in just a neighborhood game, and I was playing with older kids, and I was running the ball, and I tried to duck under this bigger dude, and he was trying to tackle me. And when I tried to duck under him, his knee got me right on my temple, and it knocked me out.
Wow. I've been knocked out playing baseball, hockey, skateboarding, skiing.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I think that's it.
Yeah. That's crazy shit. Yeah, most of the times I've been knocked out was for doing like dares and shit too, shit like that, like doing stupid shit.
I was actually on the other end. I knocked a dude out in football.
For real?
Oh yeah, right on. It was. I almost got knocked out myself.
Shit.
Yeah, that concussion stuff is a big deal nowadays. They're tracking a
Oh
lot
yeah.
of these fucked up
Yeah,
injuries.
y'all seen that movie with y'all seen that movie about the NFL with Will Smith?
I've seen parts of it. I haven't seen the whole thing.
Pretty good movie.
Yeah, like Muhammad Ali. I know he had Parkinson's, but if you couldn't see that coming, I don't know. Getting the shit beat out of you for a living is bound to produce something bad.
Yeah, and a lot of his strategy was taking those hits and just letting the other boxer get tired and stuff.
Yes, it was.
That's crazy shit right there, man. He took all those hits from George Foreman.
Yeah, he was one tough dude, man.
Yeah, that's crazy,
Imagine
man.
meeting a guy like that on the street, and it's like you whack him as hard as you can 6 times, and that's no effect. It's like, come on, dude, keep at it. I'm gonna let you get a little more tired before I knock you out in one punch.
That's crazy shit. Yeah.
What do you think about MMA?
I like MMA. It's pretty cool. I like boxing better. Because boxing is my favorite sport, and like my grandpa was a boxer, and I was in boxing when I was a teenager. So I love boxing. So I like boxing better, but I like MMA too, though. It's pretty badass too.
Yeah, it's cool. I like watching it. It's interesting. I like I guess what I like about it is it sort of wakes people up to the fact that if you really want to be any kind of fighter, you really do have to know something about the ground.
Yeah.
So most good martial arts schools will tell you right off the bat, every fight's going to end up on the ground. You're not just going to knock somebody out in one punch.
Right.
The odds of just standing up boxing somebody are pretty low. Somebody's going to try to grab somebody and choke them, whatever.
Right. That's true. I'm a better boxer than I am a ground fighter. Like when I fight, I try to box. I try to make it into a boxing match. But yeah, you're right. It never fails that y'all end up wrestling a little bit too.
Yeah. I mean, if somebody's getting the shit beat out of them by you boxing, they just really don't have any choice but to hope they can out wrestle.
Yeah. Well, I try to usually like my adrenaline kicks in, and like you get when you're in a serious fight and your adrenaline kicks in, like, and if you know a little bit of how to box, I mean, you get a little bit faster and stuff, and like sometimes they're trying to hit you and they can't hit you because you're just in the zone, man. You can move out of the way. You could kind of, you have to try to turn it into a boxing match if you're good at that.
Right. Well, yeah, you go with what you know, whether you're a wrestler or boxer or don't know anything. You just
if you don't know anything, you're screwed. Also another thing, like rule of thumb, is like if you're fighting a bigger guy than you better hope he doesn't grab you.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know.
Well, you're good at wrestling too. That's wrestling was my sport, and it's just because a guy's bigger doesn't necessarily mean that he'll win in wrestling either.
Right.
If you're doing like I wrestled against my coach. He was like 220, right? He outweighed me by 60 pounds, but he could beat me.
Right. So like let's say like if you were fighting somebody that was a boxer, you're a better wrestler. If you're able to get in and grab him, he's screwed.
Oh, yeah, exactly. That's it's actually like a rule of thumb in MMA. A lot of people favor the grapplers over the strikers because given one or the other, right? There's a slight advantage because for a grappler, okay, it's not hard to get in on a striker, right? But and if the striker, if that's the disadvantage, he wants to avoid. So the thing is it's just it's hard to explain. Hey, it's a subtle balance, but there's a slight advantage for grappling over striking.
Right. Yeah, especially if the other guy isn't doesn't have any ground skills at all, then it's a big time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the Gracies kind of proved that from the beginning when they went in there and they were sort of the original. We're going to show you how good grappling really is, and then other people realize, hey,
I mean, they perfected. The Gracies, they perfected their own freaking fighting style pretty much.
Yeah, it's different. Well, it's not theirs. Okay, they're Brazilian jiu-jitsu, which is distinctly different. Yeah, which comes from I think it's is jiu-jitsu. I think Japanese, or is it Chinese? I think probably Japanese.
I'm not sure. It might be.
It's kind of a generic word for wrestling.
Yeah, there's all kinds of different styles and stuff. The most impressive thing, I think it was Royce Gracie. One of the first times I ever saw him fight. Okay, it's like he's done. Okay, and the guy's on top. Okay, and it's like you figure he's fucked, and all of a sudden the guy on top taps out. Royce Gracie won from the bottom.
That's some badass shit.
What just happened there? What did he do to this guy? Right? Like, holy shit. Okay, that's the thing is, you know what to do. You can win from the bottom.
You know what? I've been watching that UFC shit since the 90s, man. Like way before it was even so popular like it is now. And I remember Gracie, man, and they used to have this dude named the Russian Polar Bear, this big old Russian dude. I remember this one fight where it was the first round, and that Russian dude came in, and all he did was just kick the shit out of the other guy right in the chest, and the fight was over.
Yeah, jiu-jitsu is Japanese.
I live in Thailand, dude, and that stick fighting stuff, they had in the Rambo movies, they still do that here. They still, people bet on it, and it's fucking bloody as shit.
Damn. Stick fighting, because kickboxing is, that's the heartland for kickboxing, isn't it? Thai?
Yeah, Muay Thai is, sort of their version of kickboxing. But yeah, they have, they'll have like 5 and 6 year olds out there beating the crap out of each other. They even, one of the ways to like be a felon and get out of prison is to, they'll have like whoever wins the Muay Thai competition at the prison gets to go free. There's all kinds of that.
Wow. They're like really into that sport there then.
Yeah, they are. It's kind of the national pride,
Oh yeah. Wow. I've seen them training, okay, and it's like bamboo or something. They'll find a bamboo tree, okay, and in order to toughen the bone and the skin, they just sit there kicking over and over and over, right? And, until they actually take the tree down. Like they'll, I've seen that, and like holy shit, it's the monks of the Shaolin, okay, the Shaolin fighters in China. They do a similar thing with a bowl full of hot rocks, okay, like huge pebbles. It's not really fair to call them pebbles; they're stones, and they'll just sit there pounding their fist, okay, into the hot stones for hours and hours to toughen the skin and the knuckles, right? It turns the fist into like a fucking hammer, right? Like,
yeah, just like the people that they punch fucking tree bark. They'll punch a tree,
yeah,
to toughen up their knuckles and shit.
I got way better shit to do than that.
Yeah,
pretty much anything would be better than that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've never been knocked out fighting before. I've been knocked out doing stupid shit like fucking dares.
Really, in all your training of boxing and all your boxing matches, you never lost with a knockout. That's pretty good.
No, I've never been even in street fight. I've been in a lot of street fights too growing up, and I've never been knocked out ever from a fight. I've never been knocked out from a fight. I've been knocked out from like playing sports. I've been knocked out when I had an accident once. One time, a stupid dare like to run across this pipe, and I fucking fell off of there, and I got a concussion. No. And so I've eaten my shit. One time, me and my brother were racing. We were racing in our neighborhood, on bikes, regular bicycles, and we were fucking hauling ass home, trying to see who could get home first. And we took different ways, like different shortcuts, and when we met up right at the same corner, like I guess we were tied, and we were just both hauling ass. I guess neither one of us was gonna like slow down or give the other one way. So I remember what happened now. I fell. I was in front of him, and I tried to turn in front of him, and I fell. I lost, like, my bicycle slipped, So I fell down right in front of him, and he hit me on the head with his front tire. And like he flew off his bike, but he hit me hard. I mean, that shit knocked me out, and I couldn't even hear for a while. Like I lost my hearing for, like when I found like they woke me up and they were talking, and I was like, I can't even fucking hear y'all. Like, I can see their mouths moving, but I couldn't hear them.
I was
And
in a
then like,
car accident once, and my head hit where the side of the window is. My head's, I was basically T-boned and smashed my head off the window. And for maybe 10 seconds, all I could do was blink my eyes, and I was paralyzed, and I was shit my fucking pants, dude. But like 15 or so seconds later, I could wiggle my neck and feel my fingers and move them. But man, that was the longest 10 seconds I ever had, dude. I'm like, oh my God. All I could do was blink my fucking eyes.
That's terrifying. It's like having the wind knocked out of you. As a kid going down the hill on a sled or what, huge wipeout. I got nailed in the kidneys and, laying on my back, okay, with the wind knocked out. And, I wasn't paralyzed or what, but I could not move. And, laying on your back like that, it's like you can't get the wind in and it's, you're dying. It's like, oh, shit.
Yeah.
I think getting the wind knocked out of you is worse than getting knocked out. Personally.
Yeah. I remember getting like the first time you get your wind knocked out and you're a kid, man, that shit freaks you out.
I tried doing a kayak roll once in a kayak on a murky lake, and you couldn't see the water because it was like cloudy, but the weeds grew up to like 1 foot under the surface, and I had no idea. So I tried doing a kayak roll, and all of a sudden I'm stuck upside down. Now, in the kayak, your legs are like stuck in there.
Yeah.
Right. So I'm totally stuck in this position. It's like, fuck, I'm drowning. The only way to get out is to slide out and go down into the fucking weeds, which, it's like, what the hell is in there? Leeches and, crabs and fuck. But, when, it's easy to overcome your fear when you're motivated by.
Yeah, like you would never go in those weeds and stuff before, but since you have to, yeah.
And even coming out, okay, it's tricky because the weeds like tangle up on you. I was lucky. I could have easily.
Yeah, there's people that drown in that shit. There's a lake here that's known for that. Like it has a lot of that. It's an invasive weed that grows in the water, and they try to get it removed because a few people have died because they got tangled in that shit.
Ties your legs up.
I went to Sierra Rescue School in the Navy. They teach you. They like put a parachute, in the middle of like underneath you, and you have to get up on kind of a high dive and jump into the middle of the parachute, and it wraps all around you and sort of sucks you in, and they teach you exactly how to not panic and how to get out of it and all that. All you have to do is pay attention and then just do what they told you, and probably 50 some, well, maybe not 50, but say 10 or 15 or whatever % of the people end up fucking drowning, and they got to go fish them out. And it's just ridiculous. I don't know why. They basically
got to stay calm.
They're trying to fight the parachute instead of just letting it naturally, get away from them. So,
yeah. Man, I've seen people drowning, like, and they're about to get in the canoe, and then the canoe flips over, but it's only like 4 feet of water, like you can actually stand up. But they're panicking, and they're sitting there drowning and shit. Like, stand up, dude. Like, just stand up. You're cool.
Yeah, it's crazy. People have drowned in water that you can actually stand in it's because of the panic.
Yeah.
Yeah. They get panicked and they don't even realize that all they have to do is stand up.
What's that thing that bites you that hurts a lot in the ocean? People like die from it just because they panic. I forget. It's like, I don't want to say octopus, but that's not it.
Jellyfish?
Yeah. Jellyfish. That's it.
No, I've been stung by them.
Hurt a lot.
There's some type of fish that comes up on the beach and buries itself and has spines that stick up out of the sand. People step on it and it's like extremely poisonous.
Shit, those stinks do that shit. There's a few other ones like clownfish. No, not clownfish. I think they're called scorpion fish and lionfish.
Yeah,
and I think is one.
Yeah, they have all those barbs all over them and shit.
Yeah, even bass.
I've been stung by a jellyfish before, and I've been stung by a stingray before. Because I live on the coast here. I do a lot of fishing.
What was worse?
I gotta say the stingray was way worse. Like one time I was swimming and I swam into a little school because I think there's different species of jellyfish and some are worse than others. So I've never been stung by one of the real big ones. It was like those small ones, those like common ones that you see that have like the way they look like a common jellyfish with the round.
The,
How can I describe them with
most
the long tentacles? Like, well, I swam into a freaking school of those, and that shit it feels weird, man. It feels like when they're stinging you, it feels like you're getting kind of like shocked, like they're shocking you or something. It's weird. And then once you're like out of them, it just stings like hell, and you're gonna be all red too. You'll see where they got you.
The most poisonous creature known to man or known to living thing is actually a jellyfish near around Australia, and they're tiny.
Yeah. I think that's the most. I think that's the most deadly one there is.
Yeah. It's a neurotoxin, right? It's way more potent than any snake venom or spider. These things are. You touch them, you're dead.
I knew a girl that stuck her head, actually climbing a tree and stuck her head in a beehive one time.
Holy
and the
fuck.
next day, we used to go on vacation to my grandmother's house. And her grandmother's house was right below, so we'd only see each other like in the summertime. But anyway, she ended up in the hospital, and the next day when she come home, I went down to meet her, and her fucking face, it was just, I could hardly help her laughing or crying. I didn't know what to fucking say. Her whole face, blew up like a balloon, and it's just fucked up looking. Like, oh my God, what happened? Well, I stuck my head in a beehive. I'm like, whatever, man. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you know about the Japanese hornets?
Yeah, those are badass right there, man. They go after like honeybee colonies and shit.
Yeah. A couple of them. There's nothing the bees can do, right? Because you've seen that documentary about how the indigenous bees they've developed a strategy for defending themselves from the hornets, but introduced bees, European, which they use to produce honey, they have no defense for it, so the colonies get wiped. Like just a few hornets can destroy.
Yeah, those are bad.
And they're nasty. They're extremely aggressive and angry. Like if there's a nest nearby and they don't like the sound of the lawnmower, they will seek out the person, and they're deadly. They kill people like every year.
Yeah.
Their sting is so potent. It melts your fucking, it melts.
Yeah, and they could keep stinging you. It's not like a honeybee could only sting you once and they lose their stinger and they die. Well, like these hornets, they're more in the wasp family, so they could just sting you over and over.
Yeah, they're deadly.
Yeah, I don't like those flying nasty insects or anything that looks kind of reptilian. I'm in Thailand, like I said, and they got these lizards and all this crazy shit that I'm not used to.
I don't think there's anything that I haven't been stung or bitten by here in Canada. Like we don't have much dangerous, but we've got something here. It's the worst thing I've ever felt was from a mud wasp. Now these things, they tunnel down into the ground, right? So if you go walking by, they don't like it, and they'll come out pissed off. And I walk on the railroad tracks, which is like prime territory for them. I learned as a kid, holy shit, and I got stung by one of them. And I have to compare it to a famous thing from the Amazon or what. That's the bullet ant, because a bullet ant bites you, and apparently it burns, right? So it's like being shot.
Right.
And
how far north do you have to go in Canada before the snakes disappear, or there aren't any more snakes?
We only have. I've never even seen one, but there's Massasauga rattler is the only poisonous snake that we have here. There's gardener snakes. There's copper snakes. There's not all that many different variety of snakes. And,
there's not many snakes up there.
But it's
y'all have rattlesnakes up there.
There is apparently one type of rattlesnake, a Massasauga rattler, and I've never seen them.
Huh? I know y'all have a bunch of garter snakes up there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Crazy. I was talking about that just the other day. Like, people don't know that they are poisonous, but it's so minuscule. It's not a threat at all, right? They hardly produce.
I actually caught one this past summer, and I kind of kept it as a pet for a few weeks.
Yeah, they're all over the place.
Yeah.
Apparently, there was a kid who was like, 7 years old or something, and he got bit. Right, he was trying to catch it, and it bit him. Right, so that it had its fangs sunk in, and he's like, okay, well, what do I do now? So, and it was before school, right? Like when he was waiting for the bus or something, and he just left it, with its fangs bit into him, and he went to school, right, to use it for show and tell, and apparently it killed him. Right, because it keeps producing just a tiny little amount, okay, and kept pumping it in, and I don't know if that's true or wives' tale myth sort of thing, but I heard that story and it may well be true.
Yeah, that's they say the truth is stranger than fiction, right? That probably is true.
Yeah, sometimes. I know there's another story of the fish, the muskie. Muskie are known to eat like even ducks. Okay, they're ducklings, things on the surface of the water are pretty big. They get to be 60, 70 pounds or so, these fish, and they're nasty. They got big, sharp teeth. And there was one story of a woman with a miniature poodle, and her poodle was, she's like throwing a stick in the water, and the poodle's running out to get it, and all of a sudden, this flash, and the poodle's gone, right? So the fish ate the woman's poodle. And there's another story about a 10-year-old kid who was sitting at the end of the dock with his toes, right? Just, flicking his toes back and forth across the surface of the water. And all of a sudden, whoosh, and it actually tore off 3 toes. So they put out a reward for anyone who can catch it. Like, I don't know if they ever found his toes, though. It's not like in Australia though, like Christ, or even Florida, fuck, with gators and shit, like go missing. There was actually just the other day across the news, I forget where it was, but a 22 or a 20-foot long python. The day before, a farm worker had gone missing. Okay, and they go looking, and yeah, sure enough, it was a python that got him and ate him. And this dude was not a small dude. He was like, he looked to be, about 6 foot, 6'1", 200 pounds.
Well, I told you that story about anaconda in my driveway.
No, anaconda.
Well, we come home.
They're from South America.
No, this is in Thailand. We come drive home. My wife and I come driving home in a Toyota Yaris. And we run in, we live in, we're sort of the last house. So there's the concrete wall, and then there's the road, and there's this huge anaconda, I don't know, 20, 30 fucking feet, I don't know how big, about as big around as your leg, right? So anyway, I look at my wife, I say, back up. And she looks at me funny, she says, why? I said, because it might eat the car. And of course, as soon as it came out of my mouth, I realized how stupid that was. But I really, for a moment, was afraid that this fucking snake was going to eat the whole fucking car. It was so big, man. I swear to God. True story.
Holy shit, dude. I didn't know that. There's anaconda in Thailand also. I thought they were only in South America.
No, this may be some different kind, but yeah, they're fucking huge, dude. I mean, and
Thailand anaconda.
Oh my God, yeah. And sometimes what happens is people will know they're around and you'll hear it. Like I remember I was drinking whiskey with these people near the hair shop while my wife was getting a haircut or something.
Yeah, no,
and you could hear it rustling in the background. And I looked at the guy, I said, "What's that?" And he sort of, puts his hands up to something maybe 10, 12 inches around. Says, "Oh, anaconda," and I'm like, "Whatever."
Yeah, no, it's not. Okay, people just say anacondas, but anacondas come from South America. Okay, there's different, huge snakes, basically like an anaconda, but they're all pythons.
Okay.
Or at least that's what it says on Google. Because that's okay. I know the anaconda from South America, right? They like the marshlands, and they go after those, the world's biggest rodent. What the hell are they called? Oh shit, I forget. So it would be, the pythons get to be almost as big.
Well, if you Google Thailand anaconda. It's got a lot of pictures.
Yeah, I know. Well, that's
ThaiSnakes.com is where I'm going now.
yeah, I think it's all mislabeled or what. It says all over the place like anaconda in Thailand, anaconda
actually,
Thailand.
you're right. What I probably meant was a Burmese python, because that's
Burmese python is the largest breed of python in the world.
Yeah.
Followed by rock python. It's either one or the other. Rock and Burmese are the two largest.
I don't know. I think the anaconda are the biggest.
Oh yeah.
And then,
I'm talking about python. Anaconda's not a python. Yeah, anaconda is the biggest snake species in the world. But I'm talking about the biggest python species is Burmese.
yeah, they get to be. It's basically the same.
Yeah, I'm telling you, this fucking thing was huge, and we called the snake police, and they came over and took up pretty much the back of the fucking pickup truck.
That is how it is, right? Google says is, number one, green anaconda, which, like I said, they come from South America, and number two, Burmese python. Yeah, the Burmese python are no fucking joke either, man. And I'm pretty sure that's what it was. I should try and find that story.
Yeah, they get huge, up to 20 feet, I think, 19 feet, I think, something like that's the record.
Yeah, the neighbor that lives across from us, they're directly, their yard borders the fence into the big, wild area behind our house. Even though I'm in a city, there's probably 25 acres of marsh behind us, and they've lost a swan and 2 dogs. The guy right behind him lost his fucking chicken or rooster or whatever the fuck it was. All from whatever creeped over the fucking fence and ate it.
I have a couple of pet snakes. I have a ball python and a Mexican. It's called a Pueblan milk snake. They're from Mexico. They kind of look like coral snakes, but they're not coral snakes.
Yeah, I like those. Those coral snakes. Those are like the orange and black ones, right? Those are cool.
Yeah, the coral snakes are poisonous. They're because they have these ones called milk snakes that people confuse, and that's why they have that popular saying about. So you can identify them because one of them's venomous, one of them's not. You say purple touch, yellow, poisonous fellow. What is it? Red touch. It's red touch, black, poison lack, red touch, yellow, poisonous fellow.
I see. So I see that it's the order of the color on them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like snakes at all. My wife hates them even more than me. We've got cobras over here too, man.
Yeah.
Wow, that's crazy.
Just the name is scary enough. You know what I mean? But we had one that was about 6 foot long, slithering around that I personally saw. She had one that came in the house and she couldn't find it. The snake police found it underneath the washing machine. It's like, fuck. But they've kind of gone away. I think what happened was when they built this little subdivision, all pushed back into that 25 acres. So some of them, would come this way looking for food. But over the, 5 or 6 years, I think the ecosystem of that swamp rebalanced itself, so there's no need for any of the snakes to come out anymore. That's my guess.
Yeah, it could be.
Yeah, they were too concentrated in too small an area, so they were forced to go out and get food, and now enough of them died off because they couldn't find food, probably, or got captured by the snake police and taken away to where it's all okay now.
Yeah, but there's probably just a couple in there because I think there, some snakes are territorial too, so some of them have to take off and look for a different area, and
Yeah, it's a pretty good clip of land though. It's not small. There could be. I put it this way: just for fun, I'd like to sit on my balcony and offer somebody. First of all, the grass is like over your head, but I'd like to offer some tourist $100 to walk from one side to the other, just to see if they make it.
That's crazy. There's got to be. You're in Thailand, so yeah. I wonder if there's king cobras there.
Oh yeah, definitely. And the
Those
thing
fuckers get
that
huge.
I don't like is they have these lizardy looking things with like claws that are as big as your hands and are razor sharp. And they say they'll drag children into the swamp and eat them. Those are the things I really don't like. And they're about the size of a big basset hound. And they just look like they're from the dinosaur age with these nasty claws and teeth, and you're like, get the fuck
There must
away.
be some type of monitor lizard.
Yeah, so yeah, there's something like that. They have a name that I can never remember, but they're just big and nasty looking. And oh my
Or are they
god,
tegus? Hold on, I'm gonna look it up. Maybe they're tegus or some type of monitor, water monitor or something.
yeah. Well, they're not necessarily all that swampy, but they like the swampy things too. But yeah, if you give me a name, I probably remember it.
So they're not
My wife
tegus because I
wakes up,
just
I'll ask her. But yeah, they're fucking nuts. We have a blind dog that went over. You know, he can't see shit. He went over nosing up to one once. I thought the fucking thing was gonna eat my dog. I was afraid to do anything. I'm not going over there. Fuck it. You know, the dog's on his own now, and fuck, it's like they made buddies with him, and then the thing just turned around and walked off. I was shocked.
Okay, y'all have damn, they are big. I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah.
It's called an Asian water monitor.
Yeah, they're fucking scary, dude. I'm telling you.
Yeah, they're fucking huge.
Yeah, you know, it's like, and it's like I'd rather be confronted by a grizzly bear than one of those things. Because I understand a grizzly bear. I don't know anything about those things except they look nasty, and I don't want to get bit or clawed or whatever.
Yeah, and you know some of these lizards like that because they eat like dead animals and stuff sometimes. So they get like bacteria in their mouth after a while, and even though they're not venomous, if they bite you, you can get a really bad infection.
Right. Sure. Yeah, if I get bit by anything around here, I'm going directly to the fucking hospital, too. You know, and I'm hoping I can bring the carcass with me to show them what bit me, but I don't know. But I asked the snake police one time, I said, would it help if I got some cobra venom since we have cobras around here? Or no, what I asked him, there's a hospital that's probably less than 5 minutes away, so I figured 3 minutes if you got bit by a cobra and you floor it, right? And he said, I said, if I get bit, well, I may make it to the hospital on time. He said, you likely won't even be able to get a phone call off to your wife, so don't even try, But you'll be dead long before you get to the fucking hospital. Ooh, breaking news. Missiles launched from 2 Navy destroyers. I'm assuming it's in Syria.
Yep.
U.S. strike targeted Syrian government in retaliation for the gassing. Huh. Well, I don't know what I think about that. Lyserge thinks the Mossad was responsible for the gassing.
It could be. I mean, it could be any one of them. I think we're about. The Russians are there backing up. What's his name?
This wasn't just a couple, dude. They launched 50 missiles. That's a lot.
That's a lot. That's a lot, man. That is a lot.
50 Tomahawk missiles, and those are pretty destructive. That's like 1,000 pounds of TNT on. So that's 50,000 pounds of TNT we just sent his way. Wow. Yeah, that's a pretty good.
That's a lot of missiles.
It's kind of like some guy slaps you and you just decked him and knocked him out.
And they shot it. Who did they target? Did they target Assad's, like the Syrian military?
I think, and I really understand it. I'm talking to you, so I don't have the voice going. But I think what the blurb across said was they targeted government buildings, kind of thing.
Wow, if they did that, it's about to escalate over there, and America's been sending troops.
Yeah, we'll see. I don't know. I think Trump's more of a, send missiles from the Navy and bombs from the Air Force guy, but we'll see. Yeah,
Yeah, because there's boot
they're showing like 20 different black dots. I think
yeah.
the missiles went in a whole bunch of different areas.
Yeah, because the whole time the war's been there, we haven't targeted the Assad government. We've been, targeting
Right.
ISIS and whatnot. So if we target Assad now, that's like a whole new level. Like it's gonna escalate
It
because
says we targeted Syrian government targets.
yeah. So that means, and the Russians and Iran, they're helping Assad and the Syrians.
Right.
So that means, and there's already American troops in northern Syria, and there's troops in southern Syria. I mean, Russian troops, and so I mean, I think we're about to have this is the new like the stage for the new
I'm
conflict.
hoping that Trump talked about it with Putin and kind of got his okay already.
Right.
We'll see.
Right. If he didn't, then it's gonna be a war. Because I mean, who knows? Maybe not. Maybe the Syrians won't retaliate or something.
I don't know. It's who knows? He might also just unleash a gas attack that kills 10,000 people. I mean, you just don't know.
Yeah. Also, it all depends if Russian troops and Iranian troops got killed also in this attack. That's going to matter also.
Oh, yeah, definitely. And you can bet that there's probably one Russian in one building that probably might have died. It's not that big a stretch,
Right. Yes, because there's lots of.
Let's just hope he talked to Putin before he did it. Yeah, and I've been waiting. I've been saying for a while that it's just going to sneak up. One day it'll come along, and Trump will do something fairly dramatic and take everybody by surprise. I don't know. I wouldn't even call this it. I'm thinking more something with ISIS where he carpet bombs some town or something.
Right. Yeah, this is a whole different level right here. Actually attacking the Syrian government. We've been holding off from doing that. Yeah, fire from Navy ships. I'm reading about it now.
Yeah, now they're saying 50 plus Tomahawk missiles. Basically not, wanting to give out the exact number. No, now it's between 50 and 60. I'm guessing given an hour or two, it'll be up to, now it's 70. The missiles could still be being fired is why the number's going up.
That's crazy. And I know they did it from, and you know what? That means Russia is going to, they're supposed to be setting up their, I think it's called S-300 missile defense system or something. So I guess
now they're sort of changing it to it targeted a Syrian air base. Remember, McCain said that we should ground their air force. So
no fly. Yeah,
his plan was.
He wanted to make a no-fly zone over Syria.
So it kind of seems to me now that all 50 of them were attacking the same air base. Yeah. Now it's saying all missiles were targeted at this one particular base.
Oh, okay. I wonder if it's because Russia has an air base there. I wonder if it's that one or not.
Is Trump a retard? Whoever's given the permission for them to do that is a fucking moron.
Well, it would have been one of the generals, and he said he was just going to go along with whatever the generals kind of said, basically.
Right, but he's been briefed.
Right.
Yeah, so he's just as complicit. He's an idiot.
Well, of course.
This is just part of a longer term plan that has been going on for years now. So this has been planned all along. This is another part of the puzzle of taking down the Middle East. Iran would be next after Syria.
Right, but this shouldn't be happening, and the people are that fucking stupid. They just sit back and let it happen.
Yeah, they think it's all. Yeah, but
everyone can go back and listen. Like 2 days ago, I told everyone 3rd of April, they moved military equipment into Lebanon from Turkey 1 day before the chemical attack. It's so rigged, it's ridiculous. Blatant attempt of a regime change. It's just propaganda being pushed out. He didn't gas anyone.
Yeah, but you know what? Their goal is a regime change in Syria, but Russia and a few others are helping Assad. So it's not going to be. This is not going to be another Iraq, or it's not going to be easy.
Well, good, because the idiot US shouldn't be going around thinking they can just boss everyone around the way an idiot like Trump at the helm now. It's just endangering the whole world. Fucking moron.
Well, I feel safe in Thailand. I'm not worried about it.
Oh yeah, no one cares about Thailand. But me,
well, they want to make sure they have somewhere to send the soldiers to find hookers. That's why I think it's safe.
Right.
What a moron. I just saw that on BBC and jeez.
Yeah, I think that I just happened to turn on the TV and it was already on. I think this is relatively new information, isn't it?
Yes, they're just now. They don't even have like full information on like all the details yet.
Right. Yeah, this is pretty quick. I remember like earlier this evening, the defense secretary saying there were no plans. So he was probably lying his ass off when he said that.
Fucking liars.
The last time I got on the panel a couple of days ago or yesterday, I forgot. I told that's what I was talking about. How soon we will be attacking Syria. And
yeah, it doesn't surprise me at all because, frankly, what he's doing is playing to his constituents and his constituents are like, we want a tough military, we want a tough America, and so he's going to come out and say, oh, they gassed those kids, so I destroyed their whole air base and everything. Yay, go Trump!
Yep. Yeah, if y'all look up, I think it's called PNAC. It's called Plan for a New American Century. It was a group of a meeting that people like George Bush was in, a few other people, and if you read about that, what they talked about, all this has been planned.
Yeah, I'm kind of trying to watch the bottom ticker to give you the name of the airbase because they said it once, but I haven't seen it come up.
So, like, this is just part of a bigger plan because they have future plans for these pipelines they want to run from China to, from Russia.
Sayrat, Shayrat Air Base. Is that the one the Russians are involved in?
Let me see. I think it sounds familiar.
It's kind of near Damascus, sort of, but a little north.
Let me see. I'm gonna look it up because I know the Russians they share an air base with them.
Surely, and just think this is going to drag, potentially China, maybe not. Depends whatever they spoke about with President Xi or whatever the other day. He probably mentioned it though. It's
right.
Good timing. Iran's obviously going to go with Russia if they go in. Other countries in the sphere of influence, Kazakhstan maybe and stuff. I don't know. What about Turkey? They've been getting friendly with Russia, and they've been falling out with the EU over these Erdogan things. So that could have something right on the edge of Europe.
Well, I'm glad to see you use the Navy. I much prefer lobbing missiles in from ships than sending planes. It just seems a little less dangerous.
Yeah, I don't even think they could penetrate the airspace with planes right now.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, because I think the Russians set up that S-300 missile defense system, so I think planes can't. That's why they can't really.
Nice.
Right, but it depends. If they've got they can destroy them. Normally, what they'll do if they're going to go out for all-out war, they'll destroy all the anti-air missile kind of systems first. And it depends. Who's going to strike who first? Is Russia going to retaliate or let Syria, fall, so to speak? Or is he going to say, right, you go ahead and shoot down US jets or whatever,
Yeah, they'll try to take out the...
That fucking when Trump decides something, I'm not sure people really grasp exactly how much firepower 50 plus Tomahawk missiles are, but it's plenty.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, even like a couple are very powerful.
Yeah, and they're precision guided missiles too, so they're pretty precise, and they're expensive as shit too. Each one, it's over $1 million just for one, or a few $1 million.
I'm gonna check that. I'm gonna look at like the
And the
explosive.
thing too is, like, Assad is not going to give two fucks. He's not going anywhere. It's like, whatever. You hit me with 50 missiles, I'm not resigning.
Right. I'm
Tomahawks
thinking.
are usually fired from like cruise ships, right? Well, not cruise
Yeah,
ships.
they're fired from Navy cruise ships, and they're satellite guided missiles.
Yeah, they float, like, they're designed to kind of outsmart radar by flying low to the ground.
Yeah, and they can fly for like hundreds of miles away.
They have 1,000-pound warheads, so that's 50,000 tons of TNT. I mean, goddamn.
That's a lot. That's almost like shock and awe, during Iraq when it started.
Well, I'll tell you what, whoever was on that air base sure got a shock and awe, that's for sure. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, I wonder how many people got killed. That's the next question.
And then let's see what the regional powers do. Like how's Israel and stuff gonna react? They're gonna start bombing and shit too.
Right, and they're gonna get more cocky and confident. And you know what? Also, well, one thing is that they're gonna know Trump isn't playing. Also, so that's gonna give Trump some leverage if they're willing to bend to his demands. But if they're not, and then it's just gonna escalate. If no one's gonna back down, and I'm reading here that Iran might have some personnel and some jets there too on that base. So who knows what's gonna happen? It all depends how Syria and whoever else was there. Now it's on, like, the ball's in their court. We have to see what they're gonna do now. If they don't do anything about it, their best move is to just not do anything about it. So they can let
yeah,
Syria.
I'm guessing that's not going to happen.
I'm saying their best move is to just don't retaliate, and if Trump's, because if they retaliate, that's what the U.S. government wants. Right. So so they can escalate it even more. So if they don't retaliate, and if they let the Americans attack, at least the Americans will look like the aggressors at the end. But if they retaliate, it's only going to escalate more.
What is their retaliation though against America? I mean, all they can do is like kill their own people. Right?
Well, they actually, they can retaliate, but that will start World War III because there's a lot of American military bases around the Middle East, and Syria and Iran and Russia. They have missiles capable of hitting those bases. But if they were to do that, then that's it. It's World War III.
Right. That's true. Yeah, they could attack somewhere else. Sure.
Yeah, they can hit military bases in Iraq and Bahrain.
If they really wanted to set it off, they could send a few of their own missiles right into Israel, and
yeah,
good luck with that. But yeah, you're right for sure. The best course of action for them would be just to take it and leave it alone.
Yeah, I mean they can retaliate if they really wanted to, but that would only start a bigger war.
It depends what the US want to do now. Is it just like that one thing, or are they gonna? Of course, like it's pretty obvious that they're gonna keep going for it at this point. They can't just like sit back and keep getting bombed over and over and over again if they're gonna keep bombing.
Right. I agree with that. If they attack again tomorrow and all that, then they're not gonna have no choice but to defend themselves.
Yeah, they might play it. Trump might play it off though as this is the retaliation for your gas attack, and this is the end of it. You know what I mean? Trump's not going to. I tell you what, Trump isn't going to really say anything. He's going to make it really vague and open and say, "I'm not going to tell you what I'm doing, what I'm thinking, and this is retaliation, and that's all I'm going to say."
Right, but you know, going back to that sarin gas attack the other few days ago, that looked like a false flag, so they could have a reason to go in, and now we see the
Right.
repercussions of what they've said. So why wouldn't they say, all right, that's repercussion for that one attack, don't do it again, and we just do another false flag, and then they're like, well, we warned you, time to go hammer time.
Yep, that's true. And when that
Well,
happens,
that's a possibility. It goes back to, do you have any evidence for that? And the answer is no.
Evidence for what? There's plenty of evidence that he was kind of, baited and set up for a false flag attack.
What evidence is that? Besides your idea of the circumstances.
Well, what do you mean? The circumstances are evidence. Moving massive amounts of military equipment into Lebanon a day before the gas attack. Independent, journalists in Syria saying they were going to, begin covering the gas attack on the same day that the gas attack with what they claim sarin gas took place. All sorts of stuff.
yeah, and this has been.
What did you say? What was that last thing you said? Journalists went there talking about covering a gas attack before it happened, kind of thing.
Yeah. It was the same day or just a day before. Either maximum one day before or like a couple of 12 hours or so before.
So you're saying they leaked the gas attack information to journalists before they did it?
Well, there were tweets on Twitter by a journalist, and it's an Arabic journalist. It's in Arabic. You got to translate the thing, but he's saying we're going to begin today. We're going to begin covering the use of chemical weapons in Syria, and then lo and behold, what happens? Slightly convenient, you can say it's circumstantial, but it piles up, and that's only in a few days, man.
Yeah, also, it's obvious to me, I think, that Assad wouldn't. There's no he like it wouldn't benefit him to do that. So why would he do
Yeah,
that?
that's right. That's the part that doesn't make sense. Why would you just gas 86 people for no particularly sensible reason?
Especially knowing Trump is the commander in chief of the U.S. Why would he do that?
Right.
So that makes it look like.
He said, Trump said, we don't really want to get involved in this, so, we want to be lenient with Assad, and then that thing happens like a.
Oh yeah.
Do you think Trump's being snookered by whoever did the false flag, or do you think that Trump?
It could be that. It could be that too. You know what? That could also be possible too. Like, the industrial complex people.
I'm trying to ask Grizz. Do you think that the false flag was done by America, or somebody snookering America into thinking Assad did it?
Probably something more to do with America, honestly. Looking at the troop movement and other stuff, it's just highly coincidental. If you
that doesn't make sense to me, because you know how America is. We don't need to gas 86 people as an excuse to go fight in Syria anyway. That also doesn't make sense.
Well, yeah, but it gives Trump some credibility for his reason to go in. It's not just out of the blue bomb blasting him,
Right. We'll see. I mean, we're kind of jumping the gun. Nobody's going in anywhere quite yet.
Yeah, well.
But we'll see.
Morons dragging the West into something that it shouldn't be dragged into.
This has been kind of warming up a little at a time for the past few months, because just a few months ago, in Yemen, there's a civil war going on there too, which Saudi versus Iran is like a proxy war going on, and just a few months ago.
I'll be really fucking pissed if he didn't talk to the president of China about it, or didn't talk to Putin. If he just went completely alone and did this, that would be tremendously fucking stupid. That's all I really care about. Now they're going to have, evidently, Trump's going to make a statement here in a few minutes.
Where's this? What's this on?
I'm on CNN, and that's the headline, awaiting statement from President Trump.
I'm going to go over to CNN then. I If I can even get it over here. At live TV, though.
I'm guessing that pretty much any news channel will have this on it. You know, you don't have to go. I'm guessing you don't have to be on CNN.
Guess so.
Yeah, I just went to Bloomberg and it's got it on.
Yeah, well, a few months ago, Iran supplied the Houthi rebels in Yemen with some missiles, and they shot a Arabian naval ship, and then the American Navy retaliated for Saudi Arabia and hit some positions in Yemen. So, I mean, this has been kind of going on for the past few months, kind of like tick for tack kind of moves.
Yeah,
So
now
it's gonna be
Syrian state TV is starting to broadcast, you know, U.S. aggression attacks our country kind of thing. You know? Yeah, this could be the beginning of the end of my boring news watching lately. Something interesting finally happened. All right, I like it. Hopefully tomorrow I'll wake up and there'll be 250 Tomahawk missiles that were launched. Make it real interesting.
It's 59 now.
Is
59
it?
Tomahawk. That's why we're getting on BBC. Funny how they targeted the airstrip, though. You know, just like they did last time.
Yeah, and that idea was floated by McCain just yesterday or the day before. They were already talking about grounding their Air Force before this happened.
See, Richard, it gets to the point where there's so much circumstantial evidence you can draw a fairly, you know, conclusive conclusion. I mean, you can only say there's, you know, it's circumstantial to a point, but when there's so much, you know, piling up, you know, you can draw a fair conclusion.
You could if you wanted to. I'm reserving judgment that it was done by the U.S. or the Mossad or anyone else until I get a little more. So basically, you think that this is all a precursor to a big invasion of Syria, getting rid of Assad and all that.
Yeah, yeah. Well, look how long they've been trying to get rid of Assad for already. Trump's just finally, you know, got the balls to go in, you know.
Right. Actually, well, we'll see. You know.
I don't think they could, you know, stay in Obama's, you know, administration at the end and let Trump go into a war, you know, with the transition of power or whatever. You know, so even if they were planning to attack, you know, Syria and Saudi, we were better waiting for the transition of power to occur.
I think it'll end up turning.
Agree with that.
Yeah, I think it'll end up turning into a larger regional war if we try to do a regime change in Syria.
Is Syria considered, you know, like Islamic land that the infidel is not supposed to be on, or is that a little outside of that zone?
I think
they have like a lot of Christians in Syria, don't they?
Yeah, they do.
Got large amounts of, you know, like ethnic minorities because, you know, Assad was tolerant. You know, he wasn't like, you know, going around killing Christians and Jews and, you know, pagans and atheists. You know, people could believe whatever they wanted. It was actually a pretty stable state until we fucked it up again.
And a part of Syria is already under occupation by Israel too, the Golan Heights.
Right.
Well, they've been, you know, quote unquote occupying that for ages.
This is like the war of the.
What I don't understand is General Mathis briefs Trump on the missile strikes. They make it sound like the missile strikes happen first, and then they tell the commander-in-chief about it. I'm not buying off on that bullshit.
Yeah, I don't think so. Because I mean, he has to okay it.
Oh, look. You're saying Trump, I ordered targeted military strike on the Syrian airfield, so he passed it. He wasn't just like listening to a general. He ordered the attack, the retaliation.
Yeah, they got conflicting statements. They're saying one thing on one ticker and another thing on the bottom ticker. This is CNN and their liberal kind of whack job.
If he said that, he's a freaking moron.
Yeah.
Caldwell
Oh,
civilized.
I know what he was saying. Probably they're probably trying to get across that they briefed President Trump on the results of the airstrike. You know what I mean? How effective they were or not.
One of the options that the Syrian and the Iranians and the Russians could have to retaliate is they can do like unconventional attacks, like special forces. Not claim responsibility and stuff like that. Hit them here and there, but just
Well,
not
you never
claim
know
it.
how
Like,
far along people are. You might find a fucking nuclear fucking weapon being launched from Iran into Israel for all we know.
yeah.
Fucking North Korea might decide, hey, this is a good time to launch one of our ballistic missiles into fucking Seoul or something.
Yeah, so on BBC it's saying 59 Tomahawk
Yeah,
missiles.
they're saying 50 to 60 here.
And they fired it from where all the military stuff was moved. Like I said a few days ago, the Sharia air base is, not far off Lebanon, surprisingly. Can't make it up. You can look it up yourself. If you want, you can go to Google Maps and see how close Sharia is to Lebanon.
I believe you. I think you're a reliable source of information. So now they're saying they targeted this base because they think it's where the gas attack was launched from.
Yeah, so it's kind of saying similarly on the BBC.
It also depends if Putin's gonna back down on backing up Assad too.
Yeah, it does.
Well, he can't just carry on like that. He'll end up with no allies soon, and he'll be the last guy standing in his sphere of influence, so to speak.
Russia has a military base.
Well, yeah, they've been using the Syrian military bases as well, haven't they? So
yeah, I can't imagine Putin isn't anything other than really pissed off that he's being made to look like a sap.
Right. Because he has a defense partnership or contract with Syria. So I mean, he's not gonna want to just get punked and bow down and just not up. So I'm wondering if he's, what does Putin think about this, or was he cool with it, or like you said, did Trump talk to him first, or?
Yeah, his Putin's personality is not the kind of guy that takes shit sitting down that he doesn't like. He goes out and fucking murders people and does all kinds of shit.
Yep.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. We're waiting for a statement from Trump. I'm kind of waiting for a statement from Putin. That's what I want to hear.
Yeah, me too. I want to see what
Trump says.
Yeah, I want to hear what Putin says too.
Oh,
I'm
Trump's
gonna run
muted now.
again.
Hold on, I'm muted.
I can hear you. Go ahead.
A slow and brutal death for so many. Even beautiful babies were cruelly murdered in this very barbaric attack. No child of God should ever suffer such horror. Tonight I order a targeted military strike on the airfield in Syria from where the chemical attack was launched. It is in this vital national security interest of the United States to prevent and deter the spread and use of deadly chemical weapons. There can be no dispute that Syria used bad chemical weapons, violated its obligation under the Chemical Weapons Convention, and ignored the urging of the UN Security Council. Years of previous attempts at changing Assad's behavior have all failed and failed very dramatically. As a result, the refugee crisis continues to deepen, and the region continues to destabilize, threatening the United States and its allies. Tonight I call on all civilized nations to join us in seeking to end the slaughter and bloodshed in Syria, and also end terrorism of all kinds and all types. We ask for God's wisdom as we face the challenge of our very troubled world. We pray for the lives of the wounded and for the souls of those who have passed. We hope that as long as America stands for justice, then peace and harmony will, in the end, prevail. Good night, and God bless America.
Oh, fucking moron. Sorry, did you guys just hear what he said?
We ask for God's wisdom as we face the challenge of our very troubled world. We pray for the lives of the wounded and for the souls of those who connect. We hope that as long as America stands for justice, and peace and harmony will in the end.
Well, I'm not sure if it's true, but CNN made a little ticker thing saying he did not ask Russia, but he got permission from a bunch of other countries.
Did you hear what it said though, Richard?
Hear what? Yeah,
Trump
I
basically
just heard his
called-
speech.
Yeah, he called all civilized nations to end Assad's something or something.
Right,
Basically
sure.
trying to stop Syria. So
I
they're gonna.
stopped reporting.
So it seems like they're gonna, try and remove him now.
It would seem that way, wouldn't it?
With anyone who helps. Look, it's so obvious. I fucking predicted it days ago. One of you need to unhide a honest Pakistani, by the way.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you.
It's all right.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's fine, man.
Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Majesty.
You're welcome.
Hello, Tex Max.
What's up, Packy? What's up, bro?
I'm good.
Honest, you've seen news, right?
Who's right?
You've seen the news, right?
No, I just came home. What
Trump's
happened?
just Trump's just launched 59 Tomahawk missiles at Syria.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
And basically called all civilized nations, the Western nations, to say, help us get rid of Assad. So they're going to remove him, it seems.
It would certainly seem.
is it on CNN?
It is.
Oh,
Welcome to World War III, summer 2017.
I wouldn't say that, dude. We'll see. But,
It'll just be a regional war, man. If a war breaks out, it'll just be a regional war in the Middle East.
U.S.
well, it's
targets.
just one country at a time. You know, we got Iraq, and now Syria, and move on to Iran. You know, whatever. You know, go in there, take what we want, whatever that is. You know.
Right, but let's say US going, right? And Russia retaliates, they'll drag in Iran and stuff, and then the West will drag in, NATO and stuff, maybe. There you go.
Yeah, I mean it can become a World War III, but I think it'll become. I think it'll just be a major regional war. Like they will off that the stage where the fight's going to take place is going to be in the Middle East, even if it does involve a bunch of other countries. They're just going to go at it. They're going to go at it there.
Well, we'll see.
I don't see a World War II type world war. You know, the funny thing is what we kind of maybe should start realizing is that the definition of World War III, you know, might be a lot different when it's over than we think before it starts. You know, it could very well be that instead of, you know, all these countries getting attacked all around the world, World War III really is just okay. You know, the battlefield Syria, and we're just going to be sending people in until it's over or something. I don't know.
Right. Because even China supports Syria.
Do they?
Yes, China's another one of the ones that are backing Assad. I think they've sent troops there for training and stuff like that.
Yeah,
so
he did not talk to Putin, and if he sat down and talked to the president of China and didn't even mention it, he's going to be pissed off too. He's going to be like, "What the fuck, dude? I'm sitting right down with you next to you in Florida, and you don't even tell me what the fuck."
Oh shit! Yeah, he'll be real pissed about that.
Yeah,
and you know, and we're already messing with China over there on the East China Sea with their the Spratly Islands and all that. So
yeah, Philippines are doing most of that themselves. Yeah, this at least something interesting happened this week. I just hope it doesn't get too out of control when I walk up to buy my cigarette. I'll see you guys in just a moment. Try to keep the world safe while I'm gone.
Fuck you, Your Majesty. I was gonna ask you a question, but go get your cigarettes.
Well, go ahead and ask me, and I'll answer you. I'll think about it on the way until you come back. What's your question, sir?
Is this a good thing or a bad thing?
Well, it's good because the king is bored with nothing interesting going on in the world. It's probably bad if you were one of the people that were gassed or one of the people that the 59 Tomahawk missiles landed on. But the king finds it entertaining. So it's good for the king, not so good for some other people. I hope
it's bad for the people living there if a war breaks out.
That's true.
Is it good for the U.S. or bad for the U.S.?
It's just expensive. That's all I'll say. This isn't good or bad. It just costs money.
It depends how you're thinking about it, Packy. Like if you're a military industrial complex or you know the powers that be oligarch, then it's good for you because this is how they're trying to take control over like little at a time. They keep taking control over shit. If you're an American citizen, just a regular person, then yeah, this is bad for you.
The board industry.
Yes, it's good for them. It's bad for regular American.
So the fuel is up. The gas prices are up.
They're not up here actually.
They're up in California. They're up.
They are,
Yep.
and they said if we had a war in Syria, it wouldn't affect the gas prices so much because they don't have so much. But I think it still will.
No, it's been up from the past 1 month.
It has.
Mm-hmm.
Damn, and here, our gas prices are real low, but that's normal for us here because we produce a lot of gas here.
No, are you talking about uh, petrol or?
Yeah, petrol. Yeah, petrol. Here in Texas, petrol is always like very cheap.
I should move to Texas.
Yeah, you should. You'll like it here, bro. You could
Really?
be a security guard here.
Really?
Yeah, there's a lot of work here for security guards, man.
Really?
Yeah, you get a job quick, dude.
They hire Pakistanis?
Yeah, hell yeah. We have especially here in Houston. I mean, other parts of Texas maybe not so much, but Houston, this is an international city, and we have the largest Chinatown in the United States. Like outside of China, we have one of the largest Indian American communities. We have a lot of Pakistanis. We have people from every other part of the world here. It's an international city.
So would they still hire me if i- i- would they still hire a Pakistani even if he's damn ugly?
Yeah, if you're ugly, dude, you'll be like they'll big time hire you because for your security. So you have to be ugly. It's better.
Really?
Yeah, so you can scare the people away without
So
having to use your
what,
gun.
what about the stutter?
The what?
Stutter, stammer, speech.
Oh, the stutter. I mean, you can just say for freeze, motherfuckers.
Okay, stop! No, or I call 911.
Just like if they're still standing there by the time you're done giving them a warning, just go ahead and use force. But you can if they're gone by the time you're done talking, then they deserve to live.
Stop, or Armando is gonna curse you. My Lord is gonna curse you. Hey, Grizz, why are you so worried? Oh my God, Grizz. Grizz has a girlfriend in Syria, so he's worried about her girlfriend. I'm so sorry, Grizz. Sorry, man. I think she's probably fried right now. So
Hey, Packy,
what?
do you have holes in different area codes?
Do I have hoes? Like hookers?
No, man, just like girlfriends.
No.
Like that song. I got hoes in different area codes. It's a California song.
I don't have girlfriend. I'm pretty much single, super single.
Oh yeah.
Plus I'm a virgin, so.
Shit, I've been working. I have to fucking work every day, even on the weekends for a few weeks. 12 hours at least.
You work 12 hours as a prostitute?
No, I work 12 hours as a pimp.
Oh, awesome. Dude, I have to go. I have to get up. I have to go. I'll be back later, okay? Take care, everybody.
All right, bro. Yeah, I'm gonna get off of here too for a while. I have to go to bed anyways here soon.
Take care, Grace. Take care, Tex.
All right, you too, man.
Take care, my lord, in absentia. Take care.
Sure. Well, all right, Chris and Richard. I'm gonna get off of here.
You forgot, my lord.
And Packy's Lord Mondo.
Ah, yes, thank you.
I have a good one.
Okay. Grace, you're becoming an observer.
Pardon? What?
You're becoming an observer,
What do you mean, an observer?
like observer of Trump's actions and reactions.
I don't know by what you mean observer though.
You just said that I was observing him, and I said that like 2 days ago that he's gonna attack Syria, and now
Oh yeah,
it's true.
yeah. Well, yeah, it's, I understand what the entire plan for the Middle East.
Oh my God! So, are you working for MI6 or MI7?
You know what I'm saying, honest. You just gotta analyze the information that's available to you, and
No, no, it's not an easy job to analyze unless you're a spy or a
or
very
if you just
stupid person.
all you just need to do is use, your brain. Most people are dumb.
But dude, I knew you were MI6. I knew it.
That's right.
That's right. That's so right.
That's what I joke about, but I don't really feel about doing that after freaking retards just bombed Syria. What a fucking moron.
See, war is bad. See, people dying for no reason, and the civilians are the one who suffer the most. So that's pretty bad.
Look how dumb. Trump's so dumb. Believe it. What do you think about it, honest?
I don't know if they attack Syrian army, then it's a good thing. But why attack Syrian army when they are fighting against ISIS? Why attack them?
Because
So
it's more important. It's more important for them to remove Assad. It's more important for them to do that. That's why it comes down to HP.
Now they're coming around with Russians informed in advance of U.S. strike. So I guess he did talk to the Russians or somebody.
Yeah, but it could have just been like, we're gonna attack you. We're gonna attack a Syrian airbase, and it was just a statement like that.
Right, which is better than nothing. Is all I'm saying.
Right, but they still haven't agreed to it or even said they should be doing that or whatever.
Right, but at least he gave the Russians a chance to, leave the air base or tell their people to leave, or who knows. But it's better than not informing them. That's all.
It's not much of a chance. Insane.
I don't want to go to war. I'm too chicken to go for war.
That's right.
Hey, Greg, should I move to London? Should I move to London?
We'll probably be dragged in anyway. So
I have a sister in London, so I can move. I can move her. Do I hate her? But I have to save myself.
those situations just mess up the HP. They're insane. The people who rule us are insane. All of them are insane.
Okay, I have to go. I have to go. I'll be back later.
THP.
Hey, Grizz, you hear the comments made by the Secretary of State about Russia?
No, I haven't. Why? What they said?
Huh?
What they said?
He said that Russia has either been complicit or incompetent in living up to their 2003 agreement of getting rid of chemical weapons, basically kind of firing a shot at Russia, saying, you know, you guys are either involved in the gas attacks or you're incompetent for allowing them to have the gas in the first place.
Right.
Didn't hear that. No. What was that?
Yeah,
Seb?
you just said it to reporters a couple minutes ago. I was wondering if it hit BBC. Yeah, and apparently there were Russians at that place, and they pre-warned them so they could get out to not widen it. But you know, now they're basically saying, you know, we're going to attack. You guys can leave, and now they're sort of pointing the finger at them anyway.
Right.
Of course, that's what we were saying. You know, Russia might come out in an hour and say something completely different.
Yeah.
So, Lyserge, what do you think of this bombing going on? I'm sure you're aware of it.
Actually, you know, I was just, it's funny, you're talking about it again, because I just came across an article, you know, from what the Russians are saying. And what Russia's saying is it was not a gas attack. You know, it was a bombing strike at a chemical production facility.
No. U.S. has bombed Syria.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so you don't know. We sent about 50 to 60, some are saying 59 Tomahawk missiles that hit the Shirat Air Base that they're claiming is where the gas attack came from. They warned the Russians. Trump talked to a bunch of other world leaders, whoever they are, and told them. And apparently we warned the Russians so their people could leave. But Rex Tillerson just came out and kind of pointed the finger at Russia and said they're either complicit in the gas attacks or they're incompetent because in 2003, apparently they said they would get rid of the gas capability. So that's kind of as far as we're at.
2003?
Yep.
It's that makes no sense. That makes zero sense. Okay, what, you know, like I'm saying, okay, what I just read, okay, is that the Russian defense minister or whatever, you know, what the Russian response was about these allegations of the Syrians, which, you know, makes no sense that they would do a gas attack on their, or, you know, on their own people, a chemical attack. And what Russia's saying is, no, that never happened. And what really happened was that it was just a Syrian airstrike on a chemical production facility.
Nice.
But
anyway, we've moved on. We've moved on to a 59 Tomahawk missile response. Is kind of what we're talking
about. Well, that's gonna fucking stir shit up, isn't it? Now,
well,
if it turns out that there was no chemical attack and they're retaliating because of an alleged, they're attacking the air base. Okay, attacking a Syrian fucking air base. Like, okay, and the Americans are doing this. Are you fucking shitting me?
No, put on CNN, dude. You'll see yourself.
It's freaking nuts.
Pretty much any news channel will have it, not just CNN.
shows
You get on it quick enough, you can hear what Trump has to say. They're rerunning it on CNN right
Oh boy. Well, if that's that's what apparently it's just coming out. Yeah, U.S. Just a minute ago. Yeah, U.S. launches missiles at Syrian base after chemical weapons attack, which apparently it's still disputable whether if that was apparently that didn't happen. That's what Russia's saying. Russia's saying is that everyone's being irresponsible to call it a chemical attack.
Doctors on the
And it
ground who
wasn't.
treated the patients who disagree with Russia. But that's kind of what maybe Rex Tillerson made those comments to sort of stave off that remark, because what Tillerson was saying is that Russia made an agreement. The year might be wrong or whatever, but Russia apparently made an agreement to get rid of any chemical weapons. So and they didn't do it, so we're doing it ourselves. Tillerson said, who is the Secretary of State.
Yeah, well, see, that's the thing is, everywhere it's just a reported gas attack, which the Russians are saying is not what happened, and that it was Syria attacking a chemical production facility.
Which in that area, I mean, does that really make sense? I mean, everybody's talking about how it's kind of some isolated douchebag area. So
If it's coming from the Russian government, which that's the source for what I'm telling you, that's the official story coming from Russia's government is, that's serious. Okay, like.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There's certainly a difference of opinion between Russia and America as to what the facts are. That seems to me true. Yeah, this is it's interesting. I guess the only good thing out of it, like to not escalate it, is that apparently we told the Russian government so they could get their people out of the airbase. Yeah, it's pretty interesting development for sure. Grizz seems to be calling it pretty well. I'll give you that one so far, Grizz.
It's kind of obvious when I said it the other day.
Oh yeah.
And by the way, Trump also said these calls on all civilized nations to basically remove Assad. So it's on like Donkey Kong now, right?
I'm gonna give Buddy some shit when he joins, if he even dares to defend retard Trump.
Yeah, that's what on CNN too. CNN, what they're reported for the actual attack is that the headline reads, Syria attack survivors describe chemical bombs falling from sky. Okay, and what the Russian story is that no, okay, it was just bombs falling from the sky hitting a chemical production facility. So it's like they didn't, they're not using chemical weapons, like, they drop bombs and hit a fucking chemical target. Big difference there.
There is, absolutely. If that's true, it is definitely a big difference. Yeah. America is saying that they were, missiles launched from planes that were chemical weapons. So yeah, it's two entirely different stories. So it seemed to me there'd be some kind of evidence left over of a blown up chemical factory.
Even on BBC is reporting that's what was going on at the United Nations. Okay, there's it's all gone crazy at the UN Security Council. Okay, because these two conflicting stories where everyone's saying no, they use chemical weapons, and Russia says no. There was rebel forces with chemical productions that got struck. Which it sounds to me, I don't think the Russians would,
You don't think the Russians would?
That's a dangerous game. I'll bet, that's what I would be willing to bet, that Russia is actually telling the truth.
I would too.
So
Yeah.
now, so that's, we're getting rid of the false flag idea now all of a sudden, right?
Well, there's still a false flag in the sense that they could still be, blaming, changing and manipulating the events to suit their agenda.
Well,
It doesn't matter either.
Right,
we were going
but I'm
from
saying originally the other day we were thinking that it was somebody
and
launched
why
a
is
gas
that?
attack, and now we're saying something different.
Yeah, because that's what the accusation was. The accusation was that it was, a gas attack, which, it doesn't make sense that Syria would do that. So what's
I'm
the
just saying
next?
you guys are changing.
Obviously, then
You're changing the
more
idea of a false flag to now using
Yes.
something that
Did you hear what
wasn't
I
a
just
false
fucking
flag,
said,
right?
Richard?
Right.
Are you following? Did you hear what I just
I
fucking
am following. Yesterday, you guys were speculating that it maybe was. I know that because I'm just trying to make sure that now what you think is that a chemical weapons factory was attacked and they're misusing that in order to further their agenda rather than the Mossad or somebody else making an actual chemical attack, right? That's all.
Like, how do I have to fucking continuously repeat?
No, all you have to say is yes. That's all you have to say.
Well, I gave the explanation because the narrative, okay, what's being pitched is that it was a strike, right? A chemical attack strike.
So we've changed our mind about the false flag gas
does not
attack.
make sense.
I get it.
Well, have you changed your fucking mind?
About what?
What is this? What is this?
No,
we've
actually,
changed
yesterday I
You're
said I
so
was waiting on evidence to before I put my foot down on a false flag chemical attack, and this is the exact reason why.
Well, for
because
fuck's sake.
now, according to you, we're finding out that a chemical weapons factory was hit, and there was no chemical attack.
No, there was chemicals, but not used in the attack. Okay, like
And
that's
why yesterday I didn't want to accuse the Mossad of making a chemical weapons attack because I didn't have enough information.
Well, nobody, it's all speculation.
Yes. And other people were willing to
You
jump
still
to
know.
conclusions,
No, for
and
sure.
I
Why
was
should you?
not.
Why don't you take a fucking stand for yourself? How about that? Instead of only criticizing other people's stands, how about you actually?
Why don't you
fucking
just
say
not
something
get
yourself?
angry because you were wrong? Okay.
How were we wrong? You were wrong.
You were saying yesterday there was a chemical attack launched by the Mossad, and it was obvious. Now you're saying that's not true.
Listen to you. Fuck, you're such a fucking asshole.
No,
Right? Like,
I just said I was waiting for more information, and now you're telling me the more information is that a chemical weapons plant was hit by missiles, which is not the Mossad launching a chemical attack, is
Listen to
it?
how you speak. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that is the Russian story.
And that's why I
That's
asked
what the
you, do you
Russians are
believe
saying.
that,
I
or do
don't
you still
fucking know
believe a
either.
Mossad attack?
You keep doing this. It's like you put words into people's mouths.
Okay, so which is it? Do you still believe the Mossad attack that you were talking about yesterday or not?
Do you?
No, I don't know.
If it was actually a chemical strike, okay, then, like I say, it does not make sense that Syria would do that at all.
Man, I came in at just the right time, didn't I?
Yeah, have you seen the news, buddy? We sent 59 Tomahawks to Syria.
Yeah, you want to hear my response?
Sure.
I'm getting ready to go buy some cheesecake and strawberry topping.
All right.
Trump's a retard, buddy.
To celebrate the attack, or just because?
I've withheld judgment on him until now, but that's just
Well,
retarded.
this is why, this is Buddy,
So,
right? Is that it? You want cheesecake to celebrate that America's killing people? Is that what you're saying?
Cheesecake.
Is anybody what is this? I jumped in for a minute before I'm going to get cheesecake, and everybody's going to jump on me now because of something going on in Syria.
Evidently.
What did you say?
What did I say? I said I'm going to get some goddamn fucking cheesecake. Did you hear what I said? That's what I fucking said.
Poor buddy, you can't even offer people cheesecake without them jumping on you because Trump launched missiles at Syria.
Yeah, it sounds like a bunch of heated stuff going on. I pulled up a clip just a little bit ago. I've been busy as hell today, man. I'm not really sure what I think yet, actually.
Yeah, me either. It's just not enough information.
I know
Yeah,
that this goes
it
back
did not
to
add up. Okay, the Russian narrative does add up. That makes more
Okay.
sense.
Yeah,
So
whatever.
now you believe the Russian narrative instead of the Mossad false flag gas attack, correct?
Well, there's one thing I do know for a
I
fact
just
so
knew something
far.
it didn't add up. So all you can do is come up with a theory, and that's all it was a theory.
Well, that's all anybody's got on this panel is
No, it was a
Nobody made any
hypothesis.
fucking
not a
positive
theory.
assertion.
well, that's all anybody's got as far as through contacts. What we have, man, is theories. That's all anybody on the panel's got at this point. But anyway, only
All
thing
I've ever, don't get mad, Lysers. All I ever said is I'm reserving judgment until later, and I don't believe
a lot
yes
more.
or no. That's all I've said.
that's a fair statement. Actually,
Why don't you contribute? Is what I'm saying.
Because I don't make up speculation without enough information. Contribution you want me to make is stupid, in my opinion. I'm not making speculative accusations without evidence. I don't do that.
You're not. Meanwhile, you're holding that the Syrians did a chemical attack.
Did you
But that's
no,
not,
I
apparently,
said,
according to you, it's not an assertion, right?
Did you
Okay,
see?
you know,
I don't know as I ever said I believe the
You're not
Syrians did a
intellectually
chemical
honest.
attack.
Anyway, hey,
This is
LaSurgeon,
why,
instead of a
listening to
damn
you is
argument,
poison.
hey, you just now got a
I
report.
never made that claim. My only claim this whole thing is there were people injured by chemicals. That I believe.
LaSurge just pulled up a report, and now he's fucking CIA.
Right, exactly. Well, what he pulled up was a claim made by Russians, and he just believed it's handy.
But anyway, what I know about it is actually all I know. I won't even make a shot call on what just happened, but what I will say is my understanding is years ago there was an agreement to take care and get rid of all the gases and chemicals and all that stuff, and Big Obama drew a line in the sand and said if they didn't get rid of them, he was going to retaliate. And then Assad did it again and all this and killing his own people and all that through the years. And then the last I heard of, Obama never did anything. And now we have this. That's all I know about it up to this point.
And Tillerson mentioned that. He said Russia is either complicit or incompetent for not following through in their agreement to get rid of the chemical.
Well, okay. As I said, I'm getting ready to go get some cheesecake, and I'll be back in a little bit. But let me just ask, everybody, I guess. So, has Assad been killing his own people, women, children, babies?
Not in the way that they're trying to say it. Not in the way that they're trying to.
Hey, hold on, LaSurge. Grizz, LaSurge, wait a minute. Grizz, let me hear what you have to say about that, or what
Not in the way they're trying to propagandize it. He has not been just gassing random people. Yes, it's a civil war. He's fighting for power against the Western coup funded by the United States. But
during the American Civil War,
LaSurge, one at a time, man. One at a time.
I'm asking you, what? Hey, buddy.
LaSurge, I'm talking to Grizz. Can you shut your goddamn fucking
and I'm
mouth
talking too. I'm in the room. You don't own the fucking room.
Why didn't you just
nor
wait
do
and
you,
let Grizz
motherfucker.
finish?
You cocksucking bastard. I'm talking to Grizz. Shut your goddamn fucking mouth.
Shut your goddamn mouth.
All right, motherfucker, I'll do just that. I'll do just that, motherfucker. Now, Grizz, what do you know about it?
Just saying that the Syrian people have not been killed the way that they're trying to suggest they have. He's not been indiscriminately just gassing. Ooh, I'll just gas these people today and stuff. No, it's propaganda, probably by the CIA and all that kind of crap to delegitimize the Assad regime so they can enforce regime change and get rid of Assad and put in their own puppet leader.
Right. What I'm trying to do right now, I just heard about it a little bit ago. As I said, I've been busy as hell today. But I just now watched the report about 20 minutes ago. And so what I'm...
The other thing I want to point out real quick before I forget, buddy. Sorry to interrupt, but Lyserge made it sound like it's like an American Syrian thing. This is a 20-faction civil war. You know, people will tell you this is the most complicated civil war in history. There's 20 different sides fighting each other. This isn't about, you know, Syria versus the West. This is about 20 different groups of whack jobs fighting against each other inside Syria.
Well, it still kind of is Syria versus the West. So.
Well, it is now. I guess I will say that. You know, it seems to
Well, it
be,
already
who
was.
knows? Those 20 factions might rise up against, you know, the people attacking them like they did in Iraq. You know?
Well, all these like Al Nusra Front have been getting support from the West. I don't see how you can say it hasn't been the West.
Okay, hey, Richard, hold on, because I'm gonna come back in a little bit. I'm just trying to get a couple things. So, Grizz, let me ask you, as far as the chemicals and gases, I understand there's a UN thing involved to where they all agreed, the Russians and Assad and everybody with the UN. They agreed years ago to get rid of the chemicals and all that stuff. And I'm not really sure what else they agreed upon. That's what I want to look into with the UN. But it sounds like at this point they have not kept their agreements with the UN. Do you know anything about?
Well, according to the UN, where they went in weapons inspection, you know, like a year or earlier this year, they said that they had and they didn't have any chemical weapons anymore.
Okay.
So it stinks.
To answer your question, buddy, I do believe that Assad has killed his own people. Yeah, I hear you.
So, okay, Chris, well, keep me informed on that. And that's what I'm going to be looking into because as far
buddy,
as there you go again, man, interrupting me.
Sorry, well, you know, I kind of have been waiting a little bit, you know, had to do a whole fucking runaround because I got
3
sniped.
seconds. You just came back in here.
I have something important to say. I have something
well,
important
hey,
to say.
so do other people. You have to wait your turn.
Yeah, but this is important for you to hear. Okay, which is that
no, actually,
the Russian.
You know what I'm going to do since you interrupted me? Since you interrupted me, I'm not going to listen to you. I don't want to talk to you.
Okay, well, what's the fucking point then, right?
So, right, exactly.
You know, now you're playing mute game. You know, fucking calm down, buddy.
Right.
You're
All right, then quit interrupting people when I'm trying to find out something from Grizz.
Just calm down.
You can't shut your fucking mouth.
Okay, I just want to say one thing. You won't even let me
talk. And what I was going to do was ask Grizz his opinion.
I'll just tell you. Okay, I hope you'll hear it. The Russian.
I don't want to hear what you have to say now because you interrupted me.
Facility.
I don't want to hear what you have to say.
Okay, well, what good is that?
Hear it.
Right?
Because you didn't wait until I got done with Grizz. I wanted to find out Grizz's opinion, and then I want
when you're ready to listen, let me know.
All you want to do is come up here and cause conflict and
argument. All right, buddy, you're having your own little party. When you're ready to listen, let me know.
All right, thank you. So is that all you know about it, Grizz?
Well, from the information, not including Lyserge's, you know, newer source, according to the information we had available to us, that looked like the most likely thing. But it doesn't matter even if it was incorrect, because they've still used the same narrative to, you know, attack Syria, like it was I suggested they would.
Right. So nobody
it doesn't make sense nuclear or chemical weapons.
Go ahead.
It doesn't even make sense that they had chemical weapons. Okay, and the story coming out of Russia is that it was just a bombing strike on a chemical productions facility.
And where did you see the Russian?
Wouldn't that chemical productions facility be obvious to see? I mean, wouldn't the wouldn't you be able to? Wouldn't the journalists be able to go by and say, "Look, here is the chemical weapons factory"?
Why don't you ask that? Okay, instead of asking people that question, why don't you investigate that yourself and come back so that you actually have something?
I'm trying to point out the obvious that if a chemical weapons factory was
okay,
hit,
well, look, go ahead and do it. Go ahead and research.
Okay, so that's
what I'm kind of pointing out is maybe the Russians will come out next with pictures and videos saying, "Here is the chemical weapons factory." You never know.
Well, that's, this has been going on at the United Nations Security Council. Okay, everyone's, there's huge bickering and fighting over whether or not Syria used chemical weapons. Okay, and the West is saying, oh, look, this is a chemical attack. This is a chemical attack. And Russia's saying, whoa, 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 hold on.
But here's the only thing.
They hit a chemical production facility.
Okay,
said that 5 times. We get it.
Okay, here's the only thing I want to say, and I'm going to get my cheesecake, and then I'm going to come back. We have, there's no way for us to know what intelligence of anybody knows at this point, as far as Russians, our intelligence, anybody. But the UN thing, and I just watched the report 20 minutes ago, so I just now am finding out about it. But it looks to me like there was an agreement, something, and of course Obama drew the line in the sand and said, they had some agreement. I don't even know the details yet. They had an agreement. Russia had an agreement with the UN, supposedly, that allegedly that they would make sure all the gases and chemicals were removed. And I want to say 2003. But
that's what they said on CNN. Lyserg said that made no sense, but that's what they did say on CNN.
Even the United Nations is saying it's unconfirmed.
Okay, well, we all know about Obama drawing the line in the sand. We all agree on that, right?
Yeah, what they don't agree on, and what I'm not sure of either, is did Assad actually use the chemical weapons, or is it somebody else? Were the only factories bombed? Whatever. And this isn't, by the way, this isn't the first attack.
Okay.
This is the third. This is the third attack in some period of time.
Right, and so Grizz, you believe this to be a false flag? Is that correct?
Going from the evidence available, yes. And if it wasn't, they've certainly spun it that way as a justification to go after Assad.
Okay, and what do you believe at this point, Lyserg? I guess nothing. What do you think so far, Richard? It's hard to even make a call at this point, isn't it?
I just go back to what I said. There's not enough information for me to jump to these conclusions that, Grizz, it might have seemed obvious. It might have seemed like a false flag gas attack, but now it seems like maybe they hit a chemical factory and they're exaggerating it. And I don't know. There's not enough information. I want to hear more about the chemical weapons place, if that existed, if I see some evidence that here's a bombed out chemical factory near where I'll tell you, the only thing I believe so far is that there were people injured by chemicals in that area. That's all I really believe.
Okay, so yeah, I feel the same way. I don't know anything, but here's the only thing I'll say. Whether it's proper intelligence reports or not, or whether it's a false flag or not, the only thing I want to say is, in other words, the president doesn't just watch a news report and then say, I want you to fire 50 fucking nuclear warheads over there. Fuck them. That's not what goes on, man. There is like major stuff that has to happen, and so.
Well, he does if it's a part of an agenda they want to push to enforce regime change.
Right, and the other thing I'd say is that even if all this is, if this was overblown nonsense about hitting a chemical factory, and I think that if they remove Assad and try to end this civil war, that's fine with me. I don't even care, like Lyserg and Grizz anyway. So, this guy needs to be stopped, in my opinion, removed from office, their country cleaned up, the refugee crisis is out of control.
Well, that's because of us.
No, I don't agree. It's because of the 20 factions in their country fighting each other.
Yeah, because we're supporting those 20 factions fighting.
We're supporting some of them. We're not supporting ISIS.
We're supporting here. Listen. We would be supporting the people who were actually like the rebel factions, which were the ones who either were producing or storing these fucking chemicals. Okay, it's Assad is actually attacking the ones who have the fucking
That's right.
I don't believe that.
That's what's reported on Al Jazeera. Okay, Al Jazeera says.
I don't believe that myself at this point.
Hold on. It says. It is said the deaths were caused when a Syrian airstrike hit a, quote, terrorist warehouse used for making bombs containing, quote, toxic substances, and pledged to continue its military support for Assad. That's from Moscow. That's what they're saying. Okay, so basically that's actually, you know, if we're supporting, you know, are we supporting the people who are fucking making and using these nerve agents?
So up to this point,
they're repeating the story the Russians came up with. Whether it's true or not, it's still the same story.
Well, that's what I wanted to ask LaSurge. So at this point, that's the only intel you have is off of Al Jazeera.
No, and the Russians.
I have it from several different sources.
No, you have the same story
right in front of my eyes.
reported by different news organizations. It's the same story that comes from the Russians.
No, like I say, several different sources, including Russian Defense Ministry. Okay,
right. That's where the story comes from. Al Jazeera is reporting on what the Russian Defense Ministry said.
Well, I don't want to believe anything at this point. That's where I'm at with it. I want to know a little more, and so as more comes out. But the only thing I want to say is, you know, a president doesn't just order 50 fucking warheads, you know, off a news report that somebody comes up and says, hey, they're killing women and children over there. I want you to go fuck them up. That's not the way this happens. So anyway.
There's plenty of killing of women and children that has happened in the United States. I don't know, you know, you're familiar with the Ludlow massacre or things like that?
Completely off topic.
Well, no, it's just
the Ludlow massacre is off topic.
We already know you hate America, LaSurge. That's not even the subject.
Yeah, try to stay on the Syrian attack.
It's a civil war.
Hey, Grizz. You're going to keep checking on latest reports coming in, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well,
okay. Anyway.
You know, like, you know, do you support the rebel factions that are using chemical weapons?
Hold on a minute, LaSurge. Grizz, your mic is, I can barely hear you, man.
You know, Syria maintains all along, okay, that, what is it? That saying that they, you know, as far as chemical weapons go, it has never used them anytime, anywhere, and will not do so in the future. Okay.
Okay. So at this point, right before
their government has not used chemical weapons at all.
Okay, you can.
And what makes them more believable than the people that say they have?
Did I say anything about anything being more believable or not?
Yes, you say you believe the Russians more so than anyone else earlier.
Listen, you know, Richard, like, actually look into shit, okay, and please try to contribute to the conversation.
I am, and I'm asking you, why do you believe the Russians, the Syrians, and all these people instead of other people?
Really? You're like extremely.
No, you're cherry picking information that works for your anti-American agenda. That's all you're doing.
What the fuck? What is anti-American about saying that the Syrian position is that they had never used chemical weapons?
What's
nothing? I said your anti-American agenda. I didn't say Syria. Saying
what the fuck does that have to do with an anti? What the fuck? I don't want to fucking bicker and go.
You're cherry picking everything that works for your agenda. That America's bad and everyone else is
what
good.
is right in front of my eyes is what I'm doing. Okay, which is
you have no more evidence that the Russians are telling the truth than the other people.
Where's your evidence?
Where's your evidence? You just pick the one that.
Where is your evidence, Richard? Where is your evidence?
There isn't enough evidence to make a determination yet.
Where's any evidence of yours?
Hey, give me just a second, Grizz, Richard, Serge. I'll see you in a little bit. I'm going to get my cheesecake, man. But hey, keep checking the reports because I'm sure this is a hot topic, and reports will continue to come in.
Yeah, they say the Pentagon's briefing the reporters like every half an hour or something.
You know, the one United Nations report finding that I heard about was it completely exonerated Syria. That's the only one that I came across ever was saying no, Syria was not actually using chemical weapons ever. So that I know of coming from the United Nations investigations is what is actually consistent with Syria's claim that they actually never have used.
Okay, but do you know about the past agreement with the United Nations?
No, not really. Do you?
Okay. Yeah. Well, I know it's been broken for years now with their agreements. Is all I know at this point. All right, I'll see y'all in a little bit.
So do you know the agreement? So, like, I don't know if you actually know. Like,
Russia agreed to get rid of their chemical weapons is kind of the bottom line.
And according to the United Nations, who consider credible, they went in and checked, and they had disassembled all their chemical weapons, which they had. So there is no evidence that they have any chemical weapons.
Well, there's some evidence that somebody had chemical weapons or some kind of chemicals. Wouldn't you agree with that? I mean, the doctors say they're 99 or 90% sure it was sarin gas.
Right, and they also claimed that they could smell it, which is false because sarin gas is colorless, tasteless, and odorless. Could be chlorine gas.
Well, my point is can we agree that there were some people injured by chemicals in Syria? Can we all at least agree on that?
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Hey, Liv.
Over, guys.
What do you think?
I believe the reports that came out. I look at what happened when this whole thing started a few years ago. And we've seen the first release of chemical weapons that we've seen maybe since Iran and Iraq were going at it. And everyone knew what that meant. And everyone kind of wanted to look the other fucking way. And now we just gave them a pass and said, hey, yeah, stay. You can do whatever, even though there's very close to 500,000, maybe more than 500,000 people that are already dead. And we see wanton use of chemical weapons yet again. Now, it's pretty ironic to me that when we had the first release of chemical weapons, we weren't even threatening action. Honestly, there's domino effects, like there's cause and effect. You shoot a gun in public, police arrest you. So we use chemical weapons before World War II. Hague and Geneva Convention spelled this out. That's the red line that everybody wanted to act like they didn't know about. You use chemical weapons. There's typically supposed to be a Chapter 7 in the UN Security Council protocol, and someone's supposed to hit you up for that. We were threatening to do that. Destroyers were in the area. And the next thing you know, the Syrian government, Assad sitting there right now, he suddenly allowed UN inspectors and multinational inspectors to come in and see, and supposedly what they were supposed to do is not only see, but also seize chemical weapons. Now, this was the deal less than 3 years ago. All of a sudden, here we are again. My first question is, where are those initial fucking inspectors and everything that Syria agreed to when we had the first weapons incident? And the second thing is, now that we got this going again, you're not supposed to get a second try in foreign policy like this.
Wait, so you
actually... Lysurge, the Organization for Prohibition of Chemical Weapons, and the UN concluded that Syrian government forces used chemicals in an attack on IDB, however it's pronounced, in March 2015. So here's a report that is completely opposite of what you saw, that the UN has never concluded they've used any chemical weapons. They have.
Oh, they definitely have. Definitely. In fact, Syria finally announced that they had them after years of saying they didn't.
Whoa. What I said, Richard, was that Syria maintains that they have never used it. Okay, and I have seen one United Nations inquiry that did actually, or independent international inquiry that supported that.
Okay. Well,
that it was
here's one
like
that does
rebel faction that had used it, right? Like they don't know who the fuck it was. That they're saying that it was used, and as to who it was, You know,
Okay, well, that's why I offered you this one. And it's just, if you want to look it up, the OPCW and the UN concluded that Syrian, I don't have to read it to you again. I'm just pointing out it took me 5 seconds. You said it's the only one you've ever seen. It took me 10 seconds to find the United Nations involved with conclusions that the Syria government forces have used chemicals in attack. So maybe you should look harder.
It doesn't tell us how this conclusion is reached, right?
No, it does not.
The conclusion is not that hard to reach. Like, these weapons are not like you would imagine a 5.56, rifle round. They're not common. They have choice signature. You can tell who made them. Well, maybe not who, but you definitely tell what they are. And this isn't household products. If it were, this would be something that you'd see, particularly Islamic extremists using often.
Yeah.
You don't.
Yeah, well, you got to look at
even in Iraq, the most we've seen them do in 2006 was use chlorine-based, try to make chlorine-based chemical munitions. And that was essentially IEDs. That's not what this was. This was weaponized chemical weapons.
Listen, dude, you have to establish, the chain of command, who gave the order. Okay, like that's the thing. If it's delivered, because if they actually have the weapons, who knows if there's double agents, okay, within the military that's actually working for the rebel force or something, right? Like this fog of war shit.
Yeah, but it's just, I hear you with that, but it starts to get outrageous only because here's why. Chemical weapons in Syria is considered their only weapon of mass destruction. So it has the highest security, just as in Pakistan, their nuclear weapons do. This is your big gun. There's no way that you have a rogue general or a rogue unit use those in weapons, employ those weapons without the very highest level clearance. And if he didn't get the clearance from Assad himself, then that means Assad's stockpile is not in his control. And again, I say, where are the UN inspectors that were supposed to be there years ago?
Yeah, but those wherever they're stored, okay, and if they have them, okay, in Syria, then the rebels could overtake those facilities. And
if that facility was overtaken, it would be international news tomorrow.
Well, who knows?
Right,
it couldn't have happened.
All right, can you tell me that?
Into the hand of rebels.
If the rebels have chemical weapons, it's something that we don't even know about. It definitely hasn't happened in the course of the Civil War where they overtook a base controlled by Aleppo that has chemical weapons, and that then they got their hands on chemical weapons. And let's just be clear, this is not like you're going into a warehouse and there are jugs or even barrels of just this shit. These things are weaponized. They're in the form of artillery shells. They're in the form of munitions dropped from aircraft.
It could happen, though. We don't know. Like,
you could say anything, but when you go on with that, to indulge it is to ignore all of the pale little faces the world has seen yet again of children gasping for air,
dude,
because they've been chemically attacked.
Here, let me tell you something.
Appealing to emotion.
What's that?
It's appealing to emotion to try and legitimize his argument despite there being no evidence.
Yeah. Well, that's he
made a good point that when you indulge in nonsense, you're ignoring the reality of the victim.
Here, something I can tell you, okay, from my early days on YouTube, I was subscribed to this one dude. He was a DJ, right? He was a really cool guy, and a DJ somewhere in the U.S. I forget where the hell. Okay, but he worked at a radio station, which was like a 3-story building, okay, and he would do videos and upload them. One of the things he uploaded was going into the basement of that building that he broadcast out of, whatever radio station in the U.S., he goes down to the basement and he shows a fucking biological weapons storage facility. So you got, that's the thing. You've got WMD all over the fucking place in the United States.
Yeah, underneath, the DJ is just walking into biological weapons of mass destruction.
It's locked up. It's fucking high max security and shit. Okay, but it has the you know, I can't even remember the dude's name. I remember seeing it, and that's what he explained. Oh yeah, this is biological storage facility for, it had the symbol or what, the logo, right, for a biohazard right on the fucking door. And this was like, it was like a vault. Okay, it was like a vault, and that was just in the basement of a building that the upper stories were actually a radio station where he worked
And
at.
there were no military guards. There was just a door with a sign. And
It's because that wasn't a biological agent. That's why.
It sure looked like it.
Some guy fucking with you on the internet, dude.
Yeah, pretty much.
Hey, we have that shit in Canada too. It's not as though it doesn't exist. Like at research facilities and things.
Yeah, of course.
For doing medical research and testing. I know we've got Ebola. I know we've got Ebola here.
You're kind of missing with what Liv said. He said what we're talking about are weaponized artillery shells. That's quite a bit different than researching the Ebola virus
drastically.
in the hospital.
Yeah.
Drastically.
Oh. And for Christ's sake, you've got Triton warheads. You got nuclear. The United States is working on miniaturizing nuclear weapons, right? Like
we've already miniaturized them.
Yeah.
So have the Soviets or the former.
There you go. It's not as though once it's done, it's got to be somewhere. And so many nations all over the world have it.
The biggest the biggest threat when it comes to
even the weaponry. Okay, that's the thing. Like I repeat over and over again, the secondary fucking mandate of the United Nations was to push for de-weaponization across the world, everywhere. Everyone is supposed to be de-weaponizing since World War II.
No, that's not quite accurate.
No, that is true. That's
well, I'm not meaning to oppose you. I'm just gonna bring something to your attention, and you take your seconds to confirm it or not. The fundamental bind between parties, particularly at the National Security Council or the UN Security Council, the main five, the permanent five, But they have like a rotating thing where they let other nations in. But I'm talking, like you said, the permanent members, the 5 permanent.
Yeah.
One of the primary things that they agreed to that actually extends to all the members, but particularly with them, this was critical, or else they couldn't get it off the ground, was the notion of sovereignty of each individual country. So the UN is only as strong as the 5 main members allow it to be, and it has always been this. This is why it's the favorite punching bag for foreign ministries and Secretary of State for anything, because you can always say the UN dropped the ball or the international community dropped the ball, and that's very vague. That's like saying who's, who. Like, who are you talking about?
Okay, hold on.
But there's nobody, the UN has no teeth. The UN can't compel any one nation to do anything.
Listen, what you're saying about the whole 5 permanent member states, okay, which, I know, it's the United Kingdom, it's the USA, France, China, and Russia. Okay, I know 5 permanent members. Now, the thing is actually having those 5 permanent members actually contradicts the principles that are in the United Nations preamble, okay, which is that all nations are like equal, right? There's, that's something that Libya was, Gaddafi was actually criticizing, the United Nations for that contradiction.
Well, people have always criticized the UN.
Stupid statement. All nations are not equal. It's just an ignorant statement. Why don't you read exactly what it says? It's not going to say all nations are equal.
It's
what he's trying to say though isn't that accurate either. Like when they were saying all nations are equal, they meant exactly what I was trying to say: sovereignty, according to the dictates of sovereignty. Every country, whether you're Iceland or you're America, you have the sovereign right not to partake in a UN treaty, so to speak. Like the UN doesn't have any teeth to compel any country. A state doesn't have that right. New York State has to do what the federal government says. So does all the other 49 states. On the international stage, no country has to necessarily do what the UN says, even the Security Council. That's why it doesn't contradict the preamble at all. This thing was heavily lawyered. Like the UN preamble and the charter, it was so heavily lawyered, and it was heavily lawyered not with pissant lawyers like today who cherry pick. These people who formed this were forming it in the ashes of the League of Nations, and that leading to World War I. They formed this organization in the midst of World War II. They were not fucking around.
Here,
someone needs to unhide Hank. Before you go, someone needs to unhide Hank. Right, sorry, Lester.
Here, no problem. I'll read, verbatim what the.
I've read it several times. I know what you're talking about.
Well, I just want to establish this for Richard, right? It says, "We, the peoples of the United Nations, determined." Okay, point 1: to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war. Twice in our lifetime has brought untold sorrow to mankind, and 2: gain faith in fundamental human rights, in the dignity and worth of the human person, in the equal rights of men and women, and of nations large and small.
That's right.
And to establish conditions under which justice and respect for the obligations arising from treaties and other sources of international law can be maintained, and to promote social progress and better standards of life in larger freedom.
That's right.
That makes sense.
Yeah. That's
it makes too much sense. That's why they never had a chance of getting it off the ground.
That's why I said if you actually read it, it's not going to say what you claimed it said, which is that it says all nations are equal. I knew it's more complicated.
In the equal rights of men and women, and
sure. That doesn't mean that.
Small.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. That's something they would say.
It does.
Sure. I believe that.
Right.
I don't believe they would have a simple sentence. All nations are equal.
Small nations should have equal say. Right, and that's Gaddafi's argument against the 5 permanent members. Right, it's like that's unfair. It's unfair to everyone else.
But okay, so that argument, that particular criticism of the organization was noted from day one, and primarily by members of the Eastern Bloc, like the bloc of the nations that supported the Soviet Union. And here is what they said. They said every nation is equal. Yes, however, it's unfair that there are 5 permanent members of the Security Council who can veto anything. Now, here's where that came into being, and this is why history is hindsight is critical. Nobody understands how it came to be. So today, when we've grown up under decades of security, it's good to flap our gums about it. But the reality is this: those 5 permanent members were the 5 members who entered Berlin to end World War II, to end the scourge that was upon the world. When they say in the preamble twice in our lifetime, they're talking World Wars I and II. That generation's seen them both, and they were determined to not have it happen again. This would have worked, and it's reasonable. However, in less than 5 years after coming to being, we were knee deep in the Cold War, and for 50 fucking years, the Soviet Union and its allies, and NATO and its allies, essentially put a chokehold on the wild ambitions and ideology, the wild ambitions of the UN Charter. This is why the UN never really got to work, because it was only allowed to work when the Soviet Union and NATO agreed, or when there was a mutual interest. Other than that, there was an Iron Curtain, blockades, fucking embargoes. This is how it went for almost 50 fucking years. So when you have people like Gaddafi and others who say, oh, the UN is this, that, and the other, to a point, they have a point. However, when they want to talk about the Security Council, why is there 5 permanent? Those 5 permanent members, they only have a say on UN matters that matter to international security. That's why it's the Security Council. So if it's not a military matter, it shouldn't fucking matter to you.
Have you ever read the United Nations Charter? Like, have you studied it?
The entire thing.
Yeah, same here. Not very many people have. Very few people actually understand how it works too. Like, so what's your opinion then on the invasion of Iraq? Was it illegal or not?
It was a war crime.
Yeah.
But now I know it's a war crime.
Yeah.
Because at one point I would have been liable. I've served. So
Yeah.
I understand exactly what a war crime is.
You do know how it works. Oh yeah, a lot of it's rare that I meet an American who won't argue that that it wasn't. And it's like, well, you just don't
but
know
here's the
how
problem.
the UN Charter works.
It was just as much a war crime as Vietnam was.
Yeah, well, do you
Okay.
know what the argument was? Okay, the
The
argument
problem is
that
civilians are the ones that initiate this type of thing, and they're never to be held to account. Okay,
Yeah,
if a
the
Lance
American
Corporal, Corporal, Sergeant, Lieutenant did this, they build a special place for you in Leavenworth.
yeah, the American government, I think, like the official position of the actual American government was denying that it was a breach of the charter, and their argument was that because Iraq was in violation of Resolution 8088, I believe was the number. Okay, because they violated that. Okay, now the thing is the question becomes, it's a legal issue, and people have to understand how the United Nations Charter is structured, right? Because it's about the sequence where it's so hard to fucking explain that. But
the easiest way to Americans would be to break it down like the Constitution.
Yeah.
So there are parts of the law that aren't expressly covered in the Constitution, but you can tell someone that, hey, listen, if you get arrested for a felony, you get arrested and you go to trial and you lose and you do your time or it's remanded, whatever the case is, but because you have already been judged, you already had a trial and it came back guilty. Now, if you get in trouble in the future for even a small thing, no matter what you get in trouble for, everyone's going to look at your criminal record, right? And they're going to say, hey, you got a felony, right? Then that means they're probably going to be a little bit harsher with you when it comes to the penalties for whatever you've done. Even if it is you stole a fucking candy bar, they're probably going to be a lot harsher to you because you already had a fucking felony already. Like, what the fuck is the matter with you? So when you explain the UN Charter and its security provisions to people when they're trying to look at Iraq, let them understand that in 1991, Iraq caught a felony charge. It was doing a bunch of evil shit before then, and we helped them. But in 91, when Daddy Bush went there, he caught a felony charge. He blew trial. He lost the fucking war. Guilty on all counts. Escaped with his life. But for 10 fucking years since then, he was under the gun. He was on like supervised release. And he kept breaking it. He kept violating it.
Dude, I have a good piece of information for you about that. Okay. Previous to Saddam, Iraq invading Kuwait, okay, he contacted the Americans because this is just how they think things work. Okay, it's like they don't give a fuck about the UN. They think it has, it's just Wild West. Okay, and so they got to check with the United States. Okay, and Saddam, the Iraqis called in the American ambassador. Okay, to question. It's like, and her name was April something or other. Okay, and they say, hey, what do you think about, it's like, we're pissed at Kuwait, okay, and we're going to fucking roll. We're going to roll in on them, right? What do you think about that? Okay, what they were looking for was either consent, right? They were looking for consent, okay? And the response, the official response from the American government was the American government has no interest or whatever in Arab on Arab conflicts. Okay, that was the official response from the American representative, the diplomat. And going on that, okay, Saddam Hussein took it to mean, oh, okay, that's the green light. That's the go ahead. And so he invaded Kuwait. That's what happened back there.
Pretty much.
Yeah. It's like they didn't even factor in, about the United Nations or anything like that. All they got to do is check with the big wig, which is the United States, right? That's the only big fear and concern because, they figure the United States runs the United Nations, and in so many ways.
The reason is this: when you look at the UN Charter and you focus on Chapter 7, what to do in the eventuality, in the event of breach of the peace. When you look at that, you'll read interesting articles and you'll see certain things that quite clearly suggest that the UN itself is supposed to have an enforcement mechanism. Now, when you say enforcement mechanism, naturally, when it comes to combat, we don't bullshit. This ain't civilian talk. That means a standing capable, deployable force
Yeah.
that can go and actually execute the Security
Exactly.
Council's dictates.
And that's how it should be done. That's how it should be
And what
administered.
you have to understand, when you understand that's how it should be done, you should ask yourself why, in the
Why it's
60
not.
odd years of this
Yeah.
institution's existence,
Exactly.
has that never been allowed to take foot?
It's in America's interest to keep the United Nations toothless.
Not necessarily. I mean, yes, it's in every country's interest, but here's the real reasons why. The real reason is because this institution had its ink still wet when the fires were still smoldering all throughout Europe during World War II.
You know,
Because there were still bullets being fired by U.S. Marines in the South Pacific when the UN was getting off the ground. So what that tells you is that the world was split in half, and there was going to be already emerging to be two major sides, either NATO or the Warsaw Pact. This was already happening. So out of the whole world, with half being on one side and half on the other, who do you go to and say, hey, by the way, this little treaty we made to make this organization, it needs a police force. Who's got dibs? Who's gonna volunteer? How do you do that when the world was split in half already? Literally with an iron curtain.
Well, it's just, it's got to be planned, right? You write out the plan.
We're being very naive about the times we live in if we think, that would even suffice. You and I grew up under safety because somebody, particularly a Soviet naval officer, didn't jump the fucking gun and be so loose during the Cuban Missile Crisis.
Well, I know, yeah.
But if he would have, we wouldn't be here.
The most dangerous time in history. Oh, yeah, the American destroyers were dropping depth charges on him, for fuck's sakes, and he's nuclear armed.
It's just these things are just real complicated, man, and they just
couldn't reach his superiors. Right? He had to make the call himself, and good thing he's sane. That's the important thing to think about that. Okay, sanity is always to err to the side of caution. That is rational. That's what's rational. Okay, escalation is never rational.
Well, perhaps in some cases it is.
Well, a
lack of escalation is why Rwanda
standard
happened.
Which everyone holds themselves to, right? If everyone holds themselves to that standard, world peace. Right? It's that simple.
Indeed.
So, another little tidbit of trivia is the lawyers, right? Because, it took a whole fucking team of lawyers to draft the United Nations Charter. I don't know how long it took, but there are so many people involved. But the guy who spearheaded the project was actually a Canadian lawyer. He was a Canadian. Well,
It's been interesting listening to you, Liv. Glad you came to the room. Coming back.
Appreciate it, man. I try not to give too much personal opinion. I try to rely on at least what I recall being facts. It's important issues.
The other thing about the preamble, right? It goes on to say, and for these ends, to practice tolerance and live together in peace with one another as good neighbors, and to unite our strength to maintain international peace and security, right? That is the principles that's in the preamble. That was the intent, to unite our strength, okay, under the United Nations, which that hasn't been actualized at all. Right? That's how to establish the rule of law, is to make the one primary international authority. That's the principle of the United Nations. And yeah, Bush would be fucked. Bush knew he would be fucked. That's why he went to the International Criminal Court and withdrew Bill Clinton's signature, because Bill Clinton had signed to join the ICC. And, it was like a month or 2 months before invading Iraq that Bush withdrew Clinton's signature so that it couldn't reach Congress to have it fucking ratified, right? Because, Congress has to ratify, and then it becomes, the United States is constitutionally bound under law.
We should be party to the ICC, but for obvious reasons, Iraq shows you why people did not sign that or urged him not to, because they'd all be fucking doing time right now.
Yep, Bush, yep.
So this is the main reason why. Which is really stupid on the part of, privateers and shit. If you're even in the military-industrial complex, if getting off on all this shit is your thing, how you earn a living, they're just not being rational about it. It would make more sense to join things like the ICC to help codify international law, to try to normalize decency and human dignity, even if it has to be done at the tip of M16s. So it's not like opposing the ICC is something would mean, I don't know what they were thinking, because the people who oppose things like this, they do not have peace as their interests. They love war. So just looking at it from their perspective, if you love war and you're just an evil little fuck, that's what you are, well then, urge the world to normalize human dignity. Urge the world to put teeth behind the principles of the UN, which is the principles of the whole world, saying this is what we should do. Urge the world to do that. Urge the world to, start deploying forces to go deal with guys who run into Nigerian schools and steal hundreds of girls and shit like that. Urge the world to make a move, and you'll have more war than you had before. But at least we'll be making progress towards something that the world agreed on.
Yep. And it would be,
they're not looking at it the right way, and that's because they love the status quo, which is misery and bloodletting with no end in sight.
Even having the United Nations functioning well, okay, would go far. It would go a long way to actually, preventing that sort of shit from happening, like what you're saying in Africa, okay, with warlords and stuff like that. They wouldn't even fucking think of it if we had a global authority that was not without teeth.
A deployable force.
Yeah.
But they haven't figured out that they're standing in their own way. Privateers and people who make money off of this, they are standing in their own way. They think by appealing to human rights or making a major push for human rights that that's somehow going to hurt their profits or something, when it's going to do the exact opposite. Because you got to tear down first before you can build up. In many respects, World War II was the beginning of global civil rights, so to speak, because after that came everything out of that. They're really not thinking about this shit right. Even if you're a company if you just make fucking tires for Humvees, or you make ammunition for NATO forces, whatever, they should be all about expanding human rights. And they should want it to be done like yesterday. Why are we waiting for this? Why are we bullshitting? Why are we still seeing reports of pirates off the coast of Somalia? What the fuck is going on? Why are there still fucking gangs roving through the countryside in El Salvador and Nicaragua, raping fucking villages and shit? Why are we still tolerating this? Get the boys, spin them up, get to the armory, and let's go. Yeah. It's very simple. I don't think they want to change
off topic, but this may be off topic, and forgetting if we're changing the subject, but I remember Hillary Clinton saying that the Council of Foreign Relations had moved down the block. So it was real close, and she only had to go a block down the road to see how she needed to vote. And to me, this is treason, right?
Wow.
If there's a video on YouTube, you can find it. Hillary Clinton, Council of Foreign Relations, see how to vote. To me, this is treason when we have a foreign entity, and I'm guessing, they're foreign. The name is foreign. how is it possible that she doesn't get tried for treason or what's the deal with shit like that? And the UN,
Well,
it's kind of
partially
not that
because
different.
the CFR is here in New York. Like these organizations is almost might be even older than the UN or young. I don't know, but I know they follow their mandate a lot. But it's an American organization. It's what they call the Council of Foreign Relations. Like it is one of them. I guess you could say Eisenhower-esque type organizations. It was formed, but like it was formed by private people within this country with national security and foreign policy interests. It's not like a council of foreign countries or some shit. They're in Manhattan.
Okay, that's a misunderstanding on my part.
No, I mean, yeah, but I mean, not like a major misunderstanding. A lot of these things we as Americans don't know on purpose, not because we're stupid, but because for over 50 years they convinced us that foreign policy is just too hard for a civilian to understand. So everybody believes that. And this is why we're all waking up in 2017 and none of us today know how we got here. But the whole world's been watching every step of the fucking way since World War II. And they're like, what the fuck is going on?
I just think that it's weird that, outsiders are telling our politicians how to vote. And, I don't really believe in the whole politician, the government. It doesn't make sense to me. It's just left and right wing of the same dirty bird, I don't really think that the Republicans are going to fix it. I don't think the, Democrats are going to fix it. Here's what I think. It's real simple. The Democrats appear to be the bad guys, and the Republicans appear to be the good guys. But the Republicans are the wolves in sheep's clothing. Like, most people don't see it that way, but that's how I see it.
Why would you think foreign interests wouldn't try to tell Americans how to vote on issues that affect them? I mean, it just seems silly to think they wouldn't. It would seem silly that, if some issue that affected Chinese trade, that their ambassadors and the president of China wouldn't be trying to influence those votes, Hank. Why do you think that's weird? I would think it would be weird if those people didn't try to affect the vote. That would be weird to me.
Oh, you're right.